Chapter 401 30 minutes. 1. Damien took a deep breath. He could feel the evolution of his body finalizing. It meant that within a few minutes, his 30-minute timer would begin. Are you prepared? Is there any way for me to prepare for a situation like this? Damien smiled wryly. Nevertheless, you do not look nervous. Your disposition is admirable. Well, I just have to stop thinking about the negatives and I'm fine. I'm an expert at running away from my problems. I'm kidding. Well, partially kidding. I do have a plan, but I don't know how feasible it is until I try it. How long will I have before being sent out of the secret realm? Will you collect the geniuses here? They are too preoccupied with their greed to care for your help. I don't care about the rest of them, but those 3 who took the green fruits are my comrades, so I'll take them out. As for the rest, sending them out normally is fine. Whether or not they survive is their fate. I do not know whether to call you apathetic or mindful of the bigger picture. Regardless, I will not tell you how to live your life. All I ask is that you complete the favor I've asked for. Senior, you don't need to worry about that. I'm not such an ungrateful person that I take all the gifts you've given me without repaying anything. Besides, I owe you a life-saving grace, don't I? Damien felt like he could see Alaric's smirk as he spoke. Your evolution has been completed. The blood rituals are also reaching their end. I wish you good luck in your future journeys. And please, get rid of the scourge that has plagued our universe once and for all. Damien nodded heavily. I'll listen to your words. In the next second, he found himself back in the primordial undying realm. Even though 3 days had passed, skirmishes for the red fruits were still taking place. It seemed like it would continue until only enough geniuses to match the number of fruits were left alive, but Damien didn't care about that. The instant he appeared in the real world once more, he teleported onto the green layer of the primordial undying tree in front of Fengqinger. I have no time to explain. But I apologize in advance. He put his hand on her shoulder and forced her into the sanctuary. After his evolution from eating the purple fruit, the power difference between the two was too large for her to resist. After finishing up with Fengqinger, he moved over to Lunaria and did the same. Finally, he appeared before Ruyue. Although I wish we could have a tearful and happy reunion, the circumstances seem to be hellbent on preventing it. He said wryly. Ruyue looked into his eyes seriously. You've matured since the last time we saw each other. I feel a little sad that I couldn't be there with you, but it can't be helped. As for the joyous reunion, we can have it once everything is over. Damien smiled and nodded. Without any prior notice, he wrapped his arm around her waist and brought her to his chest, pressing his lips against hers. Until then, I can only leave you with this. Don't miss me too much while I'm gone. Ruyue was too shocked to answer, but before she could regain her senses, she had been sent into the sanctuary. That concludes things in here. Han Fang and Qing Ta, and it isn't the right time for me to take those 2 under me. He could clearly see how discontent they were with their circumstances when he watched them through Alaric's eyes. But it was more beneficial to him if they returned to the Nox for now. They're probably being monitored. So I can't act rashly. Next time we meet, let's see if I can properly save you from your fates. Not even a minute had passed, but this was better for him. 30 minutes. The primordial undying realm was an incredibly vast area that was as large as, if not larger than, the United States. To travel across that area multiple times within 30 minutes, he needed as much time as he could get. He smirked to himself as he had the thought. Didn't I just acquire the perfect means to gain more time? A portal opened up in front of his body. Without hesitation, he stepped through it. The fresh scent and vitality that filled the 3,000 Beast Mountain range filled his nostrils. The bustling streets of TC colored his eyes. He was finally back. I have no time to enjoy the scenery though. What a shame. His awareness spread to cover the entire city. Within moments, he was able to find the location of the Elf Queen. Well, considering that her residence stood out from the rest, it wasn't too hard to do so. Won't they make a scene if I barge in? I guess Senior Seal will hell with that when the time comes. His figure vanished from the air, appearing in front of the Elf Queen's abode. Although he wanted to teleport directly inside, there was a powerful barrier stopping him from doing so. He put his hand out and touched it. When he did, the seal reacted and shined with emerald green light. A gap was formed in the barrier, allowing his passage. Thank God. Going through the formal processes alone would have taken up at least a third of my time, he teleported once again, appearing in the location where he sensed the Elf Queen's presence. When he reappeared, a blade was pressed against his neck. "Who are you?" The Elf Queen glared at him. A powerful pressure enveloped his body. "I have no time to explain," he responded. He held his hand up and flashed the seal on it. "What does this mean to you?" The Elf Queen's blade wavered. At the same time, a formless domain enveloped the duo. "This is time distortion?" The Elf Queen muttered in shock. I'm on a time crunch, so it's necessary." "But even with this, I've only extended my time limit to an hour, so I can't chat much." "So tell me, what does this seal mean to you?" The Elf Queen put away her blade. Without hesitation, she got down on her knees and bowed before Damien. "By law, the bearer of the ancestral seal can be considered the lord and master of our southern elf clan and all other elf clans of the same origin. It holds the same power as a progenitor of our race." Damien marveled at the seal on his hand. "Senior is really putting too much trust in me. What if I was a terrible person? Actually, I know for sure that I'd be a shitty ruler, but the why no longer mattered since the seal was already in his hands. It was just a matter of how he chose to use his newfound status. Gather as many as you can from your race within 10 minutes. Anyone who can't gather in that time will die. What are you?" The Elf Queen stuttered. If it wasn't for the seal on Damien's hand, she would have killed him instantly, but the seal wasn't a mere representation of status. Damien just didn't know its power yet. In fact, because Damien possessed the ancestral seal, his commands could be forced onto the elven race. Even the queen, a fourth-class existence, would be forced to obey, not to mention, she wasn't allowed to take any hostile action against him. Such was the power of the seal, but Damien was still in the dark about this. He didn't even pay attention to the Elf Queen's confusion. He was scanning TC to see if the rest of the clan heads who had come were still present. TCH. "It seems like I'm forced to do some legwork, Lord," the Elf Queen hesitantly said. It still felt awkward for her to call someone else so formally, not to mention a boy that was far weaker and younger than her. "What exactly did you mean when you said all who don't gather will die?" Damien clapped his hands. Right, I guess that's something that needs explanation. What's the easiest way to say this? In 30 minutes, the 3,000 Beast Mountain range will be razed to the ground. Chapter 402. 30 minutes. 2. After leaving the Elf Queen with that frightening revelation, he was in no mood to continue explaining. After saying a few more words and getting her guarantee that she would follow his order, he flashed away, appearing outside of TC, White Dragon Grotto, Fire Phoenix Clan, and Ice Phoenix Clan. "These are the three forces I need to save first. Senior Bai's forces and the Ice Phoenixes are both in Endless Snow Mountain, so I'll go there first. Then, I'll go to Endless Flame Mountain where Chinger's clan lives and circle back to TC. I don't know if I can do any more than that. If he was going to save anyone else, it'd be people he met on his way back to TC, if he had the free time to do so. At least with these three forces, he could guarantee they were trustworthy enough to take under his wing." His figure was almost wholly incorporeal. The movements of everything around him had been halved in speed as if they were living in slow motion. It was the effects of the pseudo-domain that surrounded him. At his current level, he could only double the flow of time around him, which in turn made the outside world flow at half his own speed. When accompanied by his rapid movements through the folds of space, his speed was incredible, to the point where only an experienced fourth class like the Elf Queen would be able to follow it. TC stood at the direct center of the mountain range, while the Endless Snow Mountain was close to the outskirts. Even with the White Dragon King's top speed, it'd take at least an hour to travel between them, but I have a pretty convenient skill for this occasion, don't I? Warp, space shattered in front of Damien as a portal formed. When he stepped through it, he could see the familiar scenery of the White Dragon Grotto's snake level around him. His awareness spread to encompass the grotto. In the same way that he found the Elf Queen, he located the White Dragon King. His figure flashed away, appearing in an unadorned stone cave that he had been to once before. "Senior." He called out to the white-haired man that sat in the center of the cave. The White Dragon King looked up in surprise. "Kid, it seems you've grown a lot since the last time I saw you." "In more ways than one, although I appreciate the compliments, now isn't the time for idle talk." "Senior, didn't you say that your son was living in the outside world? Don't you want to go meet him?" The White Dragon King's eyes narrowed. "Brat, explain yourself." "I can't explain everything, but I can tell you this much. The mountain range will be destroyed soon and the myriad illusion veil will fall along with it. Even your power isn't enough to survive the coming calamity. So Senior, please gather your forces within the next 10 minutes, the White Dragon King stared into Damien's eyes. Seeing the seriousness they carried, he couldn't treat the latter's words as the ramblings of a child. How certain are you of the destruction? 100%. As for escaping, as long as you can entrust the lives of you and your people to me, that's also 100%. Can you swear it on the heavens? I can. Without hesitation, Damien swore an oath to the system. With this kind of guarantee, there was no way the White Dragon King could continue to doubt him. 10 minutes, right? Very well. All of my forces shall be gathered within that time. Since we were never a large clan to begin with, it should be relatively easy. Many thanks, Senior. Can you point me in the direction of the Ice Phoenix clan? I must visit them next. The White Dragon King nodded without asking questions and gave Damien the location he needed. After giving one final thanks, Damien vanished again. Using my time element without pause is really putting a strain on my body. I need to get used to this power before I can abuse it the same way I do with space. He could already feel the fatigue setting in from keeping his pseudo-domain active. And that wasn't even counting the rapid drain on his mana, but my mana capacity has grown so much that I can't even feel its end right now. I should check my status soon and see it quantified to get a better understanding, but just like everything else, now wasn't the time. Although he had somewhat overcome the spatial restrictions within the mountain range, he still wasn't completely free from its effects. Only because of this did it take 10 minutes for him to reach the Ice Phoenix clan's palace, but he was a little glad for the time he gained, since he was able to use that time to communicate the current situation to both Feng Qinger and Lunaria. Without their help, convincing their respective clans would take far too long. With Damien's current ability, he was able to intrude upon the Ice Phoenix palace without being detected by anyone except the matriarch, and the second he stepped into the palace, he summoned Lunaria from the sanctuary. The Ice Phoenix matriarch appeared not even a second after he had done so. Luna? Why are you here? And so suddenly, Mother, time is of the essence. Please trust my words as your daughter and the future matriarch of our clan. Gather all personnel within 10 minutes, very well. However, you must explain the situation while I do so. The matriarch glanced at Damien. Lunaria turned to him as well. I will stay with my mother and explain the situation. When you return, everything will be prepared. Damien nodded solemnly. Then, I'll head to the Endless Flame Mountain now. Do you know the location of the Fire Phoenix clan? I do, but for me to explain is arbitrary? You have Qinger with you, don't you? Just ask her to guide you once you reach the mountain. Damien almost smacked himself. It was truly idiotic of him to not think of it. But he didn't waste time on being embarrassed. After giving a short greeting to the Ice Phoenix matriarch, he once again began his teleporting frenzy. My affairs in TC and the Endless Snow Mountain have been wrapped up. As long as I can keep the pseudo-domain running, I should have another 45 minutes. But traveling to the Endless Flame Mountain and convincing the Fire Phoenix clan will take around half an hour. If he didn't have the warp skill to move between locations, it'd be impossible for him to complete things in 30 minutes. But since he did, things were simpler, taking everyone into the sanctuary at once. The elves' numbers will be in the millions, but I don't know about the two clans of the Endless Snow Mountain range. Although it'll exhaust my mental power at a terrible rate, it should still be possible. Teleporting millions of people was impossible for him, but if it was teleporting them into the sanctuary, it was many degrees easier. That is, if he was fine with leaving himself on the verge of death by the time he was finished. This is why I don't like burdensome things. Even as he complained, he made his way over to the Endless Flame Mountain. He had 20 minutes remaining before everything would end. Chapter 403, 30 minutes. 3. Damien felt extremely thankful for the relationship of absolute trust shared by the Phoenix clan matriarchs and their daughters. If it wasn't for this, it would have taken far too long for him to gain their trust. But Feng Qinger and Lunaria were generally smart people. With Damien's explanation, along with his pulling them into the sanctuary, they were able to understand the severity of the situation easily. After all, something like the sanctuary was a card that Damien would never show to people he didn't have absolute trust in, and no matter how much Feng Qinger didn't want to admit it, she knew she wasn't included in that group. With Feng Qinger by his side, Damien was able to gain the Fire Phoenix clan's cooperation within no time, just like how he had done with the Ice Phoenix clan. Messengers and guides were dispatched in an instant to gather all their forces into the palace, and while it happened, Damien used warp to return to the White Dragon Grotto's worm level. After arriving, he immediately left the grotto. To gather all the forces it held in one place, the only option was to leave and utilize the space of the mountain it resides on, and the scene in front of him was just that. Tens of thousands of dragonkin and a few hundred true dragons lined up in an orderly fashion with the White Dragon King at their head. Are all the preparations done? He asked as he arrived next to the White Dragon King. Yes. Everyone has been gathered and everything we needed to take has been stored in space rings. Now, show me how you plan to get us all out of the mountain range. Damien nodded. Senior, they probably won't listen to my words, so I'd like you to tell them not to resist my mana, the White Dragon King agreed. Using mana to amplify his voice, he passed the order down to all his subordinates. Damien closed his eyes and concentrated. It was his first time transporting such a large number of people, but with his current capabilities, it should be possible. This is the smallest force among the 4 I'm taking in, so it'll be the best practice for when I have to do the same for the rest. His mana spread like a blanket and slowly moved through the crowd. Space distorted as a large amount of spatial essence congregated on the location, due to the rapid mana drain he was experiencing. Damien was forced to cancel his timed pseudo-domain. It couldn't be helped, but it only made him rush even more. His mana soon reached the very ends of the crowd, encapsulating the whole of the White Dragon Grotto's population within it. In that instant, Damien's eyes shot open. Bang! The sheer weight of his mana caused space to crack. Starting from the ones nearest to him, the dragonkin and dragons of the grotto began disappearing in the hundreds. A stream of mana leaked from Damien and specially took care of the White Dragon King, sending him ahead of the rest so he could organize them once they were inside the sanctuary. At the same time, Damien sent a mental message to Lucius, using him to familiarize the new residents with the old ones. From hundreds to thousands, thousands to tens of thousands, the residents of the White Dragon Grotto vanished in droves until finally, Damien was the only one left standing in the cold air of the endless snow mountain. Hot annoying. He was short of breath from just this, so how was he going to deal with the other two? It seemed he needed to make more preparations. His awareness spread down the mountain and he flashes away, appearing in a cave where a relatively large beast tribe resided. Although I want to apologize since you guys will die so suddenly like this, you were going to meet the same fate anyway, so it is what it is. He began a slaughter. The beast tribe couldn't even last a few minutes against his newfound strength before being devoured to replenish his stamina. Much better. Now all that's left is, bang, a large swirling black hole appeared behind his back, sucking in all the ambient mana in the vicinity. And once his mana was also brought back to its peak capacity, he used warp and arrived at the Ice Phoenix Palace. He didn't waste too many words. Since Lunaria had already been to the sanctuary, albeit for a brief amount of time, she had roughly explained it to her mother. The same process repeated once more, but this time, the number of people had increased to over 100,000. Although the amount of pure-blooded phoenixes wasn't larger than a few thousand, the lesser phoenix variants were of a far greater number. The phoenix clans were prideful, but they were also benevolent to a fault. They didn't look down on those lesser phoenix variants but instead took them under their wings, because their pride also encompassed giving a home to those who had been born of their blood and lineage. By the time Damien was finished transporting the Ice Phoenix clan and their subsidiaries into the sanctuary, he was far more worn out than he was when he did the same with the White Dragon Grotto. If it wasn't for him replenishing his mana and stamina to their full capacity beforehand, it would have been impossible, and just like before, he found a beast tribe to slaughter for his nutrition. But the size and number were great enough to be called a clan at this point, and just like that, I've exterminated whole clans like it's nothing. I'm really becoming a monster, but for the sake of his goal, it was necessary. And when he considered that these clans would all be naturally exterminated as collateral of the battle to come, he no longer felt any remorse for his actions. Instead, he focused on recovering himself and returned to the Fire Phoenix clan's palace. It was taking too long to transport the two clans of the Endless Snow Mountain and recuperate from his fatigue. It had taken around 10 minutes, including the time he had spent already. He only had around 10 minutes left until his deadline. I'll be cutting it close. I know, I might not make it in time. He couldn't focus on it. He could only rush with everything he had to complete his task. If he focused on the deadline, the situation would feel too hopeless for him to stay as motivated as he was now, so he repeated the process. He transported the Fire Phoenix clan to the sanctuary and slaughtered another beast clan to sustain himself, but it wasn't enough. He traveled around the endless flame mountain for as long as he could within his time crunch and slaughtered multiple beast clans, using his void physique to stock the excess energy he gained instead of immediately using it to replenish himself. After all, from here on was where it got serious. The 3 clans he had taken in so far were large enough to be prominent even in the entire 3,000 beast mountain range, but when compared to the population of elves present under the World Tree, they were nothing. After all, while the numbers he had transported so far totaled around 300,000, the number of elves was well into the millions. Chapter 404 30 minutes. 4. Warp was truly a lifesaver of a skill. It was the skill that allowed him to return home after his years of suffering in the dungeon all those years ago, and it was the skill that was currently allowing him to overcome his predicament. He arrived at TC with only 5 minutes remaining of his time limit. And he knew for certain that he wasn't going to get any extension. There was a reason why Alaric told him to leave when 30 minutes struck exactly, but the elf clan was simpler to handle because of his seal. The queen, although unwillingly, had already subordinated herself to him. Therefore, he could expect smooth sailing when it came to their transport. When he arrived at the queen's villa, the sight of millions of elves crowded into the packed space appeared in front of his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such an unfathomable number of people in one place, but instead of adoring such grandiosity, his eyes went to the trunk of the massive world tree that towered over them. Signs of spatial fluctuation and cracking had already begun spreading on it. Queen, there are already others in the place I'm sending you to. They'll explain the situation. Judging by the size of TC, there should be more than enough space to accommodate everyone, but I still need you to keep order among them and make sure things don't go wrong. Although the queen didn't understand much of what was happening, she had no choice but to nod. While to Damien, having the ancestral seal was extremely convenient, it was an unfortunate day for the elves, because, unlike the others, they were given no explanation and no time. Their treatment was comparatively worse, even though their status as his subordinates was technically higher than that of the other 3 clans. Without any words, he transported the elf queen, her personal guard, and her family into the sanctuary. After that, he began with the rest of the elves. For minutes remained, thousands of elves disappeared every second, but when compared to the total number, it was nothing. Damien pushed his mana to its limits. Even with all the evolutions his Anunta matrix had gone through, it was being overloaded by his struggle. Devour activated subconsciously, forming a massive black hole behind his head that sucked the ambient mana and even vitality of the world tree into his body. At the same time, the essence he had saved in the void physique slowly permeated his body and healed it. His skin cracked and blood flowed out. His eyes went bloodshot, but he still gritted his teeth and continued. 3 minutes remained, thousands became tens of thousands. Within the minute, a third of the total elves in the area had been evacuated to the sanctuary. It isn't enough. I need to do more. If not, they'll die here, and I'll die with them. If I die, everyone in the sanctuary will be stranded without a way out, and they'll eventually die as well. The burden of responsibility on his shoulders felt especially heavy, but it was that same burden that allowed him to continue without care for his own condition. The blood leaking from his body pooled on the floor and formed a stream that ran through the streets of TC. And at the same time, the blood in his body began boiling. Since I'm inadvertently pulling vitality from the world tree, I should be able to do this much. Right? His blood vitality began burning at an astonishing rate to help cope with the burden he was carrying. When that happened, the numbers he could transport also vastly increased. 2 minutes remained, hundreds of thousands of elves were vanishing as the seconds passed. With the rate things were going now, it seemed he would complete his task on time. 1 minute remained. The millions that had once occupied the square had been whittled down until their number was countable. And finally, they all vanished into the sanctuary. With them gathered in a place where he was essentially God, he was finally able to understand their sheer number, 8 million. That was how many elves he had transported into the sanctuary over the span of 4 minutes, but in return, he was quite literally on the verge of death. It was worse than any near-death experience he had before this. And funnily enough, he had reached this state by his own hands. His skin was cracked like shattered glass and the blood pool beneath his feet had risen to the level where it submerged his ankles. His blood vitality was nearly exhausted. It was vitality that couldn't be replenished through normal means. In essence, he had sacrificed his own lifespan to finish his task. When he calculated it, he let out a dry chuckle. 5 years. My natural lifespan ends in 5 years. What a cruel fate, but he had prepared for it from the start. If it wasn't for the fact that the purest source of vitality existed in front of his eyes, he never said would have done such a thing. his figure flashed away, appearing at the trunk of the world tree. He put his hand on that trunk and said a single word: devour. It wasn't mana nor essence that he gained from the world tree. It was pure unbridled vitality. The vitality that had allowed this tree to live for over 100,000 years, the vitality that allowed it to survive a clash between demigods, that pure vitality spread through his body and invigorated his cells. The blood vitality he had lost previously was replenished slowly. 30 seconds remained until his time limit ended. From his calculations, he had only gained back about half the lifespan he had sacrificed, but even that added up to a few thousand years. Compared to other third-class existences, his vitality was far more substantial. 15 seconds remained. He leached as much vitality as he could as time ran out, even using his pseudo-domain to extend that minute past its capabilities. According to the mission he was given, he should be using this time to save more lives, but he wasn't so noble as to do that. He was nothing like Alaric, who had sacrificed his everything for the greater good. But perhaps it was due to their conflicting natures that he had so much respect for the senior. For a man who was able to be a hero, something he could never be, but a hero isn't the only thing that's needed in these trying times. Heroes will rise up to save the people, sure, but I won't be one of them. Instead, I'll be an executioner that slaughters everything in sight so that those heroes can do their jobs properly. 5 seconds remained of his deadline. He looked up at the world tree that was already manifesting signs of a portal. He looked at the 3,000 beast mountain range that held the most beautiful scenery he had seen in all his years of life, and he sighed, to all those souls who will be lost in the coming cataclysm. I hope you can find peace. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to provide you with safety. With a final bow towards the world tree and the mountain range that had provided him with so much, Damien vanished into the sanctuary. And the last thing he heard as he did so was the terror-inducing bellows of an unimaginable beast. Chapter 405 Heaven Shaking 1. The ambience of the 3,000 beast mountain range broke in an instant. A hole was shattered in the trunk of the world tree, and in its place stood a portal shining with black and white light. As if responding to the appearance of the portal, thunderous bellows rang out from a select few mountains. But even though the number of bellows was small, their volume was enough to shake the entire mountain range. Boom! At that moment, the endless snow and endless flame mountains burst into rubble. From their peaks all the way down to the foundation that rooted them to the ground, black tentacles sprung out and destroyed the land. The screams of those who lived on those mountains were drowned out by the sound of their destruction. Millions of tentacles sprung forth from the rubble of the mountains, clutching onto the ground around them and hoisting the body they were attached to out of the abyss that stood below, for massive black masses appeared not long after. Each one had hundreds of thousands of tentacles. Their appearances were grotesque, like a slime that was chimerid together with the body parts of various random beasts. They were the heaven-swallowing beasts that resided under the mountains, the ones Damien ran into when he first entered the endless snow mountain, and the ones thought to be the protectors of the mountain range, but their current actions were totally opposite of that role. Within the primordial undying realm, the various ritual sacrifices met their end, leading to the deaths of all remaining powers inside. And within the main realm, Hun Fong and Cheng Tan stood in front of a portal. Their gazes were filled with pity towards the geniuses left in the realm. But in the end, they simply shook their heads and walked through the portal. They had no other choice. Cheng Tan sighed inwardly. Even though the chance of it happening is negligible, I hope you can survive through this catastrophe. While they disappeared, the foundations of the primordial undying realm began to crumble. Kaka. The Nox demigod's uproarious laughter rang throughout. And the void in which he and Alaric had resided for 100,000 years was shattered. A wisp of black light exited through the portal in the world tree. It zipped through the 3,000 beast mountain range in an instant, arriving in front of the heaven-swallowing beasts and submerging within one of them. It was the Nox demigod's soul. After 100,000 years, his body had already been destroyed and refined into the secret realm. Just like Alaric, he was forced to take drastic measures, and what better measure was there than massive beasts who had power matching the caliber of his soul? If it wasn't for them, then the plan for his escape would have never been possible. After all, the body of a mortal could never house the soul of a demigod. Alaric watched it happen inside. Even if he had been preparing for this day to come, seeing so many beings sacrificed with only the slightest movements was still paining his heart, but 100,000 years was enough to wear down his chivalrous spirit. He saw the birth and death of so many beings, and his view on life and death as a whole had shifted, and so, he quickly removed the primordial undying tree from the secret realm and merged it back into his main body before the secret realm collapsed. the endless vitality of the world tree, or rather, the true primordial undying tree, seemed to have multiplied exponentially. Bang! 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 The land around the world tree was ripped asunder as roots thicker than airplanes emerged from the ground. The endless crown of the world tree also extended, those tens of thousands of branches elongating and becoming prepared for action, and as Alaric prepared, the Nox demigod wasn't staying still either. The four heaven-swallowing beasts' tentacles latched onto each other, merging into one. Their main bodies soon did the same. A creature that towered above even mountains appeared within a short amount of time, its grandiosity not in the least bit losing out to the world tree. On two sides of the 3,000 beast mountain range, two different colossuses radiating opposing auras stood facing each other. The sight could be seen regardless of where one was within the mountain range. Panic spread through the beings who were caught between these two beings. Chaos reigned as they attempted to flee for their lives, but where could they go? The 3,000 beast mountain range was sealed off from the outside world, which also took away any hope they could have had for surviving. This clashed. I have been waiting for it for too many years. The Nox demigod's voice pervaded the world. Just hearing it caused hundreds of thousands of weaker beasts to burst into blood mist, indeed. However, this time, I have the capital to battle you on equal grounds, Alaric responded. Although he was also using his true voice to speak, the damage to the surroundings had been consciously minimized by him as he spoke. As such, there were no unnecessary casualties. It was the most he could do for those poor mortals who were forced into extermination by his negligence. He spoke once more. Even after all these years, I still have not heard your name. Even though it didn't have a face, the form of the heaven-swallowing beast seemed to change to resemble something akin to a smirk. Those of our race who have reached my level have a rule. Our true names are only ever told to those who we share blood with, and those who we have sworn to kill, and I do not meet the latter requirement. Perhaps at one point, I resented you. However, old fool, haven't these years changed our perspectives? This fight may be inevitable, but my grudge against you has faded with the flow of time. Alaric inwardly gritted his teeth. Whether your grudge has faded or not, mine still remains. If it weren't for you, perhaps I would have been able to return to my family, perhaps I would have been able to live my life in an era where I was welcome. However, now I live in a world where I don't belong. A world where everyone I once knew would have died many generations ago. I did not bear this grudge when we first landed in our predicament, but it grew with time. It seems our perceptions of the time we spent trapped differ greatly. Kakakaka. This is why you lowly beings are looked down upon by our great race. To have such concern and attachment is nothing more than a burden. As long as you have power, nothing else matters. Old fool, you should understand my mind by now. Am I wrong? I have heard your pointless ramblings thousands of times already, but I will never understand the thought process of scum like you. Enough talking. Even if I die today, I will bring you down with me, Kakaka. I am looking forward to how you plan to do so. And the instant those words fell, it happened, a world-shattering clash that almost destroyed the mountain range in a single instant. Chapter 406 Heaven Shaking. 2. The roots of the world tree, which had been standing in place for over 100,000 years, had already spread throughout the entire 3,000 beast mountain range. Their true number was uncountable, and these exact roots had burst forth from the ground, swinging rapidly towards the millions of tentacles of the heaven-swallowing beast. The 20 mountains were raised in the clash. Most beasts living on the ground level of the mountain range had already been turned to ash. The clash lasted no more than an instant, not even enough time to be called a second, yet it still caused so much damage. But the battle wouldn't end in a single clash, nor were the two demigods willing to waste any more time talking. Millions of roots from all directions sprung into the air, painting the sky in a greenish-brown color. The aura of the world tree swelled as if it was about to burst, casting a great shadow on the world below. Undying spirit, after adapting to his new body, Alaric hadn't been wasting his time idly. He had created many techniques to match his new form and mana, since his old ones were almost all useless at this point. When he activated the Undying Spirit, the vitality spread across the 3,000 beast mountain range was withdrawn into the world tree. Instead of radiating freely, it encompasses the branches and roots that were used for attacks, becoming a strong armor that couldn't be penetrated by normal means. Those millions of roots covered the heavens as they plunged towards the heaven-swallowing beast. The Nox demigod covered his tentacles in inky black mana. Control and adaptation to his new body was the one disadvantage he had against Alaric, but in turn, he had a far greater mana supply due to having bided his time and power until this moment to strike. The fortified roots clashed with the mana-clad tentacles once again. Pieces of both materials were ripped apart and crashed into the ground below, creating massive craters. With every second that passed, thousands of clashes were exchanged between the two. Since their battle was taking place under so many constraints, they both were trying to end it as quickly as possible. The ambient mana in the environment was starting to get influenced by the clash between divinities. The environment itself seemed to match the disposition of these two beings. Perhaps it was only due to the fact that their current forms restricted them so much. They didn't have much movement capability, if any at all. If it wasn't for that, the battle wouldn't have been contained so well within the mountain range like this. The Nox demigod was truly annoyed by his circumstance. If it wasn't for being unable to fully control his new body, he would have already won this battle. But there was one thing he could use with confidence: swallow. The heavens. It was the bloodline talent of the heaven-swallowing beast, as well as its namesake. The grotesque slimy mass began swirling like a black hole. A powerful suction force emanated, tearing apart mountains and the world tree's roots as it swallowed everything in sight. TCH. Alaric scoffed inwardly. Heaven-swallowing beasts, they weren't exactly a species, but an overarching term for beasts that possessed the heaven-swallowing talent, and such a talent, it was one of the best even when the entire universe was taken into consideration. I cannot hold back and allow this battle to draw out. I will be at a disadvantage the more it does, not to mention, the myriad illusion veil will not be able to handle the stress. Primeval life gate, the trunk of the world tree split in two. From within the massive chasm that formed, a massive pearly white gate emerged. It was as if Alaric was inviting the Nox demigod to heaven, but it was more apt to compare the move itself to hell. When the gates opened, a sea of essence raged forth. Like a tsunami, that pure greenish-white divine essence flooded into the mountain range and encompassed everything. The vitality within was no longer something refreshing and pure as it was once before. The way it was being used now, it was a poison. The Nox demigod immediately stopped using his heaven-swallowing trait. Letting such vitality into his body was asking for a slow and painful death. Instead, his mana bathed half the 3,000 beast mountain range in blackness. Return to origin, WAP, whether it was the sea of essence, the world tree's roots, or the denizens remaining in the half of the mountain range around the Nox demigod, everything was banished to oblivion, as if they never existed in the first place. But the areas protected by Alaric's vitality and life essence were not affected by such erasure. Although a part of his corrupted vitality sea remained, it had been reduced to a point where the Nox demigod could deal with it, but the pearly white gates didn't vanish. Instead of corrupted vitality, they began to spew out something else entirely. Shining white beams of light emerged and stormed into the atmosphere like nuclear bombs. They rained down on the Nox demigod's blackness like divine judgment. Skree, the heaven-swallowing beast let out an inadvertent screech of pain. It was the first attack that had landed since their clash started. Those odd beams of light ignored all common sense. Even when they randomly impacted a portion of the blackness, the damage they wrought was transferred onto the body of the heaven-swallowing beast. You bastard, the Nox demigod roared. If it was any other attack, he wouldn't have been furious. But he recognized this one. This essence, it was infinitely similar to the essence that coated the arrows Alaric had struck him with all those years ago. No matter how much he spoke about not having attachments and being indifferent, those 100,000 years he spent sealed weren't something he enjoyed at all. The resentment he had burrowed in his heart so that he could proceed calmly with his plan of escape, it began bubbling up once more as Alaric provoked those old memories. Ha! It seems that even scum like you can make such an expression, Alaric scoffed. As he did so, he mobilized the roots of the world tree. Coating them in that same shining white essence, he ceaselessly let off attacks, and due to the unnatural property of that essence, he no longer had to aim for the Nox demigod's main body. The attacks landed anywhere. Even in areas behind the world tree that weren't anywhere close to the area of combat. But without fail, the damage caused by that white essence burned into the heaven-swallowing beast, causing its size to decrease drastically. You are already burning your lifespan to attack me, the Nox demigod shouted as he realized it. It was a truly reckless move, something he never expected that his old enemy would pull. After all, with his current power, it wasn't necessary to do so as it was in the past, but Alaric didn't mind the fact that his opponent figured out his trick. He was never planning to hide it in the first place. Did I not say it from the start? Even if I have to die today, I will make sure that you die with me. Chapter 407 Heaven Shaking. 3. Alaric's resolve wasn't anything new. It was the same resolve he had formed 100,000 years ago before his first clash with the Nox demigod. If anything, rather than fade with time, his determination grew as it festered for 100,000 years. In truth, his desire to live had weakened too much. At this point, death was his wish. Whenever he thought about living in this world where generations had passed and the era had changed, he couldn't find it in himself to live on. He knew nobody, he knew nothing. Although he was aware that another war with the Nox was on the horizon, he wanted to be selfish just this once. After living a life where he constantly sacrificed himself for others, he wanted to be allowed at least this much. So without hesitation, he burned his life and turned it into essence to promote his attacks to a whole new level. When compared to when a fourth class did the same thing, a demigod burning their life essence had a totally different meaning. After all, divinity wasn't just a status symbol or an increase in power. It was something far more profound and qualitative than that. To burn his life meant to burn his divinity, his laws, everything that made up the being that was Alaric Alfheim. Those shining white beams continued to rain down from the heavens. The pearly white gates summoned through the trunk of the world tree rose into the sky and flew at the heaven-swallowing beast, becoming an attack of his own. Before the Nox demigod could start burning his own life essence to compete, he had to end the fight. That was what Alaric was thinking as he moved with fervor. Soul banishment, a new property was added into the light beams that were raining from the sky. With every successful hit, the Nox demigod's divine soul was directly scorched. The bellows of the heaven-swallowing beasts became even more ferocious. Half of the 3,000 beast mountain range was turned into a massive chasm that led thousands of kilometers into the ground by the sheer amount of mana radiating from his voice. But with the current assault, the Nox demigod couldn't do anything else to fight back. He had been too disadvantaged from the start. And there was a reason for it. These 100,000 years, Alaric had been constantly using his power to maintain the primordial undying realm and feed the subtree within it. At the same time, he had to use another portion of his power to reinforce the seal that kept the Nox demigod trapped. With this much wastage of divine power, it wasn't an uninformed guess on the Nox demigod's part that Alaric was weakening with time, but there was one thing he miscalculated. Due to the events that led to his sealing, the Nox demigod had never become aware of Alaric's true body. That is, he didn't know that his opponent had become one with the world tree. He assumed that Alaric was still in soul form just like he was. And that the subtree was something he created using his divine essence as a medium. He had no way of guessing that the subtree was a legitimate portion of Alaric's body. Alaric had taken special care to make sure the Nox demigod couldn't peer too much into the outside world for that exact purpose, so while Alaric had indeed spent 100,000 years wasting his power, he had also been cultivating with his main body without the Nox demigod's knowledge. And with the body of a world tree that had evolved past its limits as a world tree, Alaric had actually gained more than he had lost. In the end, the Nox demigod's oversight had led to the current situation, and of course, it was always something Alaric had been planning for. He was the one who kept the Nox demigod on a leash all these years. He was the one who watched the 3,000 beast mountain range from around his body. He was the one who chose whether or not the Nox demigod could peer into the outside world. If it wasn't for his consent, how could his enemy ever learn about the heaven-swallowing beasts he could use as a body? Alaric's kind heart had been tainted by the years, leading him to see the sacrifices of those who would die in this clash as a speck of dust in the vaster universe. But his original chivalrous spirit never disappeared, or at least, that was what he liked to tell himself. Perhaps, the reality of the situation was that he just wanted revenge on the man who was left him in such a sorry state. Revenge on the one who had caused him to die a dog's death the first time, but regardless of what his true motive ended up being, the task he had to complete remained the same: the world tree's crown shattered. The hundreds of thousands of branches and millions of leaves that made it up flew into the air as if they had wills of their own. Soon, those shining white beams of light impacted them heavily. A massive explosion rang out, ripping a gash in space that was thousands of kilometers wide. But instead of being harmed, the aura of those branches became ferocious. Time flows on like an unending dream, accompanying his inward chant, a formless essence wrapped around the branches, causing them to go through myriad changes in an instant. The youngest branches became more robust and reached their prime, while the older and more withered ones regressed to the same state. It was a truly masterful showing of time laws that Damien would have killed to see. After his preparations were done, Alaric moved the flying branches to form a massive chain seal in the sky. It exudes an aura of ancient profundity, as if it was something the mortal world didn't deserve to witness. Burn my divinity, burn my soul. For the price of my life, eliminate the one I recognize as my greatest enemy. the chain seal spun rapidly. The vitality emanating from the world tree started to dwindle at a shocking pace. What is that? The Nox demigod panicked. He had never seen something like the seal in the sky before. And from it, he could sense an aura of inescapable death. This is the ultimate technique of our elf clan. Regardless of where in the universe the elves are located, they will all learn this technique as they ascend to divinity. I shall allow you to witness the wrath of the world tree. The spinning chain seal moved so fast that even with the demigod's vision, it looked like it wasn't moving at all. Space ruptured around it and formed an ever-increasing void. The winds whipped and whistled, and a shining white light began to cover everything in the 3000 Beast Mountain range. Bastard! How dare you use such a cheap trick to kill me? I refuse to accept it, the Nox demigod furiously yelled. Using the time when Alaric was focused on enacting his seal, he put everything he had into burning his divinity. The heaven-swallowing talent activated, sucking in all the mana and law essence in the atmosphere and creating a void space around him. The only mana left in the area was what was already inside his body, and after he completed that, the Nox demigod began to forcefully change the shape of the heaven-swallowing beast's body. The form of a colossus began to take shape. Humanoid arms and legs formed at a rapid pace, even before the appendages could fully form. The Nox demigod pushed his divine power into them and launched desperate attacks at Alaric. Boom! 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 Those attacks ignored the concept of distance and punctured through the coagulation of essence that was taking place around the world tree. They landed on the world tree itself in an instant, rupturing its trunk and causing massive splinters to shower the environment, but Alaric paid it no attention. He was already in the process of sacrificing his life, so what did it matter if his body was being destroyed? The remaining vitality of the world tree was moved to protect Alaric's soul as he worked instead. The trunk of the world tree was shredded down within seconds, becoming nothing like the grandiose appearance it once held. If it was any other time, the Nox demigod's win would have been imminent. However, it is already too late. Alaric's voice came from the void. He spoke through the mana in the air, as the only form he had left was his soul. The light that was gathering through the chain seal spread to cover everything, whether it was the remains of the endless snow mountain in the north, or the desolate mountain in the south. It was all covered by the shining light, to the point where the massive Gashian space that eclipsed the entire mountain range was hidden within. Old fool! Even if I die like this, the universe will belong to our glorious race. Kaka. The Nox demigod roared madly. Seeing the light that had already covered and started burning his body and soul, he readily accepted his death. He wanted to say something grander, about how he would take Alaric to death with him, but since Alaric had been aiming for that since the start, he had no way to save face in this situation. But he wasn't angry. He wanted to witness the day when the Nox ruled over everything, but he knew that day wasn't something he could ever see, so he dreamed it instead. He put his desires into his voice and projected them into the heavens, and then, the second all things were covered in that holy light, it vanished without a trace, along with everything that was present within. Cold and silent, like the endless fury of the elf who had cast it, 408 settling down. 1. Unlike the scene in the 3000 Beast Mountain range, the sanctuary was enveloped in a completely different kind of chaos. Order. Everyone make space, don't clutter around together. There's plenty of space for all of you, so spread out and get comfortable. The shouts of those who were trying to maintain some sense of decorum rang out loudly, but the chaos didn't cease with just that. Millions of elves, hundreds of thousands of phoenixes, and tens of thousands of dragonkin now populated an area that used to have only a few tens of people within it at most, and even though they weren't getting violent, it was only natural for them to be filled with unease after being transported to a completely different world with no knowledge of what was happening at all. The elf queen sighed as she watched the ensuing chaos. Next to her was the White Dragon King and the two Phoenix matriarchs. So what you're saying is, the entire mountain range is currently being destroyed in a clash between divinities, and that boy somehow became the sole savior of all four of our races. Even as the words came out of her mouth, she couldn't fathom them at all. But seeing the scene around her, she couldn't help but admit that the boy who had become her lord was more than just a little capable, although we've been told the same information as you. None of us have seen with our own eyes what is happening, nor do we know the story behind it. The White Dragon King responded, Indeed. Even our daughters have only been informed of the situation by that boy. But it seems Chinger trusts him with her life, so I have no reason to doubt the authenticity of his words. It's just that. They are children, after all. Saying the entire mountain range will be exterminated must be an exaggeration. The Fire Phoenix matriarch added, exaggeration? A new voice joined their conversation. Behind them, a haggard Damien appeared from thin air. Even what I've said must be an understatement. Although I can't understand the power of demigods at all, I at least know that they far eclipse the likes of you and me. Plus, neither of those two will be affected by the mountain range's natural suppression. I can only imagine the destruction they've wrought. Although he was speaking to the four leaders, he was mainly talking to himself. He was truly worried about the situation outside. A single swipe of that Nox demigod's hand had been able to obliterate an area the size of America in the past. He knew from Alaric that the demigod would have at most 50% of his power upon escaping, but even that was enough to wreak havoc on the cloud plane. Can the myriad illusion veil hold out? If it doesn't, he didn't want to imagine the possibility. I need to find a way to view the outside world from in here. Otherwise, situations like this where the dangers of the outside world are unknown will repeat themselves. Damien was the sole tether of the sanctuary to the real plane. This had many benefits, but it came with just as many drawbacks. For instance, his death meant that everyone within the sanctuary would be stranded here forever, unable to leave regardless of their power level. And in the same vein, they could only leave the sanctuary if he left first and opened the way for them. This was the main problem now that he had so many people living in his personal realm. His life now carried far more value than it ever had before. How can you be so certain about what you've told us? The Elf Queen questioned. Of the four, she was the most doubtful, but it couldn't be helped. She was also the only one of them that had no prior relationship or connection with Damien at all. Damien looked at her for a moment, scanning her from head to toe. Although her aura was gentle, her demeanor wasn't the same at all, but then again, this is the kind of demeanor a ruler should have. I have appeared out of nowhere and become the highest authority of the elven race, a position that she used to hold. It'd be weirder if she automatically submitted like Elytra did, I understand. Although my authority is absolute, ruling through force has never been a good long-term solution. What are you? The Elf Queen started. But Damien didn't let her finish. Words are useless at this point, so there's no need for more conversation. It's best if I show you, only then will you believe me fully. Perhaps you are still thinking of leaving the sanctuary and repopulating the mountain range once things settle down, but I guarantee that possibility doesn't exist. Anyway, let us first calm the people and settle them in their temporary lodgings. After that, we can go see the situation on the outside. Damien was using his own fights as a measurement. Usually, the fights would only last for a couple of minutes before they ended, with the maximum time being around half an hour. Of course, this was only in relation to when he was fighting a single opponent. A battle between demigods should be far faster than anything I can do, but it's better to be safe. I'll give it half an hour before I go out. Damien teleported away to one of his secluded spaces. Out of curiosity, he opened a small crack to the outside world. Boom! The secluded space was instantly shattered. A wisp of divine essence had entered through the crack he made, collapsing the structure of the space at its very root. Shit, Damien immediately teleported into a different subspace. If it wasn't for his literal instant movement within the sanctuary, he would have died in that explosion as well. Fucking hell. Demigods are divinities after all. I can't believe that even after all the overestimating I tried to do, I was still underestimating them. Luckily, he had chosen an empty subspace that wasn't connected to the main realm to do his experiment, otherwise, he might have accidentally killed everyone he had tried so hard to save. Right, half an hour should be fine. No, let's wait a whole hour. A day. An entire day should be more than enough time to guarantee our safety. Damien sighed and returned to the main realm. There, the four leaders were giving a joint speech to quell the unrest within their people. He nodded lightly. The sanctuary has always been massive. Not to mention a few million. Even a few tens or maybe even 100 million could fit here. The four clans should live in harmony from now on. Unless the Fire Nation attacks. Damien snorted inwardly before quickly looking around and sighing in relief. It was a good thing that nobody was around to see his mildly embarrassing display. Anyway, building residences needs materials, and I need livestock as well for food. I know damn well these dragons have no plans of being vegetarians, but the sanctuary can't create life, so I'll have to outsource. How burdensome. Damien rubbed his forehead. The more he thought about it, the more tasks he found that needed to be done in order to properly accommodate such a vast population of people. I can leave the authoritative tasks to the leaders that already exist, and Lucius can help with the more troublesome things. I just need them to give me a list of things I, as the one who will be living in the outside world, am specifically needed for. Damien nodded to himself. There was no need to do all the bothersome tasks himself when he had so many capable people around who could help him with them. Instead, he had another plan, one that, in his opinion, took precedence over all else. Now, I finally have time for a touching reunion with my Ruyue. For 09 settling down, too, whoosh, a light breeze flowed through the air, causing the field of grass that grew below to rustle and fill the otherwise silent atmosphere. It was cold, but not to the point where it was freezing. In fact, this level of cold only made the night sky above feel even more beautiful. A glistening moon hung in the sky, surrounded by a field of stars. An assortment of various colors decorated those stars as well as they swirled around and formed constellations in the shape of galaxies. In the middle of the calm and breathtaking scenery stood a man. His hair was so black that it almost blended with the night sky, streaks of silver running through it and being highlighted by the light of the moon. His face was sharp, but as his eyes gazed upon that very sky, his aura calmed and merged with the space around him. Such was the scene that Ruyue suddenly found herself transported into. It's too unfair, she lamented inwardly. When such a man and such a scene were combined and presented in front of her like this, how was it possible for her heart to stay still? She found herself in a trance watching his back. They stayed like this for a few minutes before Damien turned around as if he had only just noticed her presence. How is it? He asked softly. His gentle eyes seemed to pierce directly into her heart. Ruyue smiled. Although you made me wait too long for this day, I'll forgive you because of this. Ah, how can this be? After all this work, I won't get rewarded at all? Damien replied, walking towards Ruyue. Ruyue glanced at him sideways. And how did you want to be rewarded? How? Aren't you the one rewarding me? It would feel much more sincere if you decided for yourself. Ruyue rubbed her chin as if she was deep in thought. You see, I am just the shunned daughter of a major clan. The only thing I can give you is a load of problems? A mere major clan, how can they compare to me? Can you back up those words? Of course I can. What, you don't believe me? Ruyue shook her head. Believe? Of course I believe you. However, the problems of such a clan can hardly be considered a reward. Don't you think? Damien nodded as well. You're right. If so many problems are going to be put on my plate, don't you think I should get an even greater reward? He arrived in front of her. Ruyue was tall for a woman, so even at such a close distance, Damien didn't have to look down too far to meet her eyes. Looking into those mystical eyes that were only inches away from her, Ruyue's breath quickened. My money is borrowed from my master, my status has been revoked, and I don't have treasures to give at all. What kind of great reward are you expecting from me? Damien furrowed his brows and spoke seriously. Since you can't provide me an adequate reward, I guess I'll have to keep you by my side until you can properly compensate me. And if that day never comes, then it can't be helped. I guess I'll just have to keep you by my side for eternity. If it's like that, then I'll have to make sure that my debt to you is never paid off. Ruyue muttered under her breath, is that so? Damien smiled. He couldn't help but find their conversation a little tacky. Between the two of them, there was no need to confirm their feelings or their relationship. The boundary between friends, or the boundary between senior sister and junior brother, they had all been crossed by the two long ago. This conversation, he couldn't see it as anything other than them teasing each other. But it was still nice in its own way. Besides, seeing the rising blush on Ruyue's face, and the way her breath quickened when he leaned in closer to her, there were scenes he couldn't get enough of. Now that I look so closely, you really are a beauty, senior sister, Damien said slyly. And you didn't notice before? Silly junior brother, don't you know how many men are pursuing this senior sister of yours? Ruyue replied haughtily, what pitiful men. I must offer them my condolences when I see them. Damien sighed, and why is that? Ruyue said softly. Damien leaned in closer. His nose brushed against hers. Of course, it's because I've already claimed this senior sister of mine as my own. He closed the final gap between them, pressing his lips against hers. Ruyue didn't reject at all, snaking her hands around his neck and pulling him closer. Their tongues intertwined and their breaths became one. Their lips didn't part until they were both short of breath. Damien wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned backward, gently falling into the bed of flowers that they were standing on. And in the same motion, Ruyue fell cleanly on his chest. Under the light of the brilliant moon and stars, the two embraced each other tightly, refusing to let go. The missing sentiments of a year of parting were poured out in whole. Ruyue, Damien said between breaths. He was trying hard to control his urges. This moment. It was better to keep it romantic, instead of polluting the current blissful atmosphere with desire. Ruyue responded lightly. Her eyes were half open as she leaned on his chest. Being embraced like this, being surrounded by Damien's unique scent, if it was up to her, she would choose to stay like this until the ends of time. Isn't it funny? Damien continued. When we first met, we were always at each other's throats. I never would have thought things would end up like this. His eyes glazed over as he thought of those memories from when he first arrived at the cloud plane. Ruyue smiled as well. Indeed, I would have never expected things to be like this. Did you know how annoyed I was? Junior brother? When you appeared out of nowhere and ruined my peaceful life, I truly wanted to skin you alive. She giggled lightly when she thought of how immature she used to be. In but a year and a half, she had changed far more than she had in the years she had lived before that. And it was largely in part to the man in front of her. She once again found herself feeling incredibly thankful for his presence. Ruined? Damien said in a pitiful voice. How could you be so harsh? Hee. If you want me to stop, then stop me. And how do you think I should stop you? That answer. Don't you know it yourself? Ruyue lifted her head off his chest and once again planted her lips onto his. Actually, it was the first time in her life that she had ever initiated a kiss. Well, considering that her first ever kiss was when Damien first took her into the sanctuary, that much was obvious. But despite being inexperienced, Ruyue was like a student eager to learn everything she could. So until the proud moon in the sky set and was replaced by the burning sunlight, she made sure to have Damien tutor her until her inexperience faded altogether. 410 settling down. 3. Damien opened his eyes groggily. Unexpectedly, he had fallen asleep after he and Ruyue finished pouring out their longing for each other, but it couldn't be helped. Even if he had used Devour to replenish himself. Endlessly using warp in his incomplete time pseudo-domain while also teleporting millions of people into the sanctuary, all within a time limit of 30 minutes, just thinking about it made his head hurt. Of course the fatigue he accumulated would be unimaginable. As he came back to his senses, he noticed a weight on his chest. There, he saw the picture of a peacefully sleeping Ruyue. If this isn't a true representation of the phrase sleeping beauty, then I don't know what is. He muttered to himself as he gently brushed his hand through her hair. Ruyue mumbled in her sleep. Her arms embraced him even tighter as she dug her face into his neck. Damien almost failed to suppress his laughter. Ah, what a deep sleeper. What to do? Although I have a great deal of things to do today, I guess letting this senior sister of mine get her beauty rest comes first. He relaxed his body and stared into the sky. The feeling of his hand moving through her hair, combined with the peace he felt now, it was especially comforting. The battle outside has most likely ended already. I need to take the clan leaders out to view the situation. On top of that, I should introduce Ruyue to Lily and May, and also get a general understanding of the situation that the four clans are in after settling down. The mundane tasks he had to do made him feel like he had become some kind of leader. He didn't want that position at all, the responsibility that came with being a leader. Although he was confident in handling it, he had no desire to do so. From the start, his goal had been to be free and unfettered. It was the lifestyle he strived to live. At most, he was willing to be a spiritual pillar for people he was affiliated with, but even that was a role he couldn't fulfill. After all, spiritual pillars were heroes who would pull off miracles whenever times of trouble descended. And he was never someone who could do that. Even this time in the 3000 Beast Mountain range, he had just been a side character in the struggles that had been taking place before he ever arrived. With the way Qing Tan and Han Fong had established themselves in the 3000 Beast record, it was clear that the Nox had been planning to rescue their demigod from the primordial undying realm for many years. Many corrupted forces were probably created for the Nox to use while they waited, but even without Damien, Alaric would have foiled these plans on his own. His own plans ran far deeper than the Nox's did. even if his motive wasn't as grand. In the grand scheme of things, Damien's presence only served to save a few more people who would have died in the clash. That was it, but on a more personal level, he had gained so much that he felt his trip to the 3000 Beast Mountain range was the most fortuitous opportunity he had ever received. He almost felt like thanking the assassins from the Eclipsing Shadow sect for forcing him into such a situation. Damn, with everything going on, I almost forgot about those bastards. I should take some time to once again familiarize myself with what was happening in the outside world before I came here. Damien sunk into his thoughts. The Eclipsing Shadow sect, the Void Heartsword Law, Celestial Star Palace, and most of all, the Empyrean Dragon Realm. I totally forgot about that. How troublesome, as he was now, he had no desire to go on another secret realm expedition. The one he had just come out of was more than enough, and he didn't really lack anything at the moment either. The treasures of a true demigod like the primordial undying tree were far more appealing than those of a dead sect, but I still have to go. Rose and Elena should be heading there. That's really the only reason to go, albeit an important one. Alright, I remember Tian Yang saying that the Empyrean Dragon sect was at the direct center of the Cloud Plane as a whole. That could be useful. When it came to his adventures on the Cloud Plane, there was one more thing he needed to do. And that was, of course, to bind this world and make it his own. Being in the direct center of the world would definitely give him a higher chance of contacting the world core. He couldn't simply mine to where the core itself resided like what happened on Earth. Would the world core accept me? A world with as much history as the Cloud Plane will definitely have a sentient world core with far more intelligence than Earth's. Nah, it should be fine. With the current state of the universe, being bound to me is in the world core's best interests. Damien sighed in exasperation. Still, I hope the Empyrean Dragon Realm isn't open for as long as the primordial Undying Realm was. I have no interest in wasting a year of my life in a place where I can't gain anything. In the end, he shook his head. If worst comes to worst, warp can even transport me across worlds, so leaving a mere secret realm shouldn't be impossible. As long as Rose and Elena gain what they need first, I can come and go as I please. As he thought of them more, his heart couldn't help but get excited. He had grown so much as a person from the time when they separated to now. He couldn't wait to proudly embrace the two of them and show them that he was now a man deserving of their love, and realizing that the moment when he could do that wasn't out of reach now, a smile bloomed on his face. A soft mutter reverberated through his neck. He could feel Ruyue's lips pressing against him and climbing up his neck to meet his own. "You're awake?" he asked gently. Just woke," she replied groggily. She finally reached her destination, giving him a short good morning kiss, for someone who only learned how to kiss properly last night. "You sure are in love with the act of doing it," Damien teased. Ruyue gently banged her fist against his chest. "How can I help it when the first thing I see in the morning is the handsome face of my Ruyue's man?" "You're practically begging for it," Damien chuckled. All right. It's my fault for making my dear Ruyue crave me so much. But right now, it's time to wake up. After all, I have a present for you." "A present?" Ruyue's ears perked up. But in the next second, she couldn't help feeling ashamed. "But I didn't prepare anything in return," Damien flicked her forehead lightly. "Stupid, how would it be a present if I asked you for something in return? Now, wake up properly and come with me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." He stood up and held Ruyue in a princess carry. In the next second, the two vanished, leaving only the peaceful scenery of a bed of flowers beneath the shining sun in their wake. 411 Settling down, let's go. When Damien and Ruyue reappeared, they were met with the excited screams of two children. "What is?" And immediately after that, the reason for those screams entered their eyes. Damien could hardly believe what he was seeing. In the portion of the sanctuary that was sectioned off for little Shui to use, the amount of free space remaining had been reduced to nothing. That entire space was now filled with what could only be called the greatest slide a child could ever imagine. It was made of ice so crystalline that it looked like it would shatter with a single touch, winding in loops and other patterns that would normally spell out instant death for anyone who rid the slide, but such a situation didn't occur at all. Wah! Another scream rang out. When Damien looked over, he saw Shui upside down, halfway through a loop in the slide. Around her, an assortment of giggling spirits were manipulating the wind so that she wouldn't fall off the slide. Not far from her, the same situation was taking place for Lily and May, who had split their body and were manifested together at the same time. What kind of madman put the idea for this thing inside those kids' heads? Damien wondered out loud. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The scene of these girls arguing and fighting didn't appear in front of his eyes as he expected it to, which was a good thing. But at the same time, what they were doing was way too dangerous for him to condone. But when he moved to bring them down and give them a good scolding, Ryue held his arm and stopped them. Idiot, can't you see how much fun they're having? Let them be, eh? Even if they're having fun, I can't allow them to think that being this reckless is something good. Of course you should teach them that, but isn't it fine? From what I can see, their safety is guaranteed. Ryue pointed towards a separate direction, where two people were watching the girls play. It was Elytra and the maid that usually stayed by the Demon King Lucia's side, Damien's side. Well, if they have a fourth class watching over them, I guess I can't complain much. Still, though, this kind of thing, it was unbelievable. Putting aside his concern for their safety, just the fact that the three girls had made something like this was insane. The structure of the slide was so intricately made that it didn't seem like the work of a 10-year-old. But considering that Lily and May were ice spirits, and that their true age was far greater than just a mere 10 years old, he could somewhat accept their masterful usage of their abilities, but Schwer was another matter altogether. That girl had no training to speak of, only the wild imagination of a child. Yet, the little spirits around her were listening to her like docile puppies and executing whatever her imagination could think of. Did I accidentally pick up a gem? He should have realized it when she was using elemental spirits to boost her speed to jump at him months ago. Even that much was insane considering her circumstances. But such a grand showing really cemented the idea in his mind. Damien opened his eyes wide. All-seeing eyes have been activated. An unexpected system message appeared. And along with it, status, Schwer, human, female age 7, level 1, classless, titles, friend of spirits. Affinities, spirit. His eyes widened in shock. Although he had somewhat glimpsed this ability before he entered the secret realm, he never thought he'd unlock it so fast. Her experience value is missing, and I can't see her stats, skills, or traits, but considering that most people can't see anything at all, this is insane. But ignoring that, the fact that Schwer had a unique affinity and had also gained a title at such a young age was just as insane. Damn, seeing this makes me want to train her. She would be an unprecedented genius if I did. But that can wait. There's no need to thrust a 7-year-old child into a world of blood. Damien shook his head. Seeing the improvement in his all-seeing eyes had made him curious about his own status as well. And he just so happened to have some time while he waited for the girls to finish playing. It's been so long since I've seen it, I can't help but get excited. Status, Damien Void, human dragon / male age 24, level 183, celestial, experience value, 230,000/275,000, titles, bearer of the void physique, evolver, affinities, space, time, the physique, void physique, magic power, 50,000, STR, 1500, AGI, 1450, diff, 1470, anti, 1400, DX, 1450, skills. Dimensional magic level 4, time magic level 1, transcendent regeneration level 1, void art level 6, devour level 6, awareness, celestial authority, traits, all-seeing eyes level 6. Dragon's Breath, Ananta Matrix, Storm, Void Essence, Void Flames, Dragon Transformation, Demon Transformation, Heal. Wow, his stats had increased by more than 1,000 points since the last time he had seen them. His mana capacity was even more blown out of proportion. They were numbers that he could hardly believe. It must be the boost from the primordial undying fruit. There's no way that such an increase is natural, though a portion of it definitely is. Come to think of it, without this much mana it would have been impossible for me to transport everyone into the sanctuary even if I sacrificed my blood vitality to do so, so I guess it makes sense, other than his stats. His skills had also changed a great deal. All his existing skills had leveled up, and there were a few new ones as well. Not to mention, some of his old skills were missing, or rather, they'd been absorbed into my existing skills. It's like my skill list has been cleaned up. Warp getting absorbed into dimensional magic seemed natural, since the nature of dimensional magic also encompassed something like warp. Since he could still use that skill, he knew that it hadn't disappeared. The rest must have been the same. The trait from the Goblin King is also missing. That one, I don't think it's the same situation as my skills, the Goblin King's absorption and reflection trait. Although it was useful, That was only if he was fighting enemies weaker than himself. In his hands, it had never gotten a chance to shine. How it disappeared wasn't something he understood, but if he had to guess, then it must have had something to do with his void essence and Alaric's divine power restructuring his body. The main function of the primordial undying fruit that he had been looking forward to was purification. His body had been purified of any unnecessary or wasteful parts, and that trait was most likely a part of it. My bloodlines have also been completely purified. The demon bloodline is also shown on my status, albeit as question marks. Which means that it definitely isn't a bloodline from the Nox. Damien sighed. The purification of his bloodlines was obviously something that benefited him immensely. It was just, I'll miss my wolf bloodline, it was his roots. The very first mutation he had undergone was by a wolf, and it was his wolf bloodline that allowed him and Zara to get along so easily when they first met. Feeling, or rather, not feeling its presence in his body made him feel somewhat empty, but change was a good thing, and it wasn't something he'd find fault in. It was just him getting sentimental for no reason, other than what he had already gone over. There were two more new things in his status that interested him, and they both seemed to have the same origin. Transcendent Regeneration and Heal, 412. Settling down, 5, after telling Ruyue that he'd be back soon, Damien left the area. He wanted to try something that he couldn't show to others lest he caused them to panic. Transcendent Regeneration, he had an idea of what it could do. It was an evolution that he had been waiting for eagerly for a very long time. His regeneration had been stuck at high level without evolving ever since his days in the dungeon. When Damien got to his personal practice area, he didn't waste any time. First, he turned his finger into a claw using dragon transformation and made a slit on his wrist. It healed instantly, by the time his claw went from one side of his wrist to the other. The wound had already closed. Damn. That's amazing. He took his experiment further. His first success had truly emboldened him. From cutting his wrist, his next move was to cut off an entire finger, and as he expected, a new finger regenerated in its place within 30 seconds. Good. Good. This is how it should be. Now then, should I move into the real test? Damien's eyes shone with a light of mania. Mana coated his hand and turned into a spatial blade. Shing, thump, it cut cleanly through his flesh. His left arm fell to the floor as it was severed from his body. Hiss. Damien sharply inhaled as he dealt with the pain. But even as he did so, his regeneration kicked in. The clean wound he created made it even easier to heal. Starting from the bone, his arm began to regenerate until half an hour later, a completely new arm was formed in place of the one that was severed. Ha ha. Damien laughed victoriously. He was slowly becoming an unkillable zombie that could regenerate from even a single drop of blood. It was perfect. Devour was an ability that could take care of his stamina, and Transcendent Regeneration would make it so that his wounds would never accumulate. If Damien was ever put into a battle where he was one against many, he was guaranteed to be an unstoppable killing machine. It almost made him look forward to war. But when he recalled the harrowing 10 years he had lived in Alaric's body during the First War, his excitement died down. All right. Transcendent Regeneration is a truly life-saving skill. Now, all I need to test is Heal. Heal was the most unexpected thing in his status. From the start, gaining a trait from the primordial undying tree never crossed his mind, but a heal seems to be something that I can use on others rather than myself, since Transcendent Regeneration takes care of my own healing. Does it have any other effects besides just being a regular healing skill? Calling a healing skill passed to him by a tree with heavenly vitality regular was a huge understatement, but Damien never took healers seriously since he had always been able to do so without outside help. But he could see the uses of a healing skill. Diseases, injuries, if his comrades ever suffered, he would be able to take care of them, but he had Elena whose elemental affinities were for life and light. She was a born healer even though her preference was being a fighter. His heal trait would only be necessary when she wasn't around, but he activated it anyway. Since it was, after all, a gift from Alaric that he definitely wouldn't have gained without Alaric's intention, it had to be something good. A green aura filled with vitality surrounded Damien. Just like the World Tree in the 3000 Beast Mountain range, his vitality spread into the environment and nourished everything around him. Oh, I see how it is, Damien muttered. This skill was far greater than he gave it credit for. Damien's blood began to boil. His mana raged with more strength than he could handle as he sacrificed his blood vitality to strengthen it. but at the same rate as it was being sacrificed, it was replenished by the heal trait that Damien currently had active. This is broken. Too broken. Damien shook his head inwardly. Alaric was too generous to him as always. With this much help from you, it's impossible for me to shirk the responsibility you gave me no matter how much I want to. Very well, so be it. Damien stopped burning his vitality and cancelled the heal trait. For now, his preliminary understanding of it was enough to get by. When he had more time in the future, he could properly explore it, but now wasn't the time for that. He teleported back to Ruyue and the girls. It seems things were settled when I was gone. He commented. The first thing he saw when he arrived was Lily and May in Ruyue's arms. Big brother, I wanted too. And the second thing he saw was a small black object hurling towards him at light speed. Using vector control to slow her down, he scooped Schwer into his arms as well. See, Big brother likes me better. Schwer snorted while hugging him. Her gaze was locked on Lily and May. No fair. You cheated. May yelled back, that's right. We were already with Big Sister. So it doesn't count. Lily agreed. Humph. Schwer responded haughtily. Damien could have sworn he saw sparks fly in the air between the girls as they argued. Ruyue looked at him helplessly, causing him to smile. Little Schwer, have you been introduced to everyone yet? He asked. Schwer nodded excitedly. Lily and May are weird, but also fun. Also, there's a beautiful big sister. Big brother, where did you meet her? Little Schwer, if she is your big sister, then who do you think she is to your big brother? He teased. Schwer tilted her head. Your wife, that's right. Damien grinned. Our little Schwer is the smartest, After appeasing Schwer, Damien sent a sound transmission to Ruyue. So? What do you think of them? Ruyue looked at Lily and May. It's interesting. Even though we're meeting for the first time, it feels like I'm meeting my own kin. Damien nodded. It's only natural. Although they were born into the ice spirit tribe, it's more apt to call them an elemental spirit. Elemental spirit? Ruyue's eyes widened in shock. So when you said you had a gift for me, you meant, of course, I got you two cute little sisters. Damien joked. Ruyue giggled. Well, to say I'm not satisfied would be a lie. They are indeed cute little sisters that I want to dote on all day. But, why are they like that? Ruyue was obviously talking about the fact that there were two of them residing in the same body. It was natural for anyone to be curious when they met the girls. Even Schwer was curious about their abnormality. The story is a bit complicated, so I'll explain it all to you later. For now, just know that they have a special body constitution. Ruyue nodded. It was the most logical reason why such a thing would happen. As for the story behind it, although she was curious, she knew how much Damien had to do at the moment. If she really wanted to know, she could hear it directly from Lily and May when the girls were ready to share. Damien also nodded in satisfaction. Since Ruyue and the girls got along so well that Lily and May didn't want to leave her arms, it meant that having them form a contract wouldn't be difficult at all. So now, all they had to do was go through the process. For 13 settling down, 6, the process of forming a contract was relatively simple. It was similar to how Damien and Zara had formed their contract back in the dungeon, and since Ruyue and the Lily/May duo were both more than willing to form said contract, it was even easier. Only a few minutes after Damien proposed the idea to them, they had successfully completed the process. Lily and May's body became incorporeal and shot into the space between Ruyue's eyebrows. Wow, to think there was such a thing. Ruyue exclaimed. She could clearly feel the girl's presence in her mind space. Even I didn't know things would turn out like that. It must be something specific to spirit contracts. Damien commented. As he thought about it, his mind drifted towards Zara. That girl had been slumbering in his shadow ever since she ate the death seed over a year ago. He was already worried about her, but he couldn't act on that worry since all signs pointed to her being fine. It was just a matter of when she would wake up, and that wasn't something he could interfere with regardless of how worried he was. Let's stop thinking about it. It should be about time to go and see for ourselves the state of the 3000 Beast Mountain range. After giving his goodbyes to Ruyue and the girls, Damien flashed away, appearing in front of the 4 clan leaders, who had been in the middle of a discussion. Are you all ready? He asked. He didn't have any interest in what they were talking about. If it concerned him, he trusted they would tell him about it. The clan leader's eyes hardened when they heard his question. They nodded their heads in unison and stood up. It is time to verify the absurd things you've told us thus far. The Elf Queen replied. Damien nodded. He didn't mind her aloof attitude. In fact, it made him feel better that he had to earn her trust and loyalty rather than just having it from the start. Without any more words, he opened a portal back to the real plane. Whoa, winds whipped around Damien the second he walked through the portal. Unexpectedly, he was falling through the air. His mana swirled around him and stabilized him, vector control adjusting his gravity so he could float. As he did so, the 4 clan leaders also appeared and used their various means to hold themselves in the air. Where are we? Didn't you say we were going to see the mountain range? The Fire Phoenix matriarch questioned. Even Damien had the same question. For a second, he doubted whether his understanding of the sanctuary was completely wrong. But it didn't take long for him to shake off that thought, but the realization that came along with it was so jarring that he couldn't speak for a while. Only a full minute later was he able to push the words out of his mouth. No, this is the 3000 Beast Mountain Range. Or at least, what's left of it, a chasm. A massive chasm with no bottom, better to be termed an abyss. Over half the area around them was engulfed in this chasm, and they were at its far end. When I entered the sanctuary, I was standing directly next to the World Tree, so that's where we should be right now. Damien muttered, but there was no World Tree in sight. As a matter of fact, there was no mountain range at all. All 50 mountains that made up the 3000 Beast Mountain Range had vanished. Not even rubble that signifies they once existed remained. The endless abyss they were floating above stretched for thousands of kilometers in front of them. As for the area behind them, it was wrought with even more havoc. The fact that signs of battle could be seen from it actually made it look worse than the abyss. Millions of gashes littered the ground, each having a depth similar to the abyss in front of them. Millions upon millions of corpses were strewn about, and those were only the ones who had managed to escape the destruction of the mountains that used to house them. All the vitality of that land had been sucked dry, leaving it as a barren wasteland where even mana couldn't intrude. It was a harrowing sight, this. The 4 clan leaders looked at the scene in horror. Only now did it sink in for them the level of calamity they had been able to avoid thanks to Damien. What happened here? The Elf Queen muttered under her breath. It was hard to even breathe in such a suffocatingly bleak atmosphere. Damien sighed. Didn't I already tell you? A battle between demigods. When taking their power into account, even this much atrocity is nothing. If the senior didn't contain the destruction to the 3000 Beast Mountain Range, the entire central continent would have most likely been destroyed. The Elf Queen stared into Damien's eyes. The expression in her eyes wasn't something he had ever expected to see from her when facing him. It was fear. Fear and wariness. How can you remain so indifferent after seeing this kind of terrible thing? Her voice shook as she questioned him. But Damien stared back at her without breaking away. He also knew it was a horrible thing to not show any sympathy or mercy during a time like this, but he couldn't help it. I've seen worse. It was all he could say, and it was all he needed to say. The 10 years he had lived in Alaric's body during the war before his death, they weren't cut together like the 100,000 years that followed. He experienced them in full, and how many people had died during those 10 years, even numbers in the tens of billions were putting it nicely. The alliance that had been made during that war was created by the forces of the entire universe together. The number of combatants they had dispatched for a single battle would trump the number of corpses that could be seen here. Yet, not to mention a single battle, Damien had lived through hundreds. He had personally felt the hopelessness and helplessness of that war, so even if he did feel it was a pity that this many people had been sacrificed, he couldn't help but feel that it was necessary, because if the battle hadn't been contained as it had, the number of casualties wouldn't have ended at a mere millions or hundreds of millions. But unlike the inevitability that he felt, the 4 clan leaders who had lived their lives without experiencing such a tragic war were different, mainly the 2 Phoenix matriarchs, who had never left the 3000 Beast Mountain Range in their lives. The shock they received from this scene was too great for their minds to bear. The Elf Queen and White Dragon King were different. They had come from the outside world and had participated in wars of their own. The White Dragon King especially was someone who fully believed in the law of the jungle. The shock he experienced came from the scale of battle itself, rather than the people who had died. As for the Elf Queen, after her initial shock, she realized something. Her thoughts churned and she began understanding the reason for the calamity of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. All her feelings vanished. The only thing left was an unbridled fury. 414 settling down. 7. Those scum bastards. It wasn't a conclusion that just anyone would reach. Blaming every calamity that took place in the vast universe on the Nox was nothing more than escapism. But for the Elf Queen, seeing through this matter was simple. Because she had personally experienced it, 10,000 years ago during the Second War, she had been there when the Nox invaded, and she had seen as her home world was slowly corrupted and destroyed. Anger and resentment that had been buried in the deepest recesses of her heart began to boil forth once again. 10,000 years of repressed feelings came back to haunt her. She looked to Damien for confirmation, and he could do nothing but silently nod. He was never planning on keeping it from her, TC, meaning defector in the language of the elves. Even if everyone else forgot, the Elf Queen, who had named the Elven city after the shame of their past, would never do so. The flames in her eyes burned heavily. If I follow you, what are my chances of getting revenge on those scum bastards? She asked it seriously. Even though the boy was only a third class, she could no longer look at him as just another weaker being. Clearly, he was far more embroiled in the conflict with the Nox than she was, and he was someone who would have a major stake in the coming war. She thought she was safe. The sacrifices of so many people had allowed her and a few million of her clansmen to escape the hellish war, and after that, they had lived many years in peace. I'd been too complacent. She realized it instantly. She had become soft-hearted and weak-willed. She had become used to living in safety and prosperity due to the blessing of the World Tree, but in the blink of an eye, the World Tree was gone, her new home was gone, and everything she cherished was gone as well. If it wasn't for the boy in front of her, even her people would have been victims to the calamity that had ensued, a boy that her ancestor trusted enough to impart the ancestral seal onto, a boy who was unfathomable even while being so weak that she could crush him within seconds. She was willing to stake it all on him. Damien stared into her eyes. Her thoughts were written on her face. A desire for vengeance was something many people learned to repress, but in the heat of the moment, it would burst with splendor and refuse to be suppressed any longer. The Elf Queen was currently experiencing that. Her rationality was being overwhelmed by that desire, but that wasn't such a bad thing for him. I needed to gain her loyalty anyway, and this is a perfect opportunity. And since she has such a heavy grudge against the Nox, she should be a great help in the war. Damien thought it over. He didn't want to give any false hope or meaningless numbers. If she was gambling on him, he would give her the chance to gamble properly. Whether or not you can get revenge isn't something for me to decide. It depends wholly on your own determination and ability, Damien finally said. However, he continued, if it is an opportunity for you to get your revenge, I can set the stage for you and allow you to reap the benefits. I need allies for the coming war and beyond. If you are willing to swear true fealty to me, I can promise that I will do everything in my power to help you. It wasn't empty words. Damien spoke with sincerity to reciprocate her sincerity, and the Elf Queen could feel it as well. Slowly, she calmed herself down. The fire in her eyes dimmed, becoming a raging inferno that hid beneath a calm exterior. Very well. She finally made her decision. She got down on one knee and lowered her head. From this point forth, I, Elvira Moonwind, and all those related to and under me, swear total fealty to the Lord. If this promise is broken, may the heavens bring down their wrath upon us. Damien's eyes widened. Not only at the oath she had made, but also at her name. He let out a wry chuckle. Fate truly is a strange thing, Elvira Moonwind. The name held no particular meaning to him, but it did to someone else. Someone who he unwittingly got to know very well. Senior, are you seeing this? The woman you loved so much that you were willing to sacrifice yourself for her safety, a woman with the same name and position is standing in front of me today and burning with the desire for revenge on your killers. If this isn't a working of fate, then what is? He smiled and turned to the other three clan leaders. The conversation between him and the Elf Queen wasn't hidden at all, so they had heard everything the two discussed. What about you three? What are your plans from now on? The White Dragon King snorted. Kid, didn't we already make this promise? As long as you take me to the outside world and help me find my son, I'm willing to swear the same oath that she swore just now. Damien nodded. Don't worry. I never planned to go back on that promise from the start. The sanctuary is probably the safest place in the universe right now. So even if you want to spend the rest of your days peacefully with your son after we find him, that can be arranged. As long as you help when you're truly needed. That's enough, the White Dragon King nodded as well and extended his hand. Damien reached forth and grabbed it, shaking it strongly. After the two men had made their agreement, he turned to the final two. Their decision was much more complicated, but at the same time far simpler than the other two. Damien knew their concern. Where can we even go now? That was probably the thought going through the two matriarchs' heads at the moment. They had lived their entire lives in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range, and knew nothing other than it. Even if they were powerful fourth-class existences, the fear of the unknown wasn't something they were safe from. The outside world is a cruel place. But it is wondrous and beautiful at the same time. Phoenixes are true descendants of god beasts, so if you go out flaunting your true forms, it is undoubted that you will be hunted. However, with your power, living while mixing amongst humans is also possible. I can vouch for myself and the sanctuary as much as I want, but in the end, it is simply my desire to keep your two clans that will motivate my words. So think carefully and decide for yourselves what you wish to do from now on. Don't let the rest of us interfere with that decision. Damien hated being led along by the whims of others, and he didn't want to become the very thing he hated so much. Especially since he had some relationship with Fengchinger. He wanted to give the Phoenix clans the ability to make a free decision, but as he hoped, the two Phoenix matriarchs shook their heads. We may be powerful, but our clansmen aren't all the same. The safest option for them is to remain within the strange world you created and grow their strength along with the dragons and elves. The Ice Phoenix Queen said, "Right. If the day comes when we can confidently declare that we will set off and establish ourselves, we will do just that. But until then, it's better for us to rely on your protection." The Fire Phoenix matriarch continued. She felt a bit embarrassed by it, asking a mere child for protection, but it couldn't be helped. His capabilities allowed him to receive such a request. Damien smiled. "Of course. And if I have the capital to help you establish yourselves when that day comes, you can be assured that I will aid you in any way I can." After a few more talks, the negotiation between Damien and the four clan leaders came to an end. The fealty of these four clans, even if some of them were temporary, was something Damien was delighted to have. His preparations had just started. Now that he understood the true calamity that a war with the Nox could bring, he needed to move with more fervor than ever before, so that he could build a foundation that was sturdy and stable enough to keep everything he held dear safe. 415 them. 1. The central continent of the Cloud Plain. It was a continent with a variety of different environments. If one looked at the Cloud Plain as a whole, the central continent looked like a representation of the other four continents combined. It was surprising that this vast piece of land had such a small number of ruling powers, but this was simply a testament to the strength of those powers. However, currently, all those powers were paying attention to the same place. After many years, it was finally time. The Empyrean Dragon Realm would once again be open to the world. And depending on what these powers were able to gain from it, their standings in the rankings may very well be affected. The once ruling Empyrean Dragon sect was just that powerful. To the point where even if they were revived today, the current 5 great sects wouldn't be able to stand against them. In a hidden area whose true location was only known to a select few individuals, a bevy of beauties had gathered together. In front of them stood an elderly woman who was far past her prime, but the aura she emitted seemed to convince people that she could still hold the title of fairy. The Empyrean Dragon Realm has finally opened. She opened her mouth and spoke to the beauties lined up in front of her. For this opening, each of the 5 sects have gained 20 quotas. As for the 4 clans, they will each get 10. As she gazed upon the beauties, her eyes paused on 2 girls before continuing to pan across. The strength of our supreme fairy paradise has been hidden from the public since time immemorial. Even now, we are ranked towards the bottom of the 5 great sects ranking, but we have never been bothered by this standing. Even with our low ranking, not a single person would dare act uncouth towards our girls. However, times have changed. She paused. Her aura and momentum grew, causing the blood in those beauties' bodies to boil. The age of war is once again going to dawn upon us, and our supreme fairy paradise will never shirk its duties. Now is the time for us to reveal our strength, for us to become a pillar that can hold up the sky. And this Empyrean Dragon Realm opening. It is our first opportunity to prove ourselves. Yes, Sect Master, the beauties roared in unison. Each and every one of them had powerful flames burning in their eyes. The Sect Master of Supreme Fairy Paradise smiled. Good. To others, we are called fairies because each and every one of you is an unrivaled beauty. They believe that our sect recruits by looks instead of talent. But no longer will they look down on you. Prove it with strength. The Supreme Fairy Paradise is no weaker than the likes of the Celestial Star Palace and the Jade Heavenly Palace. Yes, Sect Master, the 20 who were representing the sect in the Secret Realm expedition had already been decided through tournament. So all that was left to do was prepare to depart. And so, once the sect master's speech was completed, the 20 women who were selected went to do just that. However, not all of them could enjoy such an easy situation. A group of 10 women stopped 2 of the participants. The one in front of that group was an above-average woman with long blonde hair and blue eyes. She looked at the 2 women in contempt. "You two, come with us for a second." The 2 women looked at each other inside. "And why should we listen to you, senior sister?" the golden-haired woman snorted. "You call me senior sister, but it seems you don't respect our hierarchy at all. Since your senior sister has ordered you to come, then you should just be obedient and come." The 2 women had differing reactions to her words. The one on the left sighed in exasperation, while the one on the right had a playful smile on her face the whole time. "Very well, senior sister. I'd very much like to see what you have planned for these humble juniors of yours." The group soon left the area, moving to a more secluded spot. As they went, murmurs spread through the crowd. "Isn't that senior sister Lan? What is she doing with the 2 of them? Shoo! Don't you know senior sister Lan's personality? It's better to not get involved." "You're right. But I feel bad for the 2 of them. Senior sister Lan's family has close ties with the Long clan. So offending her isn't something just anyone can do." Another girl looked at the one who just spoke and scoffed. "What good is senior sister Lan? Didn't you see who she messed with this time?" "No, they were hidden inside of senior sister's group, so I didn't get a good look." "Who was it? Ha! No wonder you said such a thing. This time, senior sister Lan has chosen to offend the wrong people." A third girl chimed into the conversation. But aren't those 2 just girls without backgrounds? How could they compare with senior sister Lan?" "Ha, it seems you're new here so you haven't heard the rumors. Those 2 are legends within the sect at this point. They have even been rewarded the title of the 2 heavenly fairies." The surrounding crowd let out a series of gasps. "Those 2 heavenly fairies? Are you sure it's them? I couldn't mistake them even with my eyes closed." A year ago, when they first joined the sect, they were given the title of cotton candy fairies to mock them because of their hair colors. But do you know what happened to everyone who tried to test them? What happened? They either ended up brain dead and bedridden, unable to even eat by themselves. The strangest part is, no matter how hard even the top doctors in the sect looked, they couldn't find any injuries on the girls' bodies or minds. Hiss, the crowd drew a sharp breath. Some of the more knowledgeable among them began to remember rumors that had spread starting a year ago. At that time, they had only regarded them as mere rumors and brushed them off, but it seemed they were wrong. The 2 heavenly fairies. Anyone who had been in the sect for enough time knew their titles, the ones who had crushed their opposition regardless of status and rose to the position of sect master's disciples, the ones who had monopolized all the benefits from the sect's exclusive fairy pond in Misty Cloud's secret realm, and those were only their achievements within the sect. They had fended off tens of beast tides with just the 2 of them, helped the Sher clan uproot a rebellion, and many other feats. It seemed every time they took a mission outside of the sect, they would accomplish something unimaginable. Those were the 2 heavenly fairies. Their titles were justly earned. But not everyone believed the rumors. After all, the 2 fairies had never publicly taken action within the sect, so some of the sisters who didn't go to the outside world often refused to accept the feats those 2 girls had accomplished. Poor senior sister Lan, she kicked an iron wall this time. Hopefully the Long clan won't get offended by her misfortune. The crowd's sentiment changed immediately. Anyone with half a brain, or anyone who has left the sect in the past year, knew very clearly the veracity of those rumors. After all, the 2 heavenly fairies were widely renowned throughout the entire central continent. It was impossible for such renown to come from faked accomplishment. The crowd of beauties looked towards the direction the previous group had left in pity. Now, all that was left was to see whether Lan Rushua would return in one piece or not. 416 them, 2, tch. These 2 bitches. How dare they show up out of nowhere and steal my quotas? Lan Rushua was fuming internally. but her face outside contained the same cold contempt it held whenever she looked at the two girls in front of her, heavenly fairies. That's bullshit. Just because they achieved a few minor things, they suddenly get so much attention. I could do the same just as easily as they can. The girls in the sect seem to hold these two in high regard. But whenever Lan Rushua looked at them, she couldn't understand why, just because they were somewhat prettier than the average? Or somewhat stronger? She was certain that if they fought, the two so-called heavenly fairies would be begging at her feet in no time. After all these years, I've finally reached the peak of mid-stage third class. These little girls who haven't even stopped sucking their mommy's milk yet, there's no way they can be more powerful than me. As she monologues internally, her group finally reached a secluded space along with the two girls they were escorting. The second they did, they formed a circle around them. Finally, I got you two fake bitches alone. I don't like useless talk. So I'll be forward. Give me the quotas you stole from me and I won't cripple you. Lan Rushua sneered, but the two heavenly fairies didn't even look at her. Instead, they were glancing at each other, standing next to each other, one with pink hair and ruby eyes, the other having dark blue in both. The contrast between them really accentuated the unique points of both beauties, coupled with their opposing temperaments. Many people were confused about how they got along so well. Yet, the two heavenly fairies didn't seem to care about the logic imposed upon them by others. They acted as if the entire world meant nothing to them, whether it be temperament, looks, or status. Lan Rushua knew in her heart that she didn't match up to the fairies in any of them. It was part of the reason why she hated them so much. The young masters of the Long clan always eye me with lust. Even the men of my own family can't keep their eyes off me. How dare you look better than me? Lan Rushua grit her teeth. Even as she thought it, she remembered the rumors about the two heavenly fairies that she had heard. The pink-haired one had a playful temperament, and the blue-haired one was more indifferent. Both of them gave men a strong desire of wanting to conquer. It started with the first young master of the Wang clan, who had spotted them during their first mission. After that, young masters and even a few elders from the Long clan, Shui clan, and even the Jade Heavenly Palace had tried to court the two. But without suspense, they had all been rejected. A few had even gone home with their little brothers and other important appendages missing, while some who still couldn't get the hint had ended up dead entirely. Over the course of the past year, the two heavenly fairies had formed grudges against countless powers, yet the sect master was still hellbent on protecting them. TCH. Even if they go to the Empyrean Dragon Realm opening, they'll just cause trouble for the sect. In fact, the sect master and the elders should thank me for putting them in their place. She was jealous. She could at least admit that much to herself, but she didn't care. What right did these two women with no background or power have to become the object of affection for men that she could only ever dream of? The fact that she was being ignored by the two only made her anger boil further. You dare ignore me? She waved her hand, causing an arc of golden mana to rush at the two girls. Although it was a light attack, it was still something that could cause injury if it wasn't evaded or blocked properly. Lan Rushua took special care in controlling her strength so she would only humiliate them instead of harming them, but unlike what she expected, the pink-haired beauty simply waved her hand, causing the golden arc to disperse as if it never existed. Do you want to take this one, or should I? She asked the woman who stood beside her. The blue-haired girl glanced around with indifference. I don't mind either way. It's not like it'll take long regardless of who does it. That's true, but still. Don't you want to have a little fun? How can my little sister be such a wuss? I don't think calling me a wuss is right in this context. Also, when did I become your little sister? You know just as well as I do why you're my little sister. Even if he doesn't accept it, I just have to make him. TCH. You're talking nonsense again. Whatever, if it'll shut you up, I guess I'll take care of it this time. But drinks are on you tonight, and not the cheap shit. I want the premium quality dew wine that the sect master gave you as a reward. Gasp. How could you target my precious dew wine? You're too cruel. As the two girls continued to converse, Lan Rushua felt like she was getting repeatedly slapped in the face. But at the same time, an uneasy feeling crept into her heart. How could my attack be blocked so easily? No, it must be because I didn't put any strength into it. Do these girls think they're so good just because I went easy on them? but before her thoughts could reach a conclusion, a sword appeared in the blue-haired beauty's hand. Remember this, I don't want to be known by some cringe title like Heavenly Fairy. The name of the one who crippled you is Elena Pierce. Don't forget it. She vanished from her position, appearing next to one of the girls in the encirclement. Swoosh, in an instant, 4 streaks of sword aura appeared in the air, severing the girl's extremities. Before the limbs could even fall to the floor, Elena moved to her next target. A faint white light covered her body as she moved. It enhanced her speed to the point where even Rose had a hard time following it. Within seconds, 9 of the 10 girls were laying on the ground leaking blood. Not a single one of them had limbs attached to their bodies anymore. Oh, my bad. I didn't think you would be so weak. Let me help you. Elena spoke flatly. A greenish-white mist emanated from her body. The mana moved and placed the girls' limbs back where they were supposed to go, and when the greenish-white light passed by, it slowly reattached those limbs to the body. All of it happened in an instant. Lan Rushue couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her face was pale in horror. What just happened? She couldn't see it at all. By the time she understood what was going on, all of her lackeys were on the floor, limbless. And before she could even process that information, their limbs were being reattached. Run, I have to run, she understood it. She had barked up the wrong tree this time. She turned around and prepared to flee, but she suddenly couldn't feel her legs under her anymore. Thump, her body fell to the floor. Blood spurted from her thighs. Ahhhhh. Someone help! She screamed. If someone saw the atrocity that these girls were committing, they would surely be expelled from the sect. It was her last hope at salvation. She screamed and screamed. For minutes on end she screamed, but nobody appeared to save her. Rose giggled at her attempts. Confused? Don't worry. This is only the start of the show. I like to be a little more low-key when I act. Elena, on the other hand, can't hold herself back when she gets excited like this. Before Lan Rushue could ponder on Rose's words, her body was forced into an upright position. A chair appeared under her as if it had always existed there, supporting her body. Chains wrapped around her soon after to prevent her escape, and a mechanism that held her head in place and her eyes open materialized as the finishing touch of the contraption. All right. The audience is in place, the main actors are all ready. So, let the show begin. As Lan Rushue watched, the 9 girls she had brought with her were dismembered countless times. Every time they reached a point where they'd die of blood loss soon, they were healed into peak condition again. The process only repeated after healing, 10 times, 20 times, it went on like a never-ending cycle. By the 15th time, the girls' eyes had become blank and dull. They were foaming at the mouth and unable to form proper sentences anymore. Lan Rushue finally understood. She understood why those girls had been mentally crippled without any physical injury, and she also understood that these 2 heavenly fairies weren't fairies at all. No, they were demons, pawn and reapers. Phew, that was satisfying, Elena commented lightly before turning towards Lan Rushue. She's the main perpetrator, right? Yup. Rose responded happily while munching on popcorn, to use illusions to eat without gaining weight. The fact that you can even replicate taste makes it even more of a cheat. You don't even understand how envious I am. TCH. I can't use this method to fill my stomach though, so it's only good for situations like this. Rose quipped back. Anyway. Continue, I'm enjoying the show. Elena shook her head. I don't know your name, so I'll just call you Dog. Bark if you don't want to die. Woof woof. Lan Rushue barked without hesitation. After the scene she had just witnessed, she was no longer in the proper state of mind. An opportunity to live, that was all she could see at the moment. Pride meant nothing anymore, Elena nodded matter-of-factly. Very well. Since you're being such a good dog, I'll make sure to treat you right. Now, allow me to give you a little massage as a reward. Elena appeared behind Lan Rushue. Her hands were placed on the latter's shoulders. Enjoy. It was the last word Lan Rushue heard before she was plunged into hell, in a space where sound could never escape. The sounds of bones cracking and incoherent screaming rang out for many hours on end. 417 them, 3. With the arrival of dawn, the women of the Supreme Fairy Paradise began to awaken from meditation or training and start their days. Within this crowd were Rose and Elena. However, senior sister Lon and her group were completely missing. The hushed voices of the crowd all revolved around the duo. It wasn't surprising. After all, just yesterday they had been seen surrounded by a group of their seniors, but here they were in perfect condition, perusing the streets as if nothing big happened. Those seniors, on the other hand, had been found in a secluded area. Not a single one of them was left with their minds intact. It was only natural that the women of the sect would talk about it. But Rose and Elena paid these women no mind. From start to finish, they didn't feel much attachment to the sect. These women prided themselves on being fairies, but a vast majority of them were snakes wearing human skin. They would spread falsities to ruin their competition, backstab at any given opportunity. It was the definition of conniving, but this kind of atmosphere had been perfect for the two of them to foster their growth. With trouble waiting for them at every step, they had an ample number of stepping stones to cause leaps of improvement in their own prowess. If there was one thing in the sect that they cared about, sect master. The two girls greeted together when they arrived in front of the elderly woman who had given the speech the day before. Their waists were bowed to show proper respect, and their tones were also extremely accommodating. Compared to the arrogant and indifferent image that they showed to the rest of the sect, their actions now were like heaven and earth. "You two little brats, didn't I say to call me master? It seems you still haven't accepted me after all this time." The sect master smiled wryly. "Master, that isn't enough. I am already aware of your circumstances, so I never planned to bind you to the sect anyway. If only I could tie you down, I'd have chosen to do so without hesitation. But, you two already have somewhere to return to, don't you?" It was troubling. Neither of the two could respond. They could only hold their guilt within their hearts. It was true. Regardless of what the sect master did for them, their paths were never fated to stay together for too long. They had somewhere to return to, or rather, someone. Elena sighed. The sect master and Rose were the only two people she cared about in this massive sect. Due to their reputation, the other women either feared or disdained them, so they couldn't make friends. It wasn't like she cared about the rabble at all. It was just a shame that things had to be this way. But before she could make any excuses, the sect master spoke up once again. "So? Who is he?" Elena snapped out of her thoughts. Her eyes widened at the sudden question. Who are you talking about? Don't think I didn't notice. Anytime I even alluded to keeping you in the sect, you would have a faraway look in your eyes. My cold and indifferent Elena, to think you were so deeply infatuated with a man. I almost couldn't believe it. Despite her age, the sect master of the Supreme Fairy Paradise's demeanor tended to have this youthful side that only those close to her were aware of. It often made the elders of the sect suffer plenty of headaches, but for her disciples, it served to bring smiles to their faces. Elena's face blushed red. Infatuated is a strong word. Yeah, but it probably isn't strong enough in this situation. Rose suddenly interjected. She was trying her hardest to suppress the giggle that was threatening to leave her mouth. "You." Elena protested, but her defensiveness only made the other two laugh harder. "Don't think I forgot about you," the sect master suddenly said to Rose. "Even if you can hide it better, you aren't much better than her." "Nonsense," Rose replied proudly. "Unlike her, I can boldly tell you about my handsome, powerful, and overall perfect man." Rose thumped her chest and began to tell stories about Damien as if to brag to her grandparent. "He's a crazy guy. Back when we were in my home world, he actually thrashed all the top geniuses there even while restricting a large majority of his power. And that's not all." Rose began to tell stories about her time with Damien. Although the time they had spent together was relatively short, it had been filled to the brim with adventure and wonder. Damien had opened up a whole new world to Rose. He showed her a path that she never thought she'd be able to take, a path she loved far more than her constricting life on a pylon. So perhaps, Rose's evaluation of Damien was more than a bit biased. She easily glossed over his bad points as if they didn't exist at all. Especially when she spoke about their more romantic moments, it sounded more like she was writing a novel than speaking about real-life events. As Rose spoke, Elena tried to imagine the gentlemanly version of Damien that she was describing. In a full suit, on one knee in front of her, his mouth moving to "Stop." Stop! Stop! She hurriedly wiped away her fantasy. As soon as she did, the actual image of Damien she had after he returned appeared in her mind: a shameless rogue, a ferocious wolf, a heartless fellow. These were all great words to describe him. He was far from gentlemanly, that much was for sure. But his free-spirited and untamable self, that ferocious yet gentle demeanor, everything about him held a fatal attraction for her that she couldn't seem to pull away from. Even before he had become such a man, back when he was still pathetic and weak-willed, she had fallen too deep to ever even think about escaping. Elena sighed. Her thoughts became complicated. She had practically begged Damien to take her on this trip. It was her first time leaving Earth in her life, and seeing the vast universe, albeit the tiniest portion of it, aroused a kind of ambition in her heart. I want to see it. She wanted to see it all. To go exploring on different worlds and uncover more mystical places like the Fairy Pond or the Misty Cloud Secret Realm, but that could only be considered as a secondary objective. Her main goal was elsewhere. It happened after she ranked up, after she became a Valkyrie and obtained a connection to Valhalla. Her fighting style had changed, along with the root of her power. And along with it, she received something similar to a calling. There was a place somewhere out in the universe that appeared in her dreams as often as she slept. It was a mystical place where her abilities would rapidly improve and her power would truly bloom. She didn't know where that place was, but she knew the general direction to get there. Only, she had an instinctual understanding of what kind of place it was. It was something akin to a secret realm, only, the restriction in place was so that only she could enter. I want to know why. Why there is such a place and why only I have the qualifications to enter. However, she would have to choose, of the two things she held dearest in her heart. Two passions that she could never let go of. She needed to choose between them, and it was eating her up inside. 418 them. 4. While Elena was struggling with her complicated inner thoughts, Rose finished telling the sect master everything about Damien. What a man! You aren't thinking about eloping without introducing him to me, are you, eh? Why would I do that? I know you won't believe me until I properly show him off to you. Okay. What about you then, little Elena? What's your man like? The sect master shifted her attention. Didn't I just describe him? Rose interrupted. She knew Elena's personality very well by now. Until Damien told her outright, she would continue to act as if the two of them didn't have any relationship at all. But Rose wouldn't allow that. She had taken a liking to Elena when they had first met, and the past year they spent together only made them closer. She wouldn't accept a future where Elena wasn't her little sister. This time, it was the sect master's turn to be surprised. You're saying? Rose nodded her head in affirmation, causing Elena's blush to deepen. The sect master sighed in exasperation. To think that the two heavenly fairies of my sect actually belong to the same man. Now, I must meet him. I need to see whether he's truly worthy of such fortune. The two girls and the sect master chatted a bit longer before separating. Tomorrow, they would set off for the Empyrean Dragon Realm opening. And there, they'd finally meet the person they had been thinking about so much. TCH. Rose snorted. That damn bastard. Now that the day of our reunion is so close, I can't think of anything other than his face. How am I supposed to train like this? Rose fell backward onto her bed and covered her face with a pillow. As darkness encroached upon her vision, an illusion spawned in front of her. It was just an old memory of hers, nothing special. Just another time when she and Damien would sleep together while cuddling. It was such a common occurrence back then. She felt a bit sad that she had grown used to having a whole bed to herself. She allowed the illusion to continue playing, putting herself in the position of her past self. She stimulated touch using the same method, but it just didn't feel the same. It was so close. After a year of parting, it was finally time for the subsequent reunion. She had thought the same phrase multiple times over, but her head couldn't think of anything else. I'm obsessed. She realized it extremely late. She was well aware of how in line she was with him. She had fallen in love with him on that fateful day on God's Park Mountain. However, it took a year of separation for her to become obsessed. His scent, the scent that used to be so familiar to her, she couldn't remember it anymore. She wondered how his face had changed. How much more powerful he had become. If he would bring another woman back. That guy goes around seducing beauties everywhere he goes. If he doesn't bring a beauty back with him, I'm willing to abandon all my cultivation. She joked to herself. Slowly but surely, the thoughts in her head vanished one by one, leaving only her desire to reach the Empyrean dragon realm as soon as possible in her head. At the arrival of a new day, the 20 women who filled the quota of the Supreme Fairy Paradise, the sect master, and a group of elders boarded a flying boat artifact. It wasn't just them. The opening would happen sometime in the coming week, although the exact date was unspecified. And to be there as soon as that moment arrived, all powers would congregate as soon as possible. Within the Celestial Star Palace, another group boarded a flying boat. Along with the sect master, Tianyang and a few other elders were also present. As for the disciples, naturally, Longchen had earned himself a spot. Sooner, why worry so much? You are coming with me, are you not? He spoke to a woman in front of him. She had beauty that only fell short of those on Ruyue's level. Her body proportions were perfect, and the sword on her hip only served to add a valiant and charming air to her overall look. Still, little Chan, I can't go with you into the secret realm. How can I be sure you'll be safe? If only it wasn't for my status. The woman sighed. Never would she have expected that she, who spent her whole life married to the sword, would feel such a way for a boy so many years younger than her. Even she had gone through such training experiences in her life, yet even while knowing Long Chen's strength, and the fact that the experience was necessary for his growth, she couldn't help but feel hesitant. Looking at the relationship between the two, it was obvious that they weren't just simple acquaintances. What was even more unexpected, though, was the fact that the woman Long Chen was calling Sooner so endearingly was actually an elder of the sect, and the one who had taken him as her disciple. The way their relationship progressed wasn't something either expected, nor was it something they had plans to publicize. Whether it be elder and sect disciple, or master and personal disciple, romantic feelings between the two were heavily taboo. Long Chen sighed as he saw people approaching them. Relax. I'm confident enough that nobody in the younger generation can harm me anymore, unless it's. Long Chen suddenly thought about the brat who he was forced to call boss for a week and clenched his teeth. His blood boiled at the thought of their last clash. This time that let's see how I make you lose face when we fight. A beastly grin lit up his face. The treasures of the secret realm? Sure, they were great, but the resources of the Long clan and the Celestial Star Palace had been heavily focused on him recently. So he wasn't particularly interested. As for his competitors, he had heard of their feats before. Other than those on the level of the two heavenly fairies from the Supreme Fairy Paradise, the rest didn't have enough strength to interest him. But there was one guy, a guy who had already won against him twice. That guy had gone missing on a mission for the past half a year or so, and there had been no news of him. Whenever he asked the Grand Elder about it, the only response he got was that they'd meet again at the Empyrean Dragon Realm. So Long Chen was extremely excited to fight someone who was the same age as him, yet far more talented, to overcome that hurdle that stopped him from being the best in his generation. That was the goal he had in mind as he boarded the flying ship. While the outside world was busy clamoring over the Empyrean Dragon Realm, the people in the sanctuary finally found some semblance of peace. Although it wasn't much, everyone at least had a residence now. And with all the beast corpses that were left over from the massacre earlier, they had enough food to last a while. Damien exited the sanctuary and looked off into the distance. Judging by the time, he should be calling soon. A transmission talisman appeared in his hand as he patiently waited. While he did so, he touched upon the formless essence in his surroundings and worked on perfecting his domain. It wasn't a process he was anywhere close to completing. He didn't just want a space domain or a time domain, he wanted to combine them into an absolute area where he dominated spacetime. Such a task wasn't simple at all. Even the beginning stages of creation that he was in now granted him massive power, so he couldn't even imagine what it'd be like when he reached perfection. A few hours passed with Damien meditating and forming his domain. And finally, the transmission talisman lit up like a beacon. Damien opened his eyes and poured his mana into it. Yo, old man. It's been a while, hasn't it? 419 reddish black. 1. Yo, old man. It's been a while, hasn't it? Damien spoke in a light tone with a relaxed smile decorating his face. He was thoroughly satisfied with the improvement he had made in the past week or so, and it had left him in a good mood. A mildly annoyed yet cheerful voice responded to his words. Brat! Since you were able to answer my call, it seems you found a way out of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. On the Celestial Star Palace's flying boat, Tianyang sat in one of the rooms with a bright smile on his face. He truly didn't think his disciples would be able to do it. The 3,000 Beast Mountain range had been enveloped in the mystical myriad illusion veil ever since the previous Great War, and in that time countless cultivators had gone to try their luck, thinking themselves better than the rest. But of all those cultivators, not a single one managed to make it out of the mountain range alive. To think that his disciples would be the first ones to do so, how could he not be excited, that is, until he heard Damien's next words: rather than saying we escaped the 3000 Beast Mountain Range, it's better to say that the 3000 Beast Mountain Range no longer exists. Damien thought about it before Tianyang called, and he decided it'd be best to let the old man know about what had happened here. Damien's vision was far wider than it was before he entered the mountain range. Things he didn't understand before clicked into place much easier whenever he thought about them. Of those things was the fact that Tianyang definitely wasn't as simple as he made himself out to be. The White Dragon King, Fire, and Ice Phoenix matriarchs, Elvira, and Lucius, these were all fourth-class beings under his command now. And besides Lucius being entry-level, the rest were all experienced veterans of the class, but even when compared to them, Tianyang's aura was far vaster. Either the old man was nearing the peak of fourth class or, whichever one of the two it was, the thing that mattered was that Tianyang's voice was definitely loud enough to impact the fate of the entire cloud plane. Him knowing about the First War and the plans of the Nox would be anything but detrimental, as Damien spoke about his and Ruyua's adventures in the mountain range. Tianyang's face went through a range of expressions. From curiosity, to excitement, shock, and even a bit of horror. The tales he heard were something he never imagined would come out of his disciple's mouth. To think the Forbidden Zone was holding such a secret within. Even the mission I assigned him led to something far greater than expected. The Death Seed, primordial undying realm, an ancient war, a battle between demigods. What kind of insane disciple would get involved with such events besides mine? Tianyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, both of his disciples had become far more powerful than their peers could hope to match. Damien had even unlocked a time affinity, which was necessary to practice the sex-staple divination techniques. On top of that, somehow this kid had managed to gain not one, not two or three, but 6 whole fourth-class subordinates. Not to mention the million-strong of lower-class subordinates he had. Damien had wantonly built a force that was on the same level of power as a mid-sized sect, maybe even a large one. Tianyang sighed. Brat, I'm almost jealous of your luck. Although I understand that you had to put in a great deal of work before gaining what you have, it's still something unimaginable to most people. Anyway, where's little you? Let her see me as well. Damien nodded and brought Ruyua out of the sanctuary. Once he did, he handed her the transmission talisman and let master and disciple talk as they pleased. The following conversation wouldn't involve him much, since he had already said his part. He still had a few more things to check up on within the area before he finally made his way over to the Empyrean Dragon Realm. Food supplies have been covered for now. The elves brought in a great deal of produce and seeds, and with their natural affinities, growing crops will be a breeze, especially with the fertility of the sanctuary's land. However, the current housing situation isn't ideal. If it wasn't for the people being satisfied with the high mana density in the sanctuary, they would probably rather revolt than live there. He needed materials. Wood was a given, but civilization was too advanced to just build plain wood houses and be content. His gaze traveled to the massive abyss that was left in wake of the heaven-shaking battle that had occurred. That leads. Well, I guess I'll see how far down it goes once I travel down there. But now isn't the time for exploring. I need to grab an insane amount of metal and ore and bring it into the sanctuary. He flashed above the abyss and began traveling down. His all-seeing eyes were activated to help him actually have vision in this endless darkness. No notification. I guess it only shows up when I read people's statuses. Damien didn't travel in the center of the abyss. He stuck to one of the walls and transported any useful metals and minerals he could find into the sanctuary. If I knew something about the materials of this world, I could probably sort out what's useful from what isn't, but it can't be helped. At least the all-seeing eyes allow me to somewhat differentiate. He traveled down further and further, exploring a few naturally formed caves and tunnels where more useful ores were present. There were plenty of signs of subterranean beasts in the area, but he assumed most of them had gone extinct due to the divine mana that had invaded the area. I got everything I can up here. Maybe I should go down to the bottom? I heard that if I reach -13 on the y-axis, I can find diamonds. He continued to descend, but the abyss didn't seem to have an end to it at all. He couldn't understand how such a massive hole had been formed in the clash unless the two demigods had purposefully dug down as they attacked, or maybe it was already here to begin with? The clash above only served to expand the abyss and create an entrance from the surface. The heaven-swallowing beasts were living far below the endless snow mountain, to the point where a single bellow from them could shake its foundation evenly. There were definitely more mysteries to this abyss than what it looked like on the surface. The heaven-swallowing beasts were already enough indication of this, since the existence of their race alone was something extremely rare within the wider universe, but I can't check it out right now. Perhaps I'll come back in the future. If I don't forget, because of all the bullshit that seems to follow me everywhere I go. Even as he descended, he had been continuously picking up ores and minerals from the walls of the abyss. And he did so in quantities far surpassing what would be necessary to build basic infrastructure for everyone in the sanctuary to live peacefully. After recklessly moving millions of people into the sanctuary last time, his control over warping space and transportation increased significantly. Moving a few 100,000 kilograms of weight at a time didn't seem impossible to him anymore. Of course, when they were living beings, the situation changed a bit. It was far harder to transport living beings than it was to do the same with inanimate objects. It was why when he first awakened teleportation, he couldn't take anyone along with him unless he wanted to turn them into a flesh ball. Wait, then how did I manage to save Elena from the dungeon back then? He suddenly realized an inconsistency in his memories that he didn't even see in the trial of self not long ago. Well, since the trial of self started after he was already trapped in the dungeon, it was more like he was never shown. Something is off. Not only Elena, but Zara as well. When I was still too weak to carry another person with me during teleportation, I somehow still managed to save both of them by doing just that. From his memories, it almost seemed like a plot armor moment where he simply was able to do it because he needed to be able to do it. But plot armor didn't exist in real life, nor would space confine its laws to abide by his wants and needs. If things went as they should have, Elena would have been trapped in the dungeon with him as well. Zara would have most likely died in the hands of that wyvern. Sadly, Damien didn't have enough information. To this day, he still didn't know about the odd spatial phenomenon that had occurred when he first forged his resolve in the dungeon. There was only one thing he could currently deduce. This situation wasn't so simple at all. 420 reddish black. 2. Damien wanted to shake off his thoughts, but they stuck in his mind like a tongue on an icy pole. As he delved deeper into the matter, he realized there were far more inconsistencies in his life than just those few. What the hell is going on? Rather than apprehension, the feeling bubbling in his chest at the moment was a surging rage that he could barely control. There were many things he hated in this world, and at the very peak of that list was being controlled by others, being used as a tool for their machinations, living his life like a puppet on strings. He hated not being in control of his own decisions, and the fact that he was being made to doubt that very fact. It made him furious. Sensing his rage, his dragon blood roared to life, along with a certain reddish-black seed that Damien still wasn't aware of. His body was soon coated in a mixture of black-red flames and lightning. Boom, space shattered around him, falling into the abyss like shards of glass. The wall next to him imploded and crumbled, causing the abyss to widen ever so slightly. The void flames emerged from his body and tried to swallow those reddish-black flames, but retreated in fear as soon as they touched them. It was by no means powerful enough to devour such a flame yet, but even while all this was happening on his body, Damien didn't notice at all. He had retreated to his spiritual world, watching his memories on repeat as if they were a film. There are too many coincidences. It's like everywhere I go, I'm perfectly embroiled in the grand scale events of the universe. Is someone truly guiding my path? Or is there something greater at play? The worst part was, he couldn't necessarily trust his memories. He learned it in the trial of self. The memories in his mind didn't accurately represent the situation that had occurred back then. There were plenty of falsities and misconceptions that had been subconsciously formed, altering the way he viewed the past. If I had an indelible memory, this kind of perusing and analyzing might be useful, but I don't. It's useless to be swayed by my recollections when I can't tell truth from falsehood. Damn it! He roared inadvertently. His aura flared. The destruction taking place around him only seemed to heighten as it did. Even the darkness of the abyss was being burned and sundered away by the flame lightning around his body. He didn't know why he was so infuriated. He understood why he had become furious in the first place, but without any substantial evidence or indication that his conjecture was anywhere close to the truth, he didn't know why he was getting more and more infuriated as time passed. The reddish-black seed hidden in his body pulsed with fervor. The more his rage grew, the more fuel it fueled its growth. The reddish-black flame lightning conjured by it grew at the same time. If Damien wasn't so deep in the abyss at the moment, he would have caused a second, albeit far smaller, catastrophe in the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. Thousands of kilometers of space around him was shattered. It looked like hundreds and thousands of crystalline mirrors were surrounding his body. Above his head, an incorporeal stream began to form. It was colored in bluish starlight, with shimmering star-like motes floating through it. As the stream grew in size, the mirrored space around him became more and more chaotic. The concept of direction became meaningless, the concept of distance was the same. Walking a single step forward might cause one to move thousands of kilometers downward. It was a disorienting effect that would cause weaker-willed people to directly lose their minds, but more than that, everything seemed to slow to a crawl within this space. A falling leaf took hours on end to go from the top of Damien's head to his feet. Kahak, Damien keeled over, copious amounts of blood leaking from his lips. It was only then that he finally became conscious of his surroundings. The reddish-black seed in his body stopped pulsating. The indescribable rage he was feeling disappeared along with it. Even the flame lightning surrounding his body was retracted as if nothing happened. Damien didn't notice its existence from start to end, however, the domain around him was still in effect. His eyes widened when he saw it, Spacetime River, that insane blackness that almost caused his ego to disperse, the shimmering river of starlight that brought it back and showed him glimpses of the future. Even if his memory of that time had been fogged over and almost wiped completely, the impact that river had on his subconscious wasn't small at all. It was so much so that when it came time for him to finally form his domain, he had used that river as inspiration for the concept, to see a version of it in front of his eyes. No matter how much smaller, less powerful, or less profound it was than the original, it still brought a smile to his face, even with blood still dripping down his chin. Even with more blood threatening to spill out of his body the longer he kept the domain active, he wanted to keep looking at it for just a little while longer. My goal.my aspiration, it was a construct that man couldn't dip their hands into, something that could erase the ego and peer into the fate of even someone who had achieved true godhood, an inviolable law. That was what the spacetime river represented to him. Finally, after a few seconds that felt like an eternity later, Damien cancelled his domain. Even with his mana capacity exploding to 50,000 points, the spacetime river, even a cheap imitation of it, wasn't something that he could sustain properly. TCH. I can't reach for the skies when I haven't even managed to climb to the top of the well yet. The mirrored domain is enough for now. As for the spacetime river, I'll achieve it in due time. As the spacetime river domain had been cancelled already, his transcendent regeneration immediately went to work and healed his internal injuries within minutes. The fact that it wasn't done in seconds was testament to the level of concept he had tried to grasp far before he had the qualifications to, and as soon as he was healed, he wiped the blood off his face and changed into a fresh set of clothes that wasn't stained in it. Teleporting out of the abyss and returning to Ryu's side. His last task for the immediate necessity of the sanctuary had been completed, everything else could be done as it was required to be. What did the old man say? Damien asked lightly. The transmission talisman in Ryu's hand was already dim, indicating that the call with Tianyang had ended. Nothing much. Just that he's eagerly waiting for our return, and that I should punish my rebellious junior brother if he tries to do anything funny. Oh my! How could I ever dare to try anything funny on my senior sister? I'm an innocent and pure man, don't you know? Yes, yes. Innocent and pure. Just as pure as that bitch Eliza that you were talking about earlier, Kohum. Damien obnoxiously cleared his throat and looked away. It seems Ryu was still holding a grudge over that, a few days ago as they were sharing their trial world experiences with each other. He may or may not have let it slip how he played with a certain slutty demon queen. Since then, Ryu had been constantly giving him the cold shoulder, forcing him to give her the queen treatment so that she would forgive him. Damn my big mouth. Don't talk about other women in front of the one you're currently attending to. Isn't that the main rule for not losing your life as a man with a harem? Of course, demon queen Eliza, that most likely dead man-eating witch, was never even close to a harem candidate, but the rule applied nonetheless. Damien shook his head wryly. It looks like he'd need a few more days of coaxing before he could get back on Ryu's good side. For now, he needed to change the topic. Anyway, are you ready to leave? He asked smoothly. That was a lie. He cringed at how poorly veiled his attempt was. Ryu rolled her eyes at his obvious behavior. Since we have other things to do, I'll forgive you for now. But don't think I'm appeased. Yes, yes. If my queen demands it, it shall be done, Ruyue nodded triumphantly. Good. Then, send me back into the sanctuary. Let us go to the Empyrean Dragon Realm where I can meet my first and third sisters. Damien's wry smile grew. That was definitely another jab at him, but at least this time it was light-hearted. Ruyue often actively came to him to hear stories about Rose and Elena, and he had caught her once trying to think up the best way to introduce herself to them when they met. He knew that she had already accepted the two of them in her heart, so he didn't mind these kinds of light-hearted remarks. Besides, he was technically being unfaithful to all of them, while also being faithful to them all at the same time. In this kind of situation, maybe he deserved to be teased a bit, but he wasn't going to just let her off easy. He was Damien Void. A man who repaid even the slightest grievance 100-fold. He would make sure she understood the consequences of teasing her husband, his arms wrapped around her waist. Go? Who allowed you to go? He moved his lips to her ear, nibbling on her earlobe before he whispered, Your lascivious husband demands your company on this trip. And without allowing her to respond, he teleported away, leaving the rubble of the 3,000 Beast Mountain range behind to start a new journey. For 21 finally, 1, Damien was currently experiencing heaven, never mind Ruyue's soft body being tightly pressed against his own, never mind the feeling of strength he felt from his improvements recently, just existing in the space around him felt so heavenly it was almost orgasmic. He didn't have a chance to appreciate it before, since he was continuously busy with other things. Even while moving around the rubble of the mountain range, he had subconsciously ignored the feeling, yet, when he flashed away with Ruyue, appearing thousands of kilometers away in an instant, he almost couldn't control himself. It had been over a year and a half since Damien had been able to properly utilize his teleportation. Whether it be the Myriad Illusion Veil, 3000 Beast Mountain Range, or Primordial Undying Realm, they all had some sort of spatial suppression that didn't allow him to use his ability to its full potential, but since all three were connected through Alaric, it wasn't surprising for them to share similar restrictions. Now, though, Damien's perception expanded insanely. His awareness covered tens of thousands of kilometers of land. And until a few thousand kilometers away, his awareness was much sharper than it used to be. He felt like it had become a spiderweb. The tactile sensation he felt, allowing him to feel everything around him firsthand instead of simply seeing, it made his usage of spatial transportation far more fluid. It was to the point where he could continuously jump thousands of kilometers without making Ruyue feel nauseous or disoriented at all. He smiled beside himself. The amount of time he has spent consciously training his space element in this time didn't amount to much, but the passive training he was forced to do by the spatial suppression had boosted his abilities more than he could have ever hoped for. If it's like this, it shouldn't even take a day to reach the Empyrean Dragon Realm, with Ruyue as his trusty compass and travel partner and the beautiful folds of space as his vehicle. The journey he was on now was sure to be an enjoyable one. The location of the Empyrean Dragon Realm was a large empty plain to the east of the central continent. A few thousand kilometers away from the Jade Heavenly Palace, due to the movements of the tectonic plates under the continent, as well as a myriad of more fantastical phenomena that had happened in the thousands of years since the fall of the ancient sect, the center of the continent had been shifted so much, but regardless, the true center of the cloud plane as a whole was never changing. On this plane, a vast amount of people had gathered. The 100 geniuses who filled the quotas of the 5 great sects, the 40 from the 4 great clans, and a huge number of others as well. The Empyrean Dragon Realm opening was, after all, a central event on the level of the Nexus event in Apeiron. It wasn't something that the great sects and clans could monopolize. Lest they lose public sentiment, therefore, a large number of mid-sized and small clans along the continent were granted 5 spots for their geniuses. Even major powers from other continents, such as the Shin estate of the southern continent that Damien and Longchen had assisted on their first mission, had gathered as well, but these numbers only made up the minority. If the amount that came from major powers numbered in the hundreds, the number of rogue cultivators who had arrived was well into the thousands. These rogue cultivators would often flock to secret realm openings and forbidden zone expeditions like moths, looking for the fortuitous encounters that could possibly turn them into major powerhouses of their own. It was the hope and dream of every practitioner under heaven to become an unmatched expert, but of course, the great sects wouldn't simply allow others to clog the secret realm and take away opportunities that could fall into the hands of their disciples. The rogue cultivators that were here would have to go through a strict process upon exiting of the secret realm. A portion of their gains within would be confiscated by the major powers, most of the time including their rarest treasures. It was for this reason that every rogue cultivator present was fidgeting restlessly. Even if it was bound to happen, they would try to fool the eyes of these experts nonetheless. Nobody wanted to be robbed of what was rightfully theirs. But the secret realm was simply too precious to pass up just because of these restrictions. Situations like these were the reason Damien had originally joined the Celestial Star Palace. Individual strength wasn't always enough to keep one afloat within this chaotic world. Having a strong backer was equally important. Apart from the rogue cultivators segregating themselves as if they didn't want to associate with the former group at all, were the geniuses from major powers who had gathered. The scions of the 4 great clans and many other mid-sized clans were grouped together, idly chattering while waiting for the secret realm to open. Those from the 5 great sects, however, were different. Indeed, the 5 ruling sects didn't always shirk politics. The internal battles among them would get especially fierce during times of competition like this. But they had an image to maintain, unlike the 4 great clans who were always veiled in internal and external strife, vying for as much power as they could get. The 5 sects put themselves above worldly matters. This kind of political power was something they easily trumped with strength alone, so the word games and petty tricks that the scions of those clans were partaking in didn't interest their disciples at all. Among the group from the Supreme Fairy Paradise stood a pair of women, one blue and one pink. Just the dichotomy of their appearances was enough to draw attention to them. Their titles, however, did so even more. One stood with a playful smile on her face that never seemed to fade. The other was cool and indifferent. Yet, neither was able to fully conceal the hidden excitement behind their facades. Rose looked around eagerly. Rather than searching by appearance, she was observing the colored strings of karma that tied so many of these people to each other. However, the red string tied to her that she was looking for was too far away for her eyes to locate properly. These people are so interesting, Rose commented inwardly. Even though she was a bit disappointed by the absence of the one she was looking for. Observing these important and even common people was always a hobby of hers. After all, she could see what others couldn't: the red strings that tied together people who were pretending to be at each other's throats, the blue strings that tied together supposed friends. Human relationships were so interesting, especially when she had the ability to see through their true nature while simultaneously watching the shows that were put on for the public. Oh ho! The 6th young master of the Shur clan is actually together with the 4th young master of the Shui clan. If the public found out, there'd probably be outrage. Rose smiled slyly. This world definitely wasn't one that accepted such relationships. It seemed she would be gaining a great amount of dirt on the powers she had offended in the past year. Just this was enough to make coming here worth it. The Shui clan is truly something. Not only the Shur clan, but the Wang clan, Han clan, Peng family. It's like they're selling their geniuses off as prostitutes. Rose thought about it more. Of the clans she had dealings with, the Shui clan was definitely one of the most convoluted. Their patriarch's greed for power had reached a point where it'd be more apt to say he was destroying the clan than helping it grow. Now that I think about it, wasn't the little princess of the Shui clan an abandoned young miss who fled to the Celestial Star Palace? With her talent, she should be among the geniuses they brought. She turned her attention to the Celestial Star Palace, but couldn't spot anyone with the signature white hair that all those in the Shui clan possessed. Wait, there's only 18 of them. Don't tell me, she smiled slyly. That has to be it. Although I'm reaching this conclusion in the most illogical manner possible, if it's that husband of mine, then I don't doubt it in the slightest. Rose almost grinned outright, but she stopped herself. Her smile was too powerful, and it'd be annoying if the young masters who saw that smile came over to bother her while she was busy thinking, but the world didn't revolve around her wishes. Even without her doing anything at all, the situation she wanted to happen least appeared without suspense. My lady, you are looking especially beautiful today. A soothing voice came from her left. There stood a handsome man with black hair and eyes. They were eyes that made a great deal of the ladies around her swoon, but to Rose, they looked like the eyes of the snake. Wang bastard, we meet again. Though, I would have preferred it if you had died in a ditch somewhere in the time we hadn't seen each other. Her tone was as cold as it could get, but the first young master of the Wang clan, Wang Tiana, didn't seem to care at all. My lady's words are as cruel as always. What to do? I don't think my heart can take it anymore. Perhaps if you allowed me to treat you to dinner, my pain would be alleviated slightly. Rose almost gagged. For what? With your disgusting personality, you're probably scheming to drop an aphrodisiac in my food and then rape me, aren't you? It seems your younger brother's lesson didn't translate for you. If you want to end up like him so badly, I don't mind making it happen. Wang Tian, his face twitched. Remembering the state his younger brother was in due to the woman in front of him, he almost lost his composure. That trash didn't deserve to be someone from the Wang clan. Not only had he embarrassed himself by trying to pull a similar trick to what Rose had just accused him of scheming, but he had also failed miserably and suffered horrible consequences for it. The shame that was brought to the Wang clan after that event was something they couldn't ignore. In fact, most of the people in his clan wanted nothing more than to kill Rose where she stood, but what's the use in that? If she died, I'd lose out on such a good toy, and one that I've been chasing for so long too. I can't let my efforts go to waste now, can I? Wang Tian had quickly regained his composure and tried to approach Rose, but she backed away with every step he took. Don't even dare get within 500 feet of me. According to my dear husband, that's how far people like you should stay away from school zones. Whatever that means, Rose chortled inwardly, thinking of the joke Damien had made back then. But it was truly apt when using such a phrase describing Wang Tianhe. He was a disgusting individual. The type of person Rose absolutely abhorred. If it wasn't for not wanting to trouble her sect by completely falling out with the Wang family, or more specifically, the great clans that backed it, she would have killed him long ago, but it wasn't simply his character or misdeeds. When Rose looked at Wang Tianhe, she couldn't see the handsome appearance that others saw at all. What she saw was a bundle of pitch-black karmic strings, tainted by the disgusting scent of death. And behind those karmic strings were those snake-like eyes that couldn't hide their feelings from her at all. Not only is he scum, but he's also a traitor of humanity. If only I had enough power, I'd wipe the entire Wang clan off the face of the earth. 422 Finally, too, Wang Tianhe flinched. Truthfully, he didn't even register the disgust on Rose's face, or maybe he would have understood how far she'd seen through him. The second he heard the words "dear husband" come out of her mouth, his brain short-circuited. It wasn't just him. Plenty of people who had chased Rose in the past had similar reactions. Hidden killing intent sprouted in their hearts towards the man who had taken the beauty they had their eyes on. They had been chasing a married woman all this time? It was a tremendous loss of face. Although stealing someone's bride because they were weaker than you was a common occurrence in the martial world, it wasn't something done openly. The act of doing so was collectively looked down upon by society. If one did so blatantly, they'd definitely lose their standing in the hearts and minds of those around them, becoming trash amongst trash like Wang Ming, the second young master of the Wang clan. Those men quickly shifted their attention to Elena. But as soon as they did, Rose pulled Elena close to her. "My dear second sister, how can you allow me to deal with this trash on my own? As sisters who share a husband, we should unite against external pressure." Elena rolled her eyes. Although she was thankful for Rose's help, she was worried about the pressure Damien would face when he arrived. Unlike Rose, she didn't have the same blind faith in Damien. She simply didn't get the opportunity to see how far Damien's prowess always towered over his peers, so it couldn't be helped. "Husband, you say? And where is this husband of yours? I'd truly love to meet him." Wang Tianhe spoke with an imperceptible smile. Once again, he was quick to recover from the blows Rose kept throwing at him. "You don't have to worry about that. You'll definitely see him soon. Actually, there's a 10/10 chance that you'll be killed by him as well. I'm truly looking forward to it, ha ha ha. I as well can't help but be excited to meet the glorious husband of my lady. After all, someone who could steal the hearts of the two heavenly fairies of the supreme fairy paradise can't be a normal person. How embarrassing would it be if he couldn't match up to my expectations? Though, I doubt that'd happen, right?" Rose snorted. "Your expectations don't matter for shit. Why would my husband be bothered by the words of some trash on the side of the street? Ha ha ha." A sudden uproarious laughter filled the air. The surprising thing was, it didn't come from anyone present. Rather, it descended from the sky like heavy rain. This is the kind of demeanor a wife of mine should have. Why should she care about the barking of some neighborhood dog who doesn't know the existence of wolves? In the sky above the crowd, two individuals materialized. A mystical young man and a white-haired beauty, their appearances alone being enough to cause waves in the crowd below. Badum, Rose's heartbeat was almost palpable. The second she heard the voice she could only dream about for so many days on end, she wholly stopped caring about the situation around her. When she looked up into the sky, she couldn't help but swoon. How the hell could this man become even more handsome? Damien and Ryue might not have realized it, since they had been together the whole time and surrounded by people who didn't care about their physical appearances, but they had grown far more attractive during their time in the secret realm. Damien especially had gotten the supreme treatment of the primordial undying tree, having his body reconstructed by its essence. His hair shone with a soft luster as it reflected the sunlight, the silver streaks within twinkling like stars. His eyes, after their evolution, gave off a profound aura that seemed to suck one's soul deeper into that swirling pattern of amethyst and red. His skin had become fairer and far smoother, emanating a rich vitality that seemed to calm one down with a single whiff. His chiseled face had become more defined, his featured being perfected. Even under the black celestial star palace robes he was wearing, the faint outline of his muscles was enough to cause many young women in the crowd to have their noses bleed. Rose no longer cared for Wang Tianhe's provocation at all. In fact, she totally forgot his existence. Her body rose into the sky and flew towards Damien's descending figure at maddening speeds. Damien wasn't in a much better state. The second he saw that single speck of pink among the crowd, his eyes zoomed in and focused wholly on her position. Seeing the pink mass that was about to collide with his body at full speed, he smiled apologetically at Ryue, but Ryue didn't mind at all. In fact, she heavily sympathized with what Rose was feeling. She was also forced to endure a year of separation. Even if that year was filled with excitement that made her forget her longing, the second she saw the man she was longing for, it all poured out like a tsunami, so she quickly separated herself from Damien and hovered in the air a few feet away, allowing space for the couple to enjoy their reunion. Bang! The impact finally happened. Rose barreled into Damien's arms, wrapping herself around his body like a koala. She dug her face into his neck and took a deep whiff of his scent, as if wanting to firmly engrave it into her memory, never to be forgotten again, and Damien was the same. He spread his arms and caught her, wrapping his arms around her shoulders and hugging her deeply. He hurried his face in her hair and closed his eyes, finally. It had been so long. So long since the last time they saw each other. Back then, he had left her so unjustly. Due to his own insecurities, he had left her alone in this strange new world without thinking about her safety or how his decisions affected her at all. Finally, he would be able to right his wrongs from back then. Finally, he would be able to spend time with her as he should. Finally, he would be able to treat her as his wife with his whole heart, never to let her suffer again. My dear Rose, he had so much he wanted to say to her. In the day or so it took for him to teleport from the 3,000 Beast Mountain range to here, he had ruminated over the love-filled words he could say to commemorate their reunion so many times that even Ryue started to get tired of his sappy speeches. But now that the moment was upon him, he couldn't get any of those words out of his throat. None of them seemed to be enough to express what he wanted to express. These kinds of feelings, words alone weren't enough to describe them, so he packed all his feelings into those 3 words, hoping that she would understand his intent. And Rose, who was she? The child of destiny who could see the inner thoughts of those around her as clear as day. Even if Damien could block her ability with his own eyes just as easily, why would he do such a thing to his own wife? The tone of his words made many in the crowd below inadvertently look at the two with warm eyes. The sentiments he conveyed were clear even to them. But for Rose, it was even clearer. She understood exactly what he was conveying, even more so than he truly conveyed with his words. She couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her cheeks. Indeed, she was an understanding wife. Back then, Damien had his own problems to deal with. The fact that he had come to speak to her about those problems alone was enough for her. The Damien she had met back then, the one she had fallen in love with, he was broken. Even though he always put up a strong front, even with the power he had that surpassed all of his peers, he was broken and incomplete. He was always plagued by his inner thoughts, unable to fully enjoy his life, as his wife, as the woman he loved and the one who loved him just as much. How could she be okay knowing that he was suffering so much inside? The fact that she couldn't help him at all, the fact that even though he was able to tell her about his problems, he wasn't able to rely on her help to solve them, it truly hurt, because she wanted to become the person that could help him bear his burdens, the same way he helped her. The words he spoke, even if he was simply endearingly calling her name, she could feel his emotion. How apologetic he was, how much he wanted to make it up to her, how much he had been thinking of her during their time apart, how much his love for her was overflowing at this moment of reunion. She could feel it all. And it was gratifying. It felt like finally, she had earned her place in his heart. Finally, she could become someone he trusted and relied on with his everything. Finally, she had been acknowledged, and so, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing, no matter how much she wanted to. Elena watched them with a smile. It was a mix between a sad smile and one filled with joy. She couldn't decide which emotion she felt more strongly. When he's done with her, it'll be your turn. Hide that sadness in your smile. He's been missing you too, and he has a lot he's been wanting to say to you. Trust me, I had to bear with him when he was stressing over how to break the subject to you. When Elena looked up, she saw the white-haired beauty that had arrived with Damien looking at her with a warm smile. Seeing that smile, a faint hope appeared in Elena's heart. Ruyue nodded in the air as if to confirm her thoughts, forcing the hope in Elena's heart to grow without her permission. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were just words from a stranger. They shouldn't mean much, right? So why was she feeling so giddy? By the way, in the future I'll be your second sister, since technically I came first. So don't forget it, dear little sister of mine. Elena's eyes widened. Seeing the playful yet slightly competitive expression on Ruyue's face, she almost couldn't stop herself from bursting into a fit of giggles. The atmosphere that had been filled with tense excitement for the opening of the secret realm had suddenly been painted pink by the arrival of one man. The focus of the crowd became fixed on the enamoring romance between this man and woman in the sky, a variety of emotions and thoughts flashing through their minds. But even those who hated seeing the current reunion, the ones who wanted Damien dead so he would no longer be a wall in the path of their conquest, even they decided to keep quiet in the face of such heartfelt emotions. But not everyone had the same kind of tact. Wang Tianhe growled through gritted teeth. So you're the so-called husband? Now that I've seen you in person. I guess you aren't much. 423 dogs. 1. So you're the so-called husband? Now that I've seen you in person, I guess you aren't much. Damien's eyes turned cold. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Tianhe, the latter's neck in his grasp. Why do you think yourself to be important enough to interrupt my reunion with my lovely wife? I left you traitors in the crowd alone because I wanted to spend some time with Rose before getting my hands dirty, but it seems you didn't savor the opportunity one gave you. Damien grabbed Wang Tianhe's wrist and pulled. It wasn't a glamorous motion. In fact, it was slow enough that even a mortal would be able to follow it, yet, along with his pull, Wang Tianhe's entire arm was ripped from his body. Arg! Wang Tianhe gritted his teeth in pain. He tried to rouse his mana to escape, but he suddenly found that his mana didn't respond to him. Pathetic. Your own mana has been abandoned by you long ago, so why would it listen to your command? It's a shame that it's been forced to stay inside your body with that trash you've injected yourself with. Allow me to free it from its shackles. Pitch black essence leaked from Damien's fingertips and entered Wang Tianhe's body. It snakes through his meridians, wrapping around the pure mana within and guiding it toward his heart. Devour. A black hole was formed in Wang Tianhe's heart. Its suction force pulled in all the pure mana that had been gathered, leaving only the corrupted Nox mana remaining inside the man's meridians. Disgusting. You actually dared to pursue my wife with this kind of pathetic strength? Even if I wasn't here to put you in your place, a single slap from her would be enough to kill you. Do you think yourself worthy of my queen? The only option Wang Tianhe had left in retaliation was to use his corrupted mana, but with so many fourth-class existences present, such a move would be the death of the Wang clan. Boy, you dare? A booming voice rang out. A massive aura encompassed the area, causing a suffocating pressure to descend on all those present. Damien snorted. Finally, someone of note has arrived. A dog's son would definitely be raised by a dog father, so it isn't too surprising that you're the same as him. The middle-aged man who was standing in the air ferociously glared at Damien. Since his arm can be reattached, I can forgive this single transgression. As my son was pursuing your wife, I can understand why you'd need to vent your fury. However, don't go too far. Young men should learn when to advance and retreat. Damien placidly looked at the middle-aged man. When it came to his aura, he was undoubtedly a fourth class, but Damien couldn't feel any of the awe or majesty fourth class existences used to carry anymore. The gap has decreased this much. He turned his attention back to Wang Tianhe, only to catch the latter smirking at him. What will you do now? Even if you're more powerful than me, you'll still be humiliated by the power of the Wang clan. That was what his gaze seemed to say. I don't know where you got your confidence from to look at the man who has your life in his hands like that, but from the looks of it, it seems you haven't understood a thing. Since his left hand was occupied holding Wang Tianhe by the throat, he had to settle for the latter's right leg instead of going for another arm. Ryup. A disgusting ripping sound rang out as the leg was sloppily ripped from the body, accompanied by Wang Tianhe's pained screech. Hiss, the crowd collectively sucked in a cold breath. Whether it be the action itself or the connotations behind it, both were equally insane. The fact of the matter was, Damien didn't use any mana at all. To rip apart the body of a top genius of the central continent, he had only used physical strength. And he did so while being completely unaffected by the aura or psychological pressure of a fourth-class being bearing down on him, uncaring of the consequences of his actions. How domineering, but Wang Chen didn't seem to think so. You brat that doesn't know how high the heavens are. Allow me to teach you a lesson today. Wang Chen's body blurred, appearing behind Damien in an instant. A fierce palm strike careened toward his back, but by the time the attack landed, Damien and Wang Tianhe had vanished. Spatial cultivator. Wang Chen realized through gritted teeth. Even if he hadn't used his full strength, he had used enough strength to cripple someone even on Long Chen's level. Yet, Damien had flawlessly escaped his attack. Old fart, you think too highly of yourself. Even amongst fourth-class existences, you aren't much. In fact, I have an entry-level fourth-class subordinate that's far more powerful than you. Anyway, that doesn't matter. If losing face is what you're so afraid of, I'll allow you to lose even more. Damien turned his attention to Wang Tianhe. This is going to hurt a bit. But try to keep your screams down. Last time I did this to someone, my eardrums almost burst. What before Wang Tianhe could even question what was happening, his body disappeared, reappearing a few feet below its original position, but considering that they were on the ground, a few feet drop had far more substantial meaning. Wang Tianhe's lower body was forced to occupy the same space that the molecules of the earth were already occupying. The pain of his very molecular structure being altered and fused with the earth almost drove Wang Tianhe insane, but that wasn't all that happened. Logically speaking, it was impossible for two sets of molecules to inhabit the same space, superimposing upon each other. While in Elytra's case, her legs fused with the ground entirely, Wang Tianhe wasn't so lucky. Bang! The ground below exploded, sending streaks of blood and chunks of flesh flying into the air. If the molecules that were forced to superimpose on each other couldn't fuse, the structures they made up would simply explode, ridding the problem entirely. Father, help me! Wang Tianhe cried pitifully. From the waist down, his body no longer existed. His intestines leaked from the hole in his waist like snakes jumping out of a can. Brat, you dare! Wang Chen didn't hold anything back. This time, he charged with the true power of a fourth-class existence. Damien still gazed at his incoming figure placidly. I can see him, although it was blurry, he could still read his opponent's movements. He could read the movement of a genuine fourth-class existence. If he wanted to, he could even dodge the incoming strike with relative ease, but there was no need to show all his cards at the moment. After all, he had no way of knowing whether these traitors could contact the enemy, making them aware of his strength. Damien didn't have any desire to die early because the Nox became aware of the threat he would pose to them in the future. Old man, haven't you watched long enough? Do you plan on letting me die here? Oh ho ho! An intrigued laughter responded to his words. Wang Chen's momentum was immediately slowed. How could I not enjoy the show? A certain rebellious disciple of mine was showing me how much he'd grown while he was gone. I couldn't just interrupt him, could I? Tian Yang's sagely form appeared in the air before Wang Chen. A light slap landed on the latter's head, forcing his body into the ground. Now. A fight between juniors is occurring. Us old folk should just sit back and watch, shouldn't we? Wang Chen gritted his teeth. Out of all people, it had to be Tian Yang who stopped him. Whether in terms of status or power, he wasn't even close to matching up. Senior, your disciple is killing my son. How could this be called a mere spar? He still protested pitifully. He didn't care about face anymore. Wang Tianhe was the hope of the Wang clan. For their plans to proceed smoothly, he was integral, yet, he was about to die a dog's death. Damien sneered. Old fart, listen well. This is the fate of those who dare target my women. Damien was done toying with his prey. The last demonstration should have been enough to warn those watching. Bang! Wang Tianhe's head exploded. All it took was a single slap. My son, Wang Chen roared. Out of nowhere, 5 fourth-class existences appeared behind his back. Even if it's you, you will not be able to stop me today. That brat must die. Wang Chen growled at Tian Yang. Tian Yang smiled. Brat, it seems you've angered him. What will you do now? Damien snorted. Old man, you have eyes too, even if they aren't as good as mine. For these kinds of traitors, there is no mercy at all, and just like with Wang Chen, 5 fourth-class existences appeared behind Damien's back. Chapter 424 Dogs 2. There were 2 things Damien learned through his altercation with Wang Chen. Firstly, even someone at the 4th class who had received a power boost from the Nox wasn't able to perceive the void essence he had quietly injected into Wang Tian's body. This meant that although he still had to hide his void physique publicly, using its abilities in a veiled manner was still viable unless he was facing a genuine demigod. Secondly, if a 4th class appeared out of thin air, nobody would question it even if they couldn't sense the mana fluctuations, even the more powerful 4th class existences around. Firstly, this meant reaching 4th class allowed some kind of great maneuverability or power that Damien didn't know about yet. Something that could allow all 4th classes to move unseen. Secondly, it meant he could summon his 4th class helpers from the sanctuary without fear of revealing its existence. Even if I reveal the fact that they're serving me here and now, it won't affect my future plans. After all, nobody would expect these exhaled 4th class existences to be following me around endlessly. And even if they did, they wouldn't expect something like the sanctuary to exist. Most likely, they'll plot while using some means to block the method by which Wang Chen's helpers arrived, which won't hinder me at all. Still, he might have to whip up a scheme or two to make it seem like his 4th class helpers had left his side in the future. Being underestimated made his life far easier. After all, Damien's 5 subordinates looked around curiously. So this is the world outside the mountain range? It feels far easier to move around, and my power seems more fluid and easy to exert. However, the mana density is a bit, the Fire Phoenix matriarch commented lightly. Right. The mana density is poor to say the least. And the vitality of the earth is lacking as well. The only benefit is that the natural suppression of the mountain range is gone. The Ice Phoenix matriarch agreed. Kid, you didn't just summon me for nothing, did you? I was busy teaching this old demon here a lesson. The White Dragon King spoke annoyedly. Lucius scoffed. Please. As if a mere lizard could harm me. You should be thanking him for saving your ass. The last comment especially caused Damien to raise an eyebrow. Father-in-law, I didn't know you knew how to speak so crassly. Brat, my daughter isn't even your woman, so why do you keep insisting on calling me father-in-law? Well, isn't it because it pisses you off so much? Your reactions are quite fun to watch, you know. I know, right? This old geezer is hilarious when he's angry. The White Dragon King laughed rambunctiously. Damien shook his head with a smile. Anyway, you were right that I didn't call you out for nothing. Some old fart brought out 4th class existences to bully me. As my subordinates, how can you just stand still and watch? Since when were we subordinates? The Fire Phoenix matriarch scoffed. Are you not? Damien quipped back. That's beside the point. The Fire Phoenix matriarch coughed and looked away. The White Dragon King rolled his eyes. What we are doesn't matter. I finally have the chance to test the strength of those in the outside world, so why would I falter here? Brat, where are they? Over there. Damien pointed at where Wang Chen and Tian Yang were standing. Oh. I call the old man. That old man is my master. He'd probably beat your ass in seconds, so I'd recommend not touching him. TCH. You're no fun. Fine then. It's those 5 weaklings standing behind the other weakling, right? I don't know why you summoned all 5 of us. Just me is enough, no. A new voice entered the fray. It was Elvira, who had remained quiet until then. Young lord, please allow me to take care of them. Damien raised his brow. I can't say I don't understand your reasoning, but are you sure? Elvira cracked her knuckles. Despite how I look, I'm not that much weaker than the White Dragon King. If we fought in physical strength alone, he'd only have a 20% chance of winning. Damien's eyes widened. He looked at the White Dragon King for confirmation, only to see the latter turn his head away awkwardly. Brat, I'll warn you now. Even if she looks dainty and frail, don't let her fool you. This woman is a gorilla, Elvira scoffed. Since I have more important matters to take care of, I'll let it slide this time. When we get back, though, let's see how you run from me." She vanished from her spot, reappearing behind one of Wang Chen's fourth-class helpers. She grabbed the man by the top of his head and squeezed. The other four sprung into action, but as if she was waiting for that moment, Elvira flicked her wrist. The earth was torn apart, giving way to massive vines that mirrored the ones Ruyue and Feng Qinger had encountered in the primordial undying realm. Bang! 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 The vines thrashed the four men, forcing them to go on the defensive. Elvira turned her attention back to the man in her grasp. "Now, let's play, shall we?" Woo boom! A ferocious punch landed on his stomach, shooting him hundreds of meters into the air. Elvira's form flickered, leaving an afterimage as it appeared above him. Bang! Gripping her hands together as if she was going to hit a volleyball, Elvira slammed downward, causing the man's body to fold like an omelette as it shot down to the ground. But just like before, Elvira didn't allow him to regain his bearings as he fell. She appeared next to him again, catching his neck and yanking him back, abruptly shifting his momentum and forcing his bones to collapse. After that, what could only be called a one-sided beating occurred. Damien was able to truly understand how much of a gorilla woman Elvira was. How does she even hide such frightening strength in that tiny body? Damien wondered inwardly. But looking around, he realized something. Right, this is supposed to be a secret realm opening. My bad. Hey, I know she can handle things alone, but I'd prefer if we could finish up as quickly as possible. I have to go attend to my wives, you know? I can't waste time on petty squabbles with these old geezers. The White Dragon King grinned while Lucius rolled his eyes. The two Phoenix matriarchs looked at the four men who were fending off Elvira's vines indifferently. Good! The White Dragon King exclaimed. I've been itching for a good fight. The four sprang into action. Flames and ice intertwined. Instead of repulsing each other, they actually mixed together to form an even deadlier attack. The two men, even while being fourth classes, couldn't resist the onslaught of the two Phoenix matriarchs working in tandem. Within 10 minutes, only their charred and frozen corpses remained. As for the White Dragon King, he went the pure physical strength route like Elvira. It seemed her display had invoked his competitive spirit. It was a comedic situation to Damien, but to his opponent, it was hell. That fourth class was destined for death regardless. But somehow his death had become just as pitiful as the man Elvira was manhandling. The two of them didn't even have complete bodies by the time they died. As for Lucius, his methods were far more elusive. Damien didn't understand exactly what he had done, but the corpse of the enemy he had taken on didn't have a single scratch on it. Even if he's at the entry level of fourth class, that's only because his progress was stalled by the restrictions of the primordial undying realm. It's obvious that the revenge-driven Lucius wouldn't allow such a setback to prevent him from getting stronger. Damien realized, it seems I should stop looking down on him for being the weakest. What was supposed to be a riveting fight turned into a one-sided slaughter because of Damien's helpers. Those watching almost didn't believe their eyes. One could only imagine the shock Wang Chen received. Old fart. Traitors like you have only a single fate waiting for you. Death without mercy. Whether it's you, your sons, the old ancestors of your clan, it doesn't matter. They'll all be wiped out the same way. Wang Chen fell to the floor. Even until now, only his people and Damien knew what he meant when he kept calling them traitors. Damien didn't care to explain to insignificant people, so he never expanded on the topic, but if he didn't use the power granted to him by the Nox, Wang Chen was well aware that he would die the same way his subordinates and son had. I don't want to die. Fuck the Wang clan, fuck those so-called lords who didn't even care to help me in such a dire situation. All that matters is that I live, to live even if it cost the lives of all he cared for. That was Wang Chen's resolve, and as soon as he formed it, his body was coated in murky black mana. Chapter 425 Empyrean Dragon Realm 1. They often say that a tiger father doesn't raise a dog son, but there's another side to that saying. To raise a dog son, there must also be a dog father. As inky black mana flared out and overtook Wang Chen's aura, this was the only thought that came to Damien's mind. To do such a thing was probably the stupidest course of action there was, after all. They weren't in an isolated space, nor were the people involved in the current scuffles even close to the only ones around. For Wang Chen to openly flaunt his traitor status was worse than stupid. The second that inky black mana appeared in the air, the expressions of those fourth-class existences that were gathered simultaneously changed. Cold gazes congregated on Wang Chen, and before he could even finish prepping whatever attack he was planning to pull, a horde of all-encompassing auras pressed down on his back and forced his knees to the ground. When the matter was a personal grudge, we had no right nor desire to intervene. However, Wang Chen, you have made a huge mistake this time. A man who looked in his late 20s stepped into the air. His hair was so blonde it was closer to gold in color, and his eyes were a ruby red similar to roses. When Damien saw him, his instincts screamed danger. That is the palace master of the Jade Heavenly Palace. The current strongest active expert on the cloud plane, Tian Yang's mental transmission entered Damien's mind, causing his eyes to widen. He knew it was wrong to be fooled by looks after meeting people like Elvira and the Phoenix matriarchs, these tens of thousands of year-old women who were still heaven-shaking beauties, but he still ended up making that mistake, the palace master of the Jade Heavenly Palace. The first-ranked expert in the entirety of the cloud plane. He truly had an imposing air that matched those titles, HM? Wait a second. Didn't he say active experts? Damien noticed the discrepancy in Tian Yang's words, glaring at the latter suspiciously. And do you count as an active expert or not? Tian Yang smirked. This old man has long retired from the scene. If not, how could an insolent brat like you manage to become my disciple? TCH, pretentious old man, don't think I don't know how much you wanted to teach me. You can pretend all you want, but you'll never fool me, whatever you say. Tian Yang rolled his eyes. While the two were conversing, the palace master of the Jade Heavenly Palace arrived before Wang Chen. Wang Chen felt a cold sweat pouring down his back. You, as a reputable leader of our central continent, have sold your soul to the enemy. You have become a traitor to all humanity. Do you understand the consequences of what you've done? The palace master spoke slowly. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, but didn't respond. He was trying hard to rouse his mana and flee, but it wasn't just the palace master who was pressuring him. He was facing the joint pressure of tens of existences that surpassed his level. Even his mana was moving sluggishly. The palace master gave him a sideways glance. It seems you have no intention to speak. Very well, I also do not have a habit of negotiating with traitors. I, Shang Guanyu, as the palace master of the Jade Heavenly Palace, shall execute the authority brought about by my position. Today, I shall sentence this traitor and everyone related to him to death. Do not leave a single one behind, whether it be a dog or a chicken, kill them all. Yes, palace master. An array of shouts rang out. A slaughter began. No matter where they tried to run, those geniuses and elders of the Wang clan were exterminated rapidly under the massive assailants that followed the palace master's orders. Shang Guanyu swiped his hand down casually, severing Wang Chen's head like he was killing a bug. It was effortless. Send word back to the sect. A force shall be created for the sake of wiping this scourge off of our cloud plane. The main family, branch families, anyone with even a drop of Wang blood inside their bodies, slaughter them all. Yes, palace master. The disciple next to him responded promptly and carried out his orders. Damien watched the whole show play out from the sidelines. This was the truth of the world. Even though he felt it was a bit much to annihilate any and everyone related to the Wang family, he could also understand why it was done. It was just as he said. There was no mercy for traitors. Damien glanced at the palace master. All-seeing eyes have been activated. Status, Shang Guanyu, HM, that was all he could say. But it wasn't like the palace master's name was helpful information at all. Since the latter had already declared it only a few moments prior. What an interesting boy. Damien looked up in shock, only to find those ruby red eyes and that golden hair only inches away from his face. His eyes hardened as he backed away. His reputation isn't groundless at all. This kind of power isn't something I can hope to see through at my level. He's a completely different breed compared to Wang Chen. Now. How can you run away at a time like this? If you want to invade someone else's privacy, shouldn't you be prepared to have the same done to you? Damien clicked his tongue. Yeah, my bad. But still, what's the harm in wanting to see how high the wall I need to climb is? Oh ho? Tian Yang, you've truly found yourself an interesting disciple, ha! Isn't he? This brat has quite the annoying personality, but his talent is still amazing nonetheless. Tian Yang replied. Damien rolled his eyes and teleported away, arriving next to Rose once more. He wanted nothing to do with Shang Guanyu. That guy was an old fox on the level of Tian Yang. He didn't like the feeling of having to constantly have his guard up about what he did or said. lest it be used against him at a later time. I get the feeling that he's scheming something. Not something related to me or this event at all, just the fact that he's scheming something. It wasn't even a danger sense. Shangguan, you just felt like someone whose every word was meant to lure you deeper into a trap, so that one day you'd be unable to escape his grasp. It was a terrifying kind of person to have as an enemy, but an incredibly useful kind as an ally. Though, even as an ally, you'd always be forced to have your guard up. I can't see through him at all, whether it be his status or mana. Let's just hope he's an ally. If worst comes to worst, I'm not the one who has to deal with him. I don't have the power to meddle in that level of affairs. Damien shook off his thoughts. Since Tian Yang was occupying Shangguanyu, he didn't have to worry about interacting with that old fox. It meant he could go back to focusing on what he actually came here for. My lovely wife, how was it? Your husband is way better than you expected, isn't he? Damien stuck out his chest with pride. Rose giggled. Indeed, my dear husband has become an even greater man than he once was. How can I not be proud to be his wife? She latched into his arm with a smile. Even though their romantic moment had been interrupted, this kind of casual interaction was just as good. She simply wanted to savor the fact that they were back together, but she suddenly remembered something. Ah, how rude of me. I was so immersed in you that I forgot to greet the one you came with. So, is she my new sister? Perhaps. Damien averted his eyes. Rose hummed contemplatively. If it's her body, then she definitely meets the standard. As for her personality, I'll need to experience it to see for myself. Dear husband, how about you leave us alone for a bit so I can get to know my new sister better? Damien felt cold sweat leaking down his back. He felt that he was probably in a scarier situation than Wang Chen was before he got executed a bit ago, but he couldn't do anything besides wish Ru Yue and leave. Getting involved in this matter would just be asking for his death. Instead, he turned his attention elsewhere. There was one more reunion he had been wanting to have, looking at the blue-haired beauty among the sea of fairies from the Supreme Fairy Paradise. He smiled, but at that moment, a sudden disturbance took place in the mana in the atmosphere. Nobody knew who said it, but as soon as the words came out, the previous tense and excited atmosphere returned in an instant. The matters of Damien and the Wang clan left their minds entirely. The Empyrean Dragon Realm is opening. Chapter 426 Empyrean Dragon Realm 2, 426 Empyrean Dragon Realm 2. Damien sighed at the unfortunate timing, but he figured it'd be weirder if the Empyrean Dragon Realm didn't open at a time like this. After all, with how much rampant mana had been spread into the atmosphere during the previous matter with the Wang clan, it was only natural that a mana-reactive gate like a secret realm entrance would be aroused. Wild spatial fluctuations started to spread from the middle of the crowd. But since most people weren't skilled enough to feel those fluctuations, they weren't able to move away in time. Although the geniuses from major powers were warned by their elders and hence left the area, many rogue cultivators were directly sucked into the forming spatial rift that had spawned. Damien glanced at them through the folds of space. A few hundred had been sucked in, but only tens of them survived and successfully entered the secret realm. The others were either torn apart and killed by the unstable space or teleported randomly across the central continent. I guess I can consider myself lucky to be a spatial cultivator. Even if a situation like this occurs, nothing will happen to me. Soon, the spatial rift stabilized. The entrance to the secret realm truly opened, and had become safe enough for those who had come for it to flood into it. Damien looked around, spotting Long Chen in the crowd. When he did, he couldn't help but grin. Little brat, it seems you've been busy while I was away. Look at you moving around with a beauty in each arm. And isn't that your master? I can't believe you had the gall to bag a sect elder. Damien's mental transmission entered Long Chen's head, almost causing him to stumble. I see you are just as crass as always. Hypocritical, too. Why didn't you tell me that the two heavenly fairies of the Supreme Fairy Paradise were your women? Not to mention the little princess of the Shui clan. I thought I had a knack for making enemies, but now that I see you I don't dare to say I'm the best at it. Enemies are stepping stones. It hasn't yet been decided what their position will be. Anyway, get in there and become more powerful. Next time we fight, the punishment will be calling me boss for the rest of your life. Long Chen grinned wolfishly. TCH, someone like Wang Tianhe doesn't represent my fighting prowess. If you think you can manhandle me like you did to him, then you're in for a great surprise when you taste my blade. Damien returned the same ferocious smile. Good. That's the kind of confidence any subordinate of mine should have. Very well then, I look forward to our meeting in the secret realm. Let's try not to kill each other this time though, okay? Long Chen gave one final nod before jumping into the secret realm entrance with the beauty by his side. Damien didn't know who she was, but considering how the other scions looked at her, she must have been someone with high status. As for Xiao Sun, as an elder of the Celestial Star Palace, let alone entering the secret realm, she couldn't even publicly show too much affection for Long Chen. If they didn't have something like Damien's trained eye, or Rose's insane ability, nobody would be able to tell the true nature of their relationship. After his greeting to Long Chen, Damien's gaze turned towards a certain group of individuals with snow-white hair. Looking at them, he could only feel disdain in his heart. Isn't this a great way to start Ruyue's revenge against the Shui clan? The fact that her most earnest wish is to kill the man who claims to be her father. What kind of hellish treatment did they put her through? Let's see how many of your geniuses can come out of this expedition alive. Finally, his gaze turned back to Elena. Although their reunion and the talk they needed to have couldn't happen because of the secret realm opening, it was simply delayed instead of cancelled. He had no plans of letting go of this opportunity. He turned to Rose and Ruyue, who both nodded to him with smiles on their faces. It seemed the two of them were planning to explore the secret realm together as well. Conveniently, or should he say, purposefully, giving him an opportunity to be alone with Elena, he was truly grateful to have such understanding women. He once again resolved himself to reciprocate their trust in him 100-fold and flashed away. Appearing next to Elena, he held his hand out in an exaggerated manner. Now then, shall we go? Elena looked at him up and down. Even though he's changed so much in the time they were apart, both when he was pushed into the dungeon and on their time on the cloud plane, the Damien she knew and the one she had fallen so head over heels for was still present somewhere in there. Just the fact that he had finally come to her earnestly like this was enough to affirm her of this fact. She grabbed his outstretched hand gracefully. With such an amazing guide leading me, how could I refuse? The two of them flashed away. Damien entered the chaotic space of the spatial rift with Elena's hand in his. Interesting. My control over dimensional magic has improved to such a point. Since the previous spatial rift he entered was conjured by a demigod, he didn't notice it. But now, his improvement was basically shoving itself in his face to see. Within the chaotic space, he could see the outline of the entire Empyrean dragon sect. The spatial transmission formation had been laid out to cover the entire sect and transport them in randomly, but he didn't have to rely on such chance. He felt how easy it was to wade through normal space when he left the 3000 Beast Mountain range. With this kind of ability, choosing where the spatial transmission formation would spit them out was a piece of cake. Even then, I can't really tell which areas will be more beneficial compared to others. Since this time, I'm focusing on Elena's improvement rather than my own, I should just drop us somewhere near the main sect and allow fate to do the rest. He imprinted the map of the Empyrean dragon sect that he was seeing into his head. It would be useful later when he had to go to the sect's center to contact the World Core. After he was finished, he chose a relatively inconspicuous area and allowed the spatial transmission formation to do the rest. The duo soon appeared in the middle of a small forest. It was just a normal forest, with average-sized trees and no beasts inhabiting it. But it was quite a refreshing sight to Damien, who had become so used to trees that were multiple kilometers in height. Although the process of choosing a destination and memorizing the map took a decent amount of time, to Elena, it was just an instant. In the chaotic space, she couldn't feel the flow of time, nor could she understand what was happening. In the eyes of someone without a spatial affinity, the chaotic space was just an expanse of blackness, no different from flowing one's eyes, but now that they touched ground again, she opened her eyes and spread her awareness. Immediately putting up her guard, Damien smiled. All right. This is her adventure after all. I'll just take the back seat and act only when I'm needed. Other than that, simply enjoying her company is enough. The Empyrean Dragon realm opening that had once caused him to feel so much excitement, to think that only a year later it'd be something he considered a walk in the park. His rate of improvement was shocking to say the least, but he didn't mind it. If it's date locations we're talking about, what could be better than this? He grabbed Elena's hand once again and flashed away. If this was their first date, he'd make sure it was one she'd remember for the rest of their lives. Chapter 427 Elena 1. So, where are we headed? Damien leisurely strolled through the small and peaceful forest while looking at Elena's back. His hands were intertwined behind his head, and if he knew how to whistle, he'd be doing that as well. it was times like these when he missed his old clothes from a pyron. Having pockets to dip his hands into would truly enhance his relaxation, but unfortunately, they had all been destroyed in one way or another, leaving him with only the celestial star palace robes he was currently donning. How am I supposed to know that? For now, we should just figure out where we are and act accordingly. The sect master provided me with a map of the explored portions of the Empyrean Dragon sect. So locating our position shouldn't be too hard. Elena spoke back in a perfunctory manner. She didn't know why she was acting like this. Just like Rose had done less than an hour prior, she wanted to latch onto Damien and pour out her feelings, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. It couldn't be helped. Just as much as she loved him, she resented him as well. The way he had treated her once they finally reunited, and how much his treatment of her worsened after that point. Even before he had fallen, he had neglected her feelings for so many years. It would have been more surprising if she didn't bear any grudges against him, but it was more of a subconscious thing. Until this moment finally came when the two of them were alone together. Even she didn't realize how deep of a grudge she was carrying. And so, she kept her words concise and to the point, so that she wouldn't have to deal with her inner struggle so much. Damien smiled wryly at her behavior. It wasn't the first time he had tried to strike up a conversation since they started walking. It has already been a few hours, but all he got were business talks instead of anything meaningful. This is even harder than trying to talk to Lunaria. He muttered inwardly. When it was Lunaria Snow, he could simply ignore her indifferent attitude because he didn't care enough for her to actually try to break her shell, but it was different for Elena. Unlike Lunaria's naturally indifferent demeanor, Elena was acting this way because of his own mistakes. He didn't blame her at all for it, and he knew that giving up wasn't an option unless he wanted their relationship to continue its regression. A3, all this walking is starting to get boring. How long do we even have in this secret realm? Elena rolled her eyes. Did they not tell you anything at the Celestial Star Palace, HM? Oh, I guess it's natural you don't know. I haven't been to that place in, like, a year and a half or so? It may be longer. Back when I left, there were still 9 months left until this secret realm opened, so the old man didn't bother with too much explanation. Elena massaged her temples with a light frown on her face. The words Damien just said literally made no sense. The chronology was totally off. And seeing the confident smirk on his face, Elena knew he wasn't just saying random words to get her attention. There was a story behind the messed up time he spoke of, and he was baiting her to ask about it. HMF. I won't crack with so little resistance. She consoled herself inwardly, trying to quell her curiosity. She turned her attention to the map that appeared in her hand instead, trying to understand their location. Damien peeked his head over her shoulder curiously. I see. It's not a bad map. Since this secret realm opens far more frequently than the one I just came out of, there's a lot more information on it. Plus, it won't be involved in so much bullshit, so it's a lot safer. But, where we are now isn't marked on that map. Elena's frown deepened. Endure. I must endure. Anyway, I wonder if this place can match up to that one. If it's not, I guess I'll just have to finish my business here and then leave. Oh, but I don't know how long it'll take for the exit to appear. What a shame to be uninformed. If only there was someone around who could help me. Elena's fuse broke. Arg. Damn bastard, it's only a week, so you don't have to worry so much. Also, since when did you get so talkative? If you want to say something, just say it. Damien smirked triumphantly. Hoo-hoo. Finally, the Ice Queen has lowered her guard. I won't waste the opportunity I've earned myself. What Ice Queen? I'm just focused on the task ahead. Right, that's it. Elena countered. Oh? And what task might that be? I'm sure I already told you that this place isn't marked on that map, and how would you know that? Well, because I'm the one who dropped us here. Why else? Elena didn't know when the last time she had such a strong urge to bite someone was. Since when did this bastard get so used to saying nonsensical things like they were normal? Fine, since you're the expert, why don't you tell me? Where exactly are we? Oh. You're finally interested in what I have to say. But I'll have you know, that information won't be free, and what exactly should I pay you with? You don't seem like the type that's obsessed with money. Isn't that obvious? Pay me with time, that's right. For every piece of help you gain from me, I get an hour of your time. When it's over, you have to spend that much time with me uninterrupted. Elena glanced at him sideways. Things weren't progressing how she thought they were supposed to. Isn't he just asking me out? The thought felt even more nonsensical than Damien's recent behavior, considering how he'd been treating her for so long. But when she remembered what that white-haired girl had told her when they were outside, she couldn't just dismiss the idea anymore. Is he being shameless or romantic right now? Either way, it's not working too well for him. Elena almost laughed at his attempts. When she glanced over, she noticed Damien wasn't looking at her anymore. His face was turned to the side, a faint trace of rosiness rising on his cheeks. Damn it, I'm trying my hardest not to cringe right now. Where did these bullshit lines even come from, and who put them in my mouth? I swear when I find that bastard I'll... Pfft. Ha 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 ha, Elena burst out laughing, unable to control it anymore. She clutched her stomach and fell to her knees. It was too much to continue walking when she was laughing so hard. Oi. Who the hell do you think you're laughing at? Damien shot in embarrassment. Who else is here besides me and you, dumbass? Put. For every question I answer, I want you to spend an hour of time on me. Ahahaha, that's it. I swear that if I don't get my revenge today, my name isn't Damien Void, but your name really isn't Damien Void. Last time I checked, wasn't your name changed to Cringelord? Oh, so that's how you want to play, huh? I see. Then, I have no choice. Damien raised his hands and wiggled his fingers. An evil smile crept up his face. Without warning, he pounced on the fallen Elena, tackling her to the floor and tickling her sides. You fool. How dare you taunt someone who knows your greatest weakness? He laughed maniacally as he continued tickling. From when they had first met until the day he had become trapped in the dungeon, Elena had never been able to overcome this weakness of hers. It was the same reason why she rarely ever won an argument against him. Since he had the ultimate trump card, Elena writhed on the ground, trying to escape his tickling. Although she looked like she was fated to lose, she had many years of planning to come up with countermeasures against him. Now, she was prepared. Chapter 428 Elena 2. Elena's figure turned into a flash of light, reappearing several meters away and escaping Damien's clutches. Don't think you can stop me so easily. She growled between breaths. Before Damien could take her by surprise again, she immediately began her counterattack. Her body bent back slightly, her left hand covered her face, and her right arm extended until it was pointing at the sky. Heed my call, O spirit of the world. For I have been named by the void, I am the darkness itself. None shall stand in the way of my reign. Damien's face paled. No, anything but this. He backed away in fear. Elena grinned. Ah! The god of destruction's left eye, and the flames of darkness I have sealed within my arm. They are reacting to an unknown presence. You assassins who have come to fell me, reveal yourselves. Damien closed his ears. Stop. 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 No more, I beg you. Elena's grin widened. Oh, my. What happened to you? Did you not like my little play? How did you find out about that? Damien stuttered. Keek. Those assassins you were talking about, who do you think was actually there? Damien's face paled even further. A repressed memory appeared in his mind. It was a young Damien, desperately attempting to explain himself to an equally young Elena who, strangely enough, had the same smirk on her face as the one in front of him. Vile. Truly vile. Damien shook his head. His eyes turned cold. You know too much. My dark history can never be revealed to the world. He disappeared from his position, appearing in front of Elena before she could react and grabbing her arms, holding them above her head and pinning her to a nearby tree. Forgive me. I can't allow Rose or Ruyue to ever find about the things you know. I have to shut you up here. Damien went to deliver the final blow. There was a single spot on Elena's body that reacted even worse than it did when he tickled her sides. With a single poke, she would become completely incapacitated. He grinned wildly and went in for the attack. But before he could finish, he was forced to abruptly stop himself. You aren't a kid anymore. Ha! He muttered awkwardly. He, of course, remembered the position of Elena's weak spot. It was just, the area that used to be a washboard had now become a voluptuous pair of breasts. Elena's face reddened in embarrassment. She looked down at Damien's finger, which was hovering over the position of one of her most sensitive places. Don't tell me you're scared. She didn't know where the words came from. She almost wanted to punch herself for saying them. After all, wasn't she supposed to be giving him the silent treatment? But seeing him hesitate like this, she felt a sort of competitive urge rising within her that she couldn't suppress. Damien, however, was feeling a completely different kind of urge. When he heard her words, he suddenly became aware of how provocative their current position was. In a forest where there was only them alone, he had her pinned to a tree, only a few inches separating them. His hand was hovering so close to her towering peaks that if a sudden wind blew, he'd end up plunging it into that soft pillow of flesh. Scared? Why would I be scared? I just don't think you'll be able to take it. The words that came out of his mouth matched her provocation. In the same way, she couldn't stop herself, nor could he. This was how their relationship had always been. Once provoked, they would fight until one of them surrendered. It was just that the current fight was completely unlike any of the other ones they'd had. Damien looked down into Elena's eyes. That ocean blue color seemed to shine in the sunlight above them. Humph. She snorted. If you're scared, just admit it. I won't lose to you this time. He was at a loss for words. Should he fall for her provocation or should he maintain his distance? He really couldn't decide. His goal when he entered this secret realm with Elena was to hash out all their previous problems and start anew. He wanted them to have a proper conversation about their past behavior and learn how to proceed from now on, but now, it seemed that step had been entirely skipped. Judging from her behavior, he knew exactly what she wanted. And it wasn't like he didn't want it either. But that conversation was still something that needed to happen at some point. So that they could properly move on, they needed to settle their past, but as he was thinking, he suddenly felt something press into his outstretched hand. Unexpectedly, Elena had made the first move. She shifted her body forward and filled the gap herself, not waiting for him to take action. When he looked back into her eyes, he could see the defiance hidden within. He smiled wryly to himself. I see. Somewhere inside, I was still treating her as just a childhood friend. I wasn't quite able to overcome that barrier and take the next step, even if it was something I desired, but he has gone through too much to hesitate here. He had already resolved himself to take her as his woman, and he had already resolved himself to give her everything she wanted to make up for his faults in the past. His hand no longer stayed idle. If she wanted to deliver herself to him, then he'd happily accept. Elena let out a quiet moan. He moved slowly. It wasn't like he had experience doing such a thing before. Even when he had felt Rose's or Ruyua's breasts in the past, it had been wholly by accident. He lightly squeezed the pillowy mound in his hand, reveling in the sensation it gave. He kneaded it just as gently. Within seconds, he could feel a faint protrusion brushing against his palm. If you put a joystick in front of a man. It was his instinct to play with it. And when such a thing happened to Damien, he followed that instinct, but it was a little too hard to grasp it as it was now. He moved his hand away and let it snake into Elena's robes. The feeling of her skin on his hand was entirely different than the sensation from before. From her waist to her back, his hand took its time feeling her up until it reached a certain point on her upper back. Feeling the latch there, he fondled with it until it came undone. Elena gasped in surprise. She didn't know how the situation had turned out like this, but she didn't plan to stop it. Just as he enjoyed the sensation of her skin on his hand, she couldn't get enough of the euphoria she felt when he touched her. Her chest felt breezy. Her bra dropped to the ground. But that breezy feeling didn't last long. A large and warm hand soon enveloped her freed breast, kneading it with care as if it was a priceless treasure. Damien's fingers pinched that bright pink cherry he had felt before. Now that there were no obstructions in his way, he felt like he had a lot more freedom in his movements, but things were going too slow. Even until now, he couldn't see what he had been feeling all this time. He removed his hand from pinning Elena's and grabbed the hem of her robe. And without suspense, the cloth covering her upper body gently fell around her waist. Chapter 429 Elena, 3, Wow. Damien didn't know what he was expecting, but when Elena's body was revealed in front of his eyes, he was breathless. Her breasts weren't overly big, but he was always a believer that shape mattered more than size. Her breasts perfectly fit into his hands as if they were made for him from the beginning, so he had not a single thing to complain about. His eyes were locked on their position. Feeling the heat in his gaze, Elena shyly brought her arms up to cover her exposed chest. It of course made her happy how invested Damien seemed to be in her body, but it was still shameful to be stared at so blatantly. Damien's gaze panned down. Unfortunately, though, he had only undone the top portion of her robes, so the view below her toned stomach was blocked from his eyes. But what he was seeing now was more than he had ever thought he'd see from her. A flood of memories inadvertently rushed through his mind. From the day he had met Elena to the day he had fallen into the dungeon. The countless memories they shared together and the moments when they had relied on nobody but each other. He remembered the way she used to gaze at him, the way he ignored that gaze because he was too focused on the problems at hand. He wanted to go back in time and beat the shit out of his younger self for refusing a woman like Elena, but the past was the past. His hand moved to her cheek as he stared into her eyes. They may not have been special in the same way Rose's or Ruyu's eyes were, but they were truly beautiful nonetheless. Are you sure you want to do this? He couldn't help but ask. Looking at him, Elena smiled gently. Even in this kind of situation, he was showing so much consideration for her. She was heartened by it, but she was also a bit saddened that he was hesitating. But if that was his feeling, it just meant that she needed to further prove her determination. She threw her arms around his neck and pulled him closer, clumsily planting her lips onto her first kiss. Just like that, it was gone. Her movements were sloppy. She had never done anything like this before. And the things she had seen online were of no help in this situation. Feeling the light tremble in her lips as she tried to lead, Damien understood that he could no longer hesitate. He immediately took control of the situation. He led her through the process, slowly getting her acclimated to the feeling of her lips on his. Once she became more comfortable, he snaked his tongue into her mouth and gently pried open her teeth. Elena made a sound of surprise, inadvertently giving in to his prodding. His tongue slid through the gap and intertwined with her own. His hands didn't stay idle either. As Elena became more used to their kissing routine, he trailed his hand up her waist and once again began playing with her breasts, stimulating those pink protrusions whenever he got the chance. Her continuous moans reverberated in his mouth as they kissed, making him want to hear them endlessly. His unoccupied hand soon traveled down past her waistline and took the opportunity to fondle her pliant ass. Elena was almost overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of new stimulation. Being attacked on three sides at the same time, her innocence towards these kinds of matters began to show through, but no matter what Damien did, she didn't reject. Even as his hand snuck into her panties and touched her directly, she only moaned harder to show her satisfaction. Damien felt incredibly lucky that Elena was a novice like himself. Although she didn't notice it, his movements were extremely clumsy. His member was rock hard already, threatening to burst out of his pants from the second this situation had started. Now that they were this far, he was infinitely close to embarrassing himself even though they hadn't arrived at the main course yet. It seemed his hands couldn't stay still any longer. His fingers slipped into Elena's sacred cave from the back, instantly taking their current activities to the next level. Elena separated her mouth from his and let out a heavenly moan. With the sudden intrusion on her most private area, she could no longer hold herself back, but that moan snapped the last string of reasoning remaining in Damien's head. The second he heard it, the pair vanished from the secret realm where they had once been. They reappeared in the sanctuary, a hidden area of it that Damien had separated for his personal use. When they landed, he had already dropped them in a position where he was on top of Elena, her back pressed against the ground. He undressed her lower half immediately. But even as he did so, Elena did the same to him. His body, which had been forged and reconstructed countless times, appeared before her eyes. His muscles were perfectly toned, not being overly large but carrying an undeniable amount of power within them. Even from the day Damien had left the dungeon, his body had been nearing perfection in appearance. Now that he had been tempered by the primordial undying tree, amongst many other lesser temperings, it was even more so at that level. Elena's breaths became short and ragged as she ran her hands across his body. Damien wasn't any better. When Elena's gaze panned down, she could clearly see the raging dragon that was desperately trying to break free of its cage. She let out a surprised moan. Before she realized it, Damien had once again continued his assault. His fingers were attacking her sacred cave aggressively, while his mouth was planted on one of her rosy buds. Elena was overwhelmed by pleasure. The only thing she could do was wrap her arms around his head and bring him closer to her breasts, heightening the amount of pleasure she felt even further. But this kind of pleasure had made Elena forget that it was her first time partaking in such activities. As if it had been suppressed for far too long, a dam broke within her. A sudden sense of euphoria made her feel like she was floating on clouds. Her back arched, a piercing moan left her mouth, and a stream of clear liquid flowed from her sacred cave. Her mind left her body in that instant, dancing in the heavens alongside spirits and angels, as she came down from the first climax she'd ever had in her life. Only the sound of the two's rugged breathing filled the space they were in. They looked into each other's eyes, clearly seeing the desire they had for each other. Should they stop, or should they continue? The question that both of them had asked themselves countless times before this point wasn't even in their minds anymore. The border between friends and lovers, the one that had been plaguing their relationship for so long, it had been broken in a single instant. Damien's head dropped, his lips once again meeting hers. His dragon was finally let free of the final barrier blocking its path. Their lower bodies rubbed against each other ceaselessly. Until this point, Damien had only been providing pleasure without receiving it. Now that it was a completely different type of heaven. And after so much time spent in preparation, there was no more need to hold back. His dragon aligned with the entrance of Elena's sacred cave. And with one final push, it broke the last barrier that prevented its entry, within a hidden area of the sanctuary, where none would ever reach but the two of them. Only a woman's cries of pleasure and a man's heavy grunts could be heard for many hours to come. Chapter 430 Elena 4. The pitter-patter of water droplets impacting the ground illuminated the otherwise quiet atmosphere. In this place where even the sun couldn't reach, Damien stood under the falling water and washed his naked body. He sighed lightly as he brushed his hands through his hair. The events of the previous night replayed in his head. I lost it. It wasn't like he put too much value in his chastity. As a man who already has 3 women accompanying him by his side, losing it was something that was bound to happen eventually. It was just, the suddenness by which it happened left him in a state of shock. He almost couldn't believe that it had actually occurred, but when he turned his gaze and looked through the clear partition separating the bathroom from the bedroom and saw Elena's naked form sleeping peacefully there, he couldn't find any way to deny it. To think my first was Elena. Can this be considered fate? Elena was my first love, and the first to love me. Even if our romance was stalled for a while, everything still came around full circle. It truly was a strange twist of fate. He once again felt disbelief at the whole situation, but at the same time, a sense of guilt overwhelmed his mind. Rose, she was his first wife. She was the one who brought humanity and comfort back to his life when he was just a broken man who had escaped the dungeon. If it wasn't for her consent, he would have never even dared to have thoughts about forming a harem. The reason Elena and Ryue had been allowed into his life was her contribution, so shouldn't his virginity have been rightfully hers? As a minimum courtesy towards this woman who had done so much for him. He should at least show that much sincerity, right? Yet, today he had even ruined that. His heart felt heavy thinking about it. Although I feel guilt towards Rose, I don't regret my actions at all. What a strange feeling. His heart was torn between these 2 women whom he equally loved. As it turned out, loving multiple women at once had this kind of downside. Well, it's no use thinking about it now. I'll be meeting Rose once I finish up with the World Core, so I can take my time to make it up to her. Right now, I should focus on what's in front of me. He poured mana into a slab on the wall next to him, causing the downpour of water to cease. Void flames lit aflame his body soon after. Evaporating the remaining water droplets on his skin, he opened the door and left the bathroom, silently approaching the bed and crawling onto it, being careful not to disturb Elena's sleep. Elena muttered in her sleep. As if sensing his arrival, she shifted her position and straddled his body. This girl is going to be the death of me, he muttered. It had to be known that the 2 of them were still but naked. Her exposed breasts rubbed against his chest, those pink cherries extending from the stimulation. Her cave down below was rubbing against his thigh as well, giving his little brother no other choice but to stand up. TCH. Suppressing my libido for so many years really made it hard to control once I let it loose. One night's worth of fun really wasn't enough. His arm wrapped around Elena's waist and moved up. As he sank into thought, he unconsciously began fondling her breasts. It really couldn't be helped. They fit so perfectly in his hand, he couldn't stop himself from playing with them. Besides, the sensation he got when he did so was so wonderful. Why would he ever wish to stop? Elena muttered once again as she squirmed. Her body began rubbing against his at an increasing pace. Her lower body was especially active. her juicy thighs targeting his little brother as they rushed back and forth. Oh shit, it was her first time, but it seems it turned her into a vixen, Damien groaned in pleasure. His hand moved away from Elena's breast and started playing with her sacred garden. He started his counterattack. Elena moaned lightly. Her eyelids fluttered due to the pleasure. Still want to pretend? Okay then, let's see how much longer you can pretend. Since she was awake, Damien saw no reason to hold back. He flipped over and positioned himself on top of her, his mouth moving to her left breast. Meanwhile, he kept her right breast company with his unoccupied hand. Another three-pronged assault. Both breasts and her sacred cave were being attacked at the same time. Her eyes shot open and her back arched as she reveled in the pleasure she was feeling. Finally showing your true colors? Who knew you'd be so naughty under that shy facade? Damien said jokingly as he removed his mouth from her nipple. Elena rolled her eyes in response. Since when was I putting on a shy facade? It couldn't be helped since yesterday was my first time, but don't think I'll be the same today, oh ho? Is that a challenge I'm hearing? Do you dare take it? I won't go easy on you, ha. You won't go easy on me? I was about to say the same thing to you. Not waiting for him to speak any further, Elena grabbed his head and pulled it towards herself, fiercely kissing him. She straddled his waist and flipped over, changing their position so that she was on top. Last night, you played with me to your heart's content. Don't you think it's my turn now? Her hand snaked down his toned abs, reaching behind her and gently grabbing the raging dragon that was poking at her. But this fellow doesn't seem tired at all even after all the work he put in yesterday. Let's see how I punish him for his misbehavior. Elena turned around with her head facing Damien's rod. Damien, on the other hand, suddenly found a dripping cave hovering over his face. Ha! If you're offering me such an enticing meal in the morning, I don't dare reject. Well then, it's time to dig in. Damien lifted his upper body off the bed and plunged his face into Elena's enrapturing flower. At the same time, Elena's head moved down, taking Damien's dragon into her mouth. Just as before, they were both new to the act they were currently engaging in. But their competitive spirits flared as they began to feel pleasure from each other's touch. And this competitive spirit only made them improve at an astonishing rate. Their activities continued, with neither of them willing to back down. As they did, the scale of their game increased continuously, from the bed to the floor, to the walls, to the shower. There wasn't a single place in the small hidden room that wasn't stained by their pleasure-filled auras, and as if they had completely forgotten about the Empyrean dragon realm that they had originally come for, they spent a whole second day drowning in each other's bodies. It seemed that their sensual competition wouldn't be ending anytime soon. Chapter 431 Shueclan 1. Somewhere in a quiet forest of the Empyrean dragon sect ruins, two women appeared from thin air. This place doesn't look too interesting, Ruyue commented as she looked around. Rose raised her brow. I mean, it's not like you're wrong, but what were you expecting to happen the very second we entered this realm? Ruyue shrugged her shoulders and spoke. I don't know. The last secret realm I went to dropped me inside of a raging blizzard where even I could freeze. I heard Damien was dropped into a pit of lava at the same time. Compared to that, this is a bit tame, Rose smiled wryly. Yeah, I think that's because the last secret realm you went to is crazy. There won't be much danger to us here. It's better to call this a treasure hunt than a secret realm expedition. Why is that? Ruyue questioned. She and Damien were truly uninformed about the current situation. They simply came when Tianyang called and went with the flow. Rose, however, had been drilled with the information multiple times by the Supreme Fairy Paradise Master. Even if she wanted to forget, her brain wouldn't let her. This sect's collapse should have been around 10,000 years ago during the last Great War. That's why it's titled an ancient sect. However, the rate at which the secret realm opens is actually relatively common. It isn't like it's only opened once or twice during that time frame, and during these previous openings, all of the previously mapped areas have been mostly swept clean by previous generations. Due to this, there is an abundance of treasure, but a lack of danger to match it. What about the unexplored areas then? Why don't we just go to one of those? Rose grinned. As expected of my second sister. Right. Going to an unexplored area sounds like a whole lot more fun than just wasting our time idly in the safety net our predecessors spread. The problem is, we only have a week until the entrance closes. This is why there's still so much unexplored area in the first place, Ruyue nodded in agreement. Since it's like that, let's first get a grasp of our general location. If there is an unexplored area close enough, we can delve into it. If there isn't, we can just spend this time relaxing before we return. Rose also nodded and took out the map the Paradise Master had given her. While she looked at it, Ryue spread her awareness into the surroundings. As she did so, she encountered a delightful surprise. Her eyes locked in one direction, completely forgetting about the plan of action she made before. Actually, let's do something else first, she said piercingly, causing Rose to look over. Ryue's lips spread into a wild grin. It was her first time making such an expression. But she realized why Damien made it so often. Sometimes, there were uncontainable feelings that could only be expressed by grinning so wildly. It's time to go hunting. Ice flames decorated the soles of her feet, combusting heavily and causing her to fly into the air. Rose looked up in surprise, but just shrugged in the end. Well, it's not like there's anything for me to do. I wonder what second sister saw for her to be reacting so violently. Looks like a ton of fun. With a smile on her face, Rose soon followed Ryue. The duo flew rapidly for a few tens of kilometers before they finally came to a halt. Rose quickly concealed them in the air, a group of 5 people walking on the ground below them right as she did so. I could have sworn I sensed something. The one at the front commented, "You're always like this. There must be something wrong with your sense of smell." A girl behind him quipped back, "TCH. Why don't you lead the group then? It's fine, that kind of troublesome work can be left to you. You two, stop arguing. We have a goal in this secret realm, remember?" A third one chimed in, "Right, we're supposed to enjoy this secret realm exploration and look for fortuitous encounters to boost our growth, yet we've suddenly been given an annoying task like this one." The girl sighed in annoyance. It's all that bitch's fault. If she hadn't shown up, the elders wouldn't have gone on such a rampage. It's not just that she showed up hand in hand with some random man. If he had taken her virginity already, all the elders' plans would have been ruined, right? But before they could even do anything about it, that asshole had to put on such a show. The first man growled, the Shui clan's little princess, the clan leader's first and only daughter with his first wife, and the one with the most talent in the Shui clan's younger generation. Even if they had blood ties, there wasn't a single man in the Shui clan who didn't have feelings for her. After all, the Shui clan was one that subtly promoted inbreeding so that they could keep their lineage pure, but these young masters who had been fantasizing about sating the abandoned princess and making her theirs. They were forced to witness her together with another man, and an outstanding one at that. He had crushed Wang Tianhe like he was kicking a baby. It wasn't even funny. Perhaps someone like Long Chen would disdain being seen on the level of Wang Tianhe, but besides those insane geniuses, Wang Tianhe represented the peak of the younger generation, yet, he was manhandled with no effort at all. Even while Wang Chen pressured that man, he didn't seem like he was affected at all. Damn it. Just who was that guy? Shui Lubai growled, "Didn't you hear it? He's the Celestial Star Palace Grand Elder's second disciple. Even then, where the hell did he come from? Apparently, even the elders have no information on him. That level of genius shouldn't be unknown, TCH. Why are you caring about him so much? Our task is to eliminate the little princess. If you hate him so much, why don't you present him her head and watch him fall into despair?" The girl suggested. Ha ha ha, laughter like wind chimes in the wind filled the atmosphere. Rose removed her concealment as she laughed, unable to hold herself back anymore. Even Ryue had a smirk on her face. Not only did these kids actually think they had what it took to kill her off easily, they thought she'd let them talk such bullshit about her man? It seemed she had been hidden from the world for too long, since even insignificant rabble like them could badmouth her as they pleased. "You lot, what are your affiliations?" Ryue asked coldly. The girl amongst them, Shueli, sneered in response. "Have you been stuck in your turtle shell for so long that you've forgotten your own clan?" Ryue gazed at her with a deadpan expression. "If you're going to say something stupid, I'd rather you don't talk at all. Instead, one of the rest of you tell me what your affiliations inside the clan are, since apparently I need to spell it out for you." The third man amongst them spoke indifferently. "I am Shui Qingshan, son of second elder Shuepinga. As for them, she is Shueli, the second elder's first daughter, and he is Shui Lubai, the clan leader's fourth son." Ryue's expression became uninterested. "I see, so it's really just a group of small fries. That brat Shuefeng isn't even here, nor is Shueyu. Tell me, are they with the second group? Since there were only 5 young Shui clan geniuses present, the other 5 must have gone separately. Considering Shui Yu and Shui Feng's personalities, it was highly likely that these 5 were discarded as useless, and seeing how they averted their gaze when she questioned them, Ruyue nodded her head. Okay. Since it's impossible for you to know where those 5 are, there's no more use in keeping you alive. It's a shame, though. I really want to see the elders' expressions when your life tablets break. Without another word, Ruyue flashed away and appeared within the ranks of her opponents. And in the next second, an icy hell descended upon them. Chapter 432 Shui Clan 2. Outside the secret realm, the crowds that had gathered didn't disperse even though the relevant parties had already long since entered. The ones who were remaining were mostly the elders and heads of various clans and sections. Since the secret realm opening was only a week long, they set up camp outside instead of wasting time on leaving and returning. Due to this, various constructs now decorated the once empty plain. Of them, the 5 massive objects floating in the sky were the most eye-catching. 2 were castles, one having a gold and red theme while the other was black and blue. These were the temporary abodes of the Jade Heavenly Palace and Celestial Star Palace. Next to them stood a massive lifelike dragon and an equally massive celestial vine, where the Divine Dragon Temple and Supreme Fairy Paradise resided. As for the last flying construct, it was a large lotus flower where the Azure Lotus sect, the often forgotten 5th of the 5 great sects, resided. Underneath these 5 flying constructs, there were tens of earthen constructs of differing levels of grandiosity. Among these was an ice palace that seemed to want to compete with those palaces in the sky. Within that ice palace, furious roars could be heard. Who dared? Who dared kill my son and daughter? The second elder of the Shui clan roared furiously as he looked at the shattered life tablets in his hand. He was simply relaxing and waiting for this usually calm secret realm to end and for his children to return after gaining their benefits, but within seconds, both of their life tablets shattered back to back. His mana raged, threatening to shatter the ice palace around him. The blazing aura of a mid-level 4th class being caused many maids and servants to directly explode into blood mist. Second elder. Calm yourself. The first elder roared in response, releasing his aura to counteract and lessen the pressure on those in the surroundings. Calm? Why should I be calm? My lineage has been cut in a single instant. How can I be calm? I understand what you're feeling, but how could you understand? The second elder boomed. Your son is still alive and well in there. You must be celebrating that nothing happened to him. Yet, you dare tell me to stay calm. Enough? A third aura encapsulated both of the previous ones. It was so cold and murderous that it immediately stopped the quarrel between the 2 elders. Second elder, you aren't the only one that lost something just now. Be sure to remember that. The man's voice was exceedingly cold. With words alone, he managed to lower the temperature to the point where even 4th class existences were shivering. Why yes, clan leader. The second elder bowed while gritting his teeth. He suddenly realized who else would have been grouped with his 2 children. The clan leader's 4th son frequently hung out with them, after all, but the clan leader's next words made his blood run cold. That trash really sullied the name of my Shui clan. It's good that he died before he could embarrass me further. That's right. This was the kind of man Shui Yabai, clan head of the Shui clan, was. Nothing mattered to him more than benefits. Even his own children were tools he could use to further his own power. How are Yuer and Little Feng? The ones they took with them should be fine too. Shui Yabai asked. Why yes, clan head. It is as you say. An attendant responded fearfully. Shui Yabai nodded indifferently. As I thought, the useful ones won't be killed off so easily. However, I want to see who really dares to target our Shui clan. By the end of his words, his voice was booming. The deaths of those geniuses mattered not, but he would never allow the Shui clan to lose face. See clan head, weren't our groups given a mission to eliminate the little princess? Perhaps, someone suggested. Shui Yabai glanced over icily. That slut? Didn't you see the way she arrived? As I thought, her only use is to cling to the thighs of a man and bring our Shui clan standing up. How could a slut like her be powerful enough to take on our geniuses? Why yes. I shall not doubt the clan head's judgment. The man replied hastily, although he said it, Shui Yabai wasn't so sure about his words himself. Unlike these clueless elders, he knew the true reason why Shui Ruyue was treated like trash in the clan. It was because her talent, it was so great that it far outstripped any genius the Shui clan had produced in the thousands of years of its existence. If she was allowed to properly grow, the work my ancestors and I have put into bringing this matriarchal clan down and taking it for ourselves, I won't allow a single wench to ruin it. Shui Yabai thought to himself, I should have gotten rid of her when I had the chance. If she didn't get accepted by that damn Tian Yang. Whatever, what's done is done. The opportunity may not present itself now, but when it does, I will seize it without fail. Shui Yabai turned his attention back to the 5 remaining life tablets on the wall. Looking at the name of the woman named Shuiyu, he showed a mixed expression of both visible disgust and lust. That bitch. If she didn't take after her sister so much, she'd be the perfect woman. I should put her in her place when we return to the clan. A malevolent grin spread on his face for a second before disappearing. He licked his lips as if he was thinking of the most delectable meal. I birthed you and raised you, I groomed you into a fine woman, so it shouldn't be too much to ask that you repay your father, is it? Seeing Shui Yabai's expression, the elders in the room shivered, although he didn't show it often. They knew how vile of a man he was. Even talking about his sexual preferences alone, he had no limits. His mother, sisters, daughters, none were off limits. In fact, he seemed to become more aroused when he was with someone he had blood ties with. It was due to his insane fetish that the Shui clan began practicing inbreeding. The whole matter about preserving their lineage was simply a front. Yet, only a select few were privy to this information, and those select few held undying loyalty towards the vicious clan head. The Shui clan elders sighed and returned to their previous posts, minding their own business until the secret realm closed. Having a clan head like Shui Yabai was a gamble amongst gambles. With his raging ambition and twisted personality, either he would raise the Shui clan to the peak, or he would cause it to fall within moments, but it was too early to tell which outcome would come to fruition. The Shui clan had been laying low for so many years, perhaps this secret realm was the first time they would show the strength of their younger generation. Shuifeng and Shuiyu, the 2 heavenly geniuses of the Shui clan, and the hope they had for becoming more than they were now. It was just the personalities that those 2 had were odd to say the least. Chapter 433 Sword 1. 2 people walked through a grassy plain in the Empyrean Dragon Realm. Come on, why does this place have to be so far away? The woman among them complained. Considering the size of the Empyrean Dragon Realm, the fact that we can even walk there means we were lucky to be dropped close by. The man beside her answered. The duo looked almost identical to each other even though they had no direct blood ties. From their piercing blue eyes to the silvery white hair that decorated their heads. If it wasn't for the height and gender differences, nobody would have been able to tell them apart. Still, though. My legs hurt, so carry me. The girl continued, you're heavy. The man replied blandly, hey. Did your parents never teach you that you should never talk to a woman about her weight? You're right. They didn't teach me, you're no fun. The girl pouted, you're just annoying. However, the man's response wasn't any less plain than it was any other time she spoke to him. Considering how badly their personalities meshed, it was a strange sight to see the 2 together. But oddly enough, their conversations always carried an unknown synchronicity that made it difficult for anyone to disrupt their flow. Hey, aren't we supposed to be trying to kill Big Sister now? Why aren't we doing that? Shuiyu, do you really want to kill that woman? Why wouldn't I? From the moment I was born, I was always trapped in her shadow. They didn't even try to hide it, naming me Shuiyu as if I wouldn't notice that it's only a single character difference from her name. It's annoying to have a shadow looming over you all the time that you can never get rid of. You know, Shuifeng looked over at her for the first time since they started moving. Your mouth speaks these words, but it's never reflected in your eyes. It's the most terrifying thing about you, Shuiyu tilted her head curiously as he spoke. But just as he said, her eyes were as indifferent as ever. It was as if they were detached from the rest of her face, never matching the expression she made. And forever unchanging. You know it wasn't my choice, right? Still, isn't it fine? I like it better like this. Shuifeng turned back around and walked. He was no longer in the mood to converse with her. Shui Ruyue, that woman must be strong. If she was able to escape the pursuit of the Shui clan and stay alive for so many years, there was no way she'd be a weak person. Shuifeng felt like immediately turning around and searching for her so they could duel, but he held himself back. Considering the woman's personality listed in the records the Shui clan gave them, she should be holding quite a grudge. Even if they didn't go to her, she'd go to them, and if that was the case, there was no reason to pursue her. Instead, it would be better to gain the benefits of the secret realm instead of wasting time. Besides that, I don't know why I always end up traveling with this woman. He glanced sideways at Shueyu. He could never figure out whether to trust her or be wary of her. And with how much they usually interacted, he felt a bit of both. Is she strong or not? She has always hidden herself behind those eyes. Maybe I should fight her. As if the heavens were set on making her compete with her elder half-sister, they made her almost a carbon copy of the latter. Even the points that the Shui clan didn't know about were the same. Just as Shui Ruyue was born with a set of special pupils, Shueyu was as well. Even the functions of their pupils were similar. The only thing she didn't gain was Shui Ruyue's insane talent towards Yin. Although she was talented in her own right, it wasn't to a level that would make the Shui clan obsessed with her. Nonetheless, her pupils alone were enough to put her amongst the top geniuses of the Shui clan. With her unknown level of strength as well, nobody knew where she truly ranked. However, all but one were too wary of her to speak. What a good guide. I wonder how long it'll take to make him mine. Shueyu thought inwardly, if there was one thing she inherited from the Shui clan, it was her extreme mental illness. Ever since she had met Shui Feng when they were little, she had been unhealthily obsessed with him, but this bastard only ever thinks about getting stronger. No matter how much I try to seduce him, it never works. He doesn't even listen to the elder's orders unless it's an order that will increase his strength. How did he even become like this? It was quite funny. Although they were so different, they were brought together by the fact that neither of them really cared for the hierarchy of the Shui clan. They were the two most rebellious geniuses the clan had produced. If one didn't count Ruyue, the pair continued their walk to the location that was marked on their map. There, something that was more than worthy enough to take Shui Feng's attention off of battle with Shui Ruyue was resting. The Empyrean Dragon Sword, the ancient sect's crowning artifact. I heard a rumor that it might be a demigod-ranked artifact. Shui Feng thought, his hands itched as he thought about it. He wasn't a naturally greedy person, but he was a believer that treasures go to the strong. The location of the Empyrean Dragon Sword would then have a double benefit for him. Firstly, he would get the opportunity to duel with the most talented young prodigies of the major clans. These were the kinds of people who could know the location of such a place. As for rogue cultivators, the ones who could actually make it to the location itself were all worthy to enter his eyes. Secondly, was the Empyrean Dragon Sword itself. He didn't lust after the borrowed power of an artifact, he wanted to climb from the bottom with his own strength. However, to Shui Feng, reaching the peak of 4th class or even the demigod level was a given. He believed in his talent and determination, and when that day came when he reached a point where chaos-ranked artifacts were as common as drifting clouds, when he needed an artifact that could truly hold his strength, the Empyrean Dragon Sword was a perfect choice. I wonder if there is anyone who can truly match up to me? Or maybe it'll be just as boring as before. However, if that man is here, Shui Feng thought back to a scene he had witnessed not long ago. Of a single man crushing Wang Tianhe and Wang Chen, and then borrowing the Jade Heavenly Palace's knife to exterminate the Wang family entirely. He had never seen a genius like that before. All the noble ladies and young masters he had been forced to befriend were nothing compared to him. Shui Feng's hands itched even more. If he could beat that man, he would truly be worthy of the title of #1 genius on the Cloud Plain. However, when he arrived he didn't see a single trace of that man. Instead, there was someone else he had always wanted to meet. It looks like this time will be fun after all. Chapter 434 Sword 2. A man stood before an ancient stele decorating the otherwise empty grassy plain. His hair was long and black, tied up into a high ponytail. His eyes were equally black, having a sort of unknown attraction that sucked one's soul. A large sword decorated his side as he walked. Even though keeping weapons in spatial rings or artifacts was common, and sometimes made it far easier to draw them in battle, the man didn't believe in this custom at all. A sword cultivator should never be apart from his sword. If his sword wasn't by his side, then he failed as a swordmaster. Even if the world acknowledged him as such, he would no longer have the right to possess such status. Never mind that, it seems that all parties are slowly gathering. If this stele didn't need 40 people to gather before opening, I'd have already rushed in. He thought of the ancient sword that was said to be slumbering below this stele. He almost began drooling as he pictured its body. Brother Chen, however, an endearing voice pulled him out of his thoughts, saving his dignity. Seeing who called out to him, he smiled gently. Linger. Did you find what you were looking for? His tone was completely unlike what he showed to others. Compared to the indifference he used towards outsiders, his treatment of this Linger character was like heaven and earth. It was to the point where some of the women in the crowd immediately went green with envy when they saw his smile. I couldn't find them. I thought they'd come. But I guess they have something more important to do. Linger pouted. Longchen smiled gently and patted her head. Relax. I don't think they would forget about you that easily. Didn't you save their lives back then? Perhaps, they are just a bit busy at the moment. Linger's pout deepened. What could be more important than the Empyrean dragon sword? Longchen smirked. Linger, what's more important to you, me, or the Empyrean dragon sword? Linger furrowed her brows. Of course, it's you. But why did you don't tell me? Longchen nodded with a grin. Yeah, that guy I told you about is finally back. There's no way they'd choose some random sword over their husband, right? Linger nodded in agreement, some of her disappointment clearing up. Seeing that she was appeased, Longchen finally looked away, including those from the Long clan. 3 major clans have sent their geniuses. And I assume the Shui clan's geniuses will arrive soon. As for the sections, his gaze turned in a specific direction. There, a handsome man with cool blue hair stood with a half-smile on his face, Hao Lingtian, one of the top geniuses of the Jade Heavenly Palace's younger generation. However, he was the only one representing them. But it wasn't like Longchen was any different. Of the Celestial Star Palace, only he was sent to this important location. He will be a difficult enemy. I'm not sure yet whether or not I can beat him, but it should be a close battle. As he thought, he suddenly felt a burning gaze directed at him. His head turned instantly and matched it. Shuefeng, Longchen's indifferent face twisted into a wild grin. After all, the man who was looking down at him from above also had a sword strapped to his hip. Boom, 2 auras flared, one bright golden and the other icy blue. Even though the distance between them was substantial, it almost felt like they were standing right next to each other. Clang, a sound as if metal was clashing against metal. In the midline where their eyes met, an invisible clash had taken place. Sword aura, both of them realized at the same time. Their raging battle intent seemed to become far fiercer. Sword chi, the energy unlocked when one was still leveling their sword mastery skill to the max, was actually only the basic level a sword cultivator would reach. If they couldn't even unlock sword chi, it was better if they just put down the sword and never picked it up again. Doing so would be a disgrace to the weapon. The level after sword chi was sword intent. This was the level Damien reached, and one that would qualify someone as a beginner in the path of the sword. However, the difficulty of graduating from sword intent and achieving sword aura was insane. It wasn't a level that any common practitioner would be able to reach within their lifetimes. But for swordsmen, it was a level that signified their ascent to being a true swordmaster, one who diligently pursues the path of the sword. Since Damien only used a sword for the sake of convenience and survival, since he was never truly dedicated to his sword, he could never achieve sword aura. He would never even make progress in sword intent with that mentality, but his path was different from swordsmen. In fact, having to create one's own sword art to evolve the skill was already a divergent path. Creating a sword art was supposed to be a far more grueling and sacred process, where a swordsman put everything he had ever comprehended into his sword to create a style, but this didn't matter. The fact of the matter was, the 2 men who were currently clashing with their gazes walked the path of true sword masters. Brother Chen, Linger's call woke him up from his battle-ready state. Shuiyu did the same for Shuefeng. The 2 men retracted their auras, but didn't stop their staring contest. Then, they both nodded simultaneously. We shall meet again at the end. They both acknowledged the message. Among the geniuses here, the 2 of them would be the final contenders for the sword. Only then would they have the fight they were yearning for. It seems that everyone has arrived. Longchen looked around once more, ignoring how many people were avoiding his gaze. Once he counted that the necessary number of people had gathered, he turned to the ancient steel. We must jointly pour our mana into this until it opens a path for us. If you don't wish to enter that place, do not step up to the steel, he announced. Without waiting for any responses, he walked up to the steel and did as he said. And after he did so, many others began to follow his lead. Of him, the ancient steel pulsated with power, sending off waves of mana as if to declare its location to everyone in the realm. As more and more mana was poured into its body, it began shining with a stellar blue light. Whoosh, a heavy wind raced through the atmosphere, but by the time it arrived at the steel, all those geniuses who had been pouring their mana into it had disappeared. Damn it! Too late! The wind lamented. Within seconds, it coagulated in one place, turning green with the light of mana and then forming the outline of a woman. What a shame! With so many top geniuses gathered, there would have been so much loot left behind. Whatever. I guess I need to go find another golden goose. The woman's figure disappeared once more, merging with the wind and flying away soundlessly. Chapter 435 World 1. It was now the 4th day since the secret realm opened. A fierce battle was taking place under the ancient steel where the Empyrean dragon sword was located. Dozens of practitioners were dying in their pursuit of treasure, while others were moving forward with vigor. In another location, the remaining geniuses of the Shui clan were being put through unearthly torture at the hands of their abandoned princess. Overall, the entire secret realm was enveloped in an air of competition and battle. Even if there were no inherent dangers of the secret realm itself, the most dangerous factor in these kinds of situations would always be humans. However, there was one secluded area of the secret realm, far closer to the central area than any others, where this competitive atmosphere didn't translate. A man sat quietly with his back against a tree. With his hands behind his head, a weed in his mouth, and eyes closed, he was the picture of tranquility as he basked in the current atmosphere. On his lap, a woman rested with an equally peaceful expression. Her legs extended into the grass, her toes curling and playing with the small follicles of grass between them. Shouldn't we be doing something right now? Damien asked. They only had a week in this secret realm, yet they spent over half of it partaking in a different kind of battle. Don't want to, Elena replied grumpily. She snuggled up closer to Damien, refusing to let him get up. We'll have to go at some point. You know I have things to do while we're here, and don't you have to go earn some treasures as well? It'd be no good if you left this place empty-handed. Whether or not I gain treasures doesn't matter to me. All the treasures I have right now were gifted to me by you, so I don't want to replace them. What? Damien's eyes widened. You're telling me those bastards at the Supreme Fairy Paradise didn't give you a new sword or any protective artifacts? It looks like I have another lesson to teach when we get out, Elena smiled wryly. It's not like they didn't try to give me new equipment, I just didn't accept. This sword was personally forged for me because of your thoughtfulness, so how could I let it go so easily? Damien looked down at the woman in his arms. He really didn't know what to do with her. To him, sentimental value wasn't as important. He had lost that kind of thinking when he was forced to discard everything back in the dungeon. Or maybe I didn't. Damien smiled inwardly as he glanced into his subspace. There, he saw an old and rusty shortsword. It was so worn down that it looked as if a single gust of wind could destroy it entirely, but it was somehow holding on with all its might. Your sister's sword was destroyed to protect me all the way back then, but you managed to stay in one piece through all the trials and tribulations we went through in the dungeon. Now that I think about it, it'd be less surprising if you had broken when I first created the void sword art. He shook his head and cleared his mind. He was just thinking about how he had lost his sense of sentimentality, yet he had fallen into such a trance right afterward. It was a good thing he didn't say anything out loud, or he would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. If the reason you didn't change your sword is because it's a gift from me, then I just have to gift you a better one, right? Using equipment below your level is dangerous. I can't allow you to keep doing something like that. Let's do that then. Elena smiled gently. How long had she been waiting for the day they could be like this? Finally achieving her wish, she wanted to jump with joy. I should thank Big Sister for this. If it wasn't for her constant pushing, I probably would have run away without saying anything. Suddenly, her heart sank. She remembered what she had to do. The ambition that was clashing with her desire to stay with Damien and Rose, but she cleared her mind instantly. Now wasn't the time to think about depressing things. She should just enjoy the moment while she still could. The couple stayed stationary for many hours. At one point, they even fell asleep and took a short nap under the shade of the tree. Their current atmosphere seemed to wash away all their fatigue. However, being sedentary didn't suit them. Even if they wanted to enjoy the moment, it was better to do so after they had completed their individual tasks. Damien sighed as he stood up, picking Elena up in the same motion. All right, I guess it's time for me to take care of urgent matters. And since I have to go to the most central point of the sect to do so, you should also be able to find some good stuff by coming with me. Elena rolled her eyes. Okay then, Prince Charming. Take me away to this magical land you speak of, as you wish, Damien replied with a grin. The two of them flashed away, reappearing in a new location. This teleport formation is really useful. Since I connected with it when we first entered the secret realm, I don't even have to expend my own mana to teleport. Plus, I can move much farther and more precisely with less concentration. The location they were at was the very center of the sect that Damien was speaking of just moments prior. Unexpectedly, they had reached their final destination in a single leap. Wow, this is too unfair. Elena gasped as she looked around. It felt like they had just skipped over all the important stuff and reached the end goal with no hard work at all. It almost felt like they didn't even have the right to be in this central tower. Damien shrugged. It's within my ability to do this, so whoever designed this place should have no complaints. It's their fault they didn't anticipate a spatial practitioner to arrive here. No, I'm pretty sure other spatial practitioners wouldn't be able to arrive here so easily. I refuse to believe there were no countermeasures for such an obvious flaw. Maybe so, I guess I'm just a genius like that, Damien responded with a cheeky grin. Elena rolled her eyes and continued examining the surroundings. The room they were in was like a massive spiraling tower. The walls were ornate and lined with draconian patterns etched into an unknown material. Shelves filled to the brim with countless books lined the undecorated areas of the walls, all the way to the top of the tower that seemed around 10 stories high. As for the central area of the tower, it was completely empty. I don't think I should waste any more time. I have no idea how difficult it'll be to connect and establish communication with the world core, so I'll get started right away. In the meantime, why don't you look around at these records? Perhaps they'll prove useful to you. Elena nodded in agreement. The records of an ancient sect were nothing to scoff at, no matter how much Damien looked down on them. Finding insight from such records wasn't impossible at all. In fact, Elena was sure it'd work out that way. As Damien made his way to the center of the structure, Elena parted ways and dived headfirst into the books on the nearest bookshelf. Seeing her excitement, he couldn't stop himself from smiling. Ah, it seems I've been smiling a whole lot in the past few days, but that thought only made his smile grow wider. Moments of happiness like this were the reason he was hell-bent on driving the Nox away from their universe. Well then, shall we get started? He closed his eyes and sat down in a meditative posture. His figure was in the direct center of the ornate diagram that colored the floor of the central tower. His mind was cleared of all extraneous thoughts, and when he finally judged himself to be ready, Celestial Authority, Chapter 436 World 2, the formless starlight that marked Damien's class as a celestial spread from his body. As it did so, his awareness pierced through the ground under him and dove as deep as it could go, or at least, that was what was supposed to happen. When his awareness impacted the ground, it suddenly rampaged out of his control. His senses were forced to spread along the profound patterns on the floor beneath him. What is? Before he could question what was happening, an ancient and desolate aura began to emanate from the formation, mingling with his celestial aura as if they were close pals. No matter how much Damien tried to break out of his meditation state and stop the ongoing process, it wouldn't work, but just as soon as he started struggling, he stopped altogether. He allowed his awareness and aura to flow as they pleased. It was because he could sense something in his spiritual world. It wasn't an intruder, nor was it something special at all. It was far more profound than anything like that. As the ancient aura covered his body and merged with his own aura, its formless essence rushed into his body. The void physique immediately went to work to counter it, but Damien still didn't move. Instead, he spoke out with his mind's voice. It wasn't a vocal or mental projection using mana, he was simply thinking as if he was speaking to someone else. I know you're here. How long do you plan to observe me before making contact? He was met with silence. The presence he was speaking to didn't act, nor did it reveal its location. But he knew it was there somewhere. We have urgent matters to talk about. I'm not sure what you're planning to do with this formation, but I'm sure it isn't trying to harm me. If you're doing something like this, then you should be open to negotiation, right? Another silence. Damien didn't fret. He knew from the beginning that this being wasn't something he could just carelessly make contact with. And he knew that actually hearing its voice was something that very few, if any, were given the right to do, and so, he continued his prodding for what felt like hours on end. With the way times are changing, you will not be safe from the coming catastrophe. Considering your status, you should already understand this much. Partnering with me is your best chance at survival, and perhaps something far greater than just that. Damien finally felt a response. Although it wasn't vocal, he could feel thoughts of intrigue filling his spiritual world. This is just how that little one communicated, but considering your age, you shouldn't be limited to just this. I understand that you might have a great deal of pride, but don't let pride be the reason you forfeit your life. The concept of pride is not something that applies to us. Damien smiled inwardly. Finally, he had provoked a response, and why is that? He questioned on. This thing called pride was invented by the living. It is something solely possessed by those with will. However, we are not beings with will. If you were not beings with will, then you wouldn't be communicating with me right now, would you? Human reasoning is strange. We make contact with you not because of our will, but for our survival. I'm honored that you think I can play a part in that. It is a logical judgment based on the actions you have shown since your arrival. Logical? Huh. The logical choice would probably be to latch onto someone far more powerful and accomplished than me. Why would you choose me then? Others do not possess your ability. Damien flinched. Right, even communicating like this wasn't something the latter could do with just anyone. Most likely, this being hadn't spoken to a human in eons. State your proposal. The voice was cold and detached. It almost didn't sound like a single voice at all. It was like the amalgamation of the voices of everything that lived and breathed. Genderless and formless, being defined only by its own standards. I want to bind you. My duty as a celestial is to do so. It is to my own benefit, and also yours if you allow me to proceed. How will we benefit? Simple. As I stated before, your survival is hinged on the lives of those living within you, as well as the status of the core that allowed you to attain consciousness. If either of these is greatly threatened, you will also be in danger. Damien wasn't sure if his words were truth. It was mere conjecture he made about worlds through his own experience with them, as well as his insights on dimensional magic. However, it didn't seem like his conjecture was too far-fetched. Your words are not the truth, yet they are equally truthful. The overarching purpose of your words, however, is without falsity. Then there's no need to talk in circles. I believe that by granting me your power, you shall see benefits as well. Even disregarding the survival aspect, I believe that through our connection, I can stimulate your growth. It was a bold proposition. To stimulate the growth of an entire world, what kind of person could dare say they could accomplish it with confidence? Yet, Damien was sure he could do it. There is a precedent. Damien continued before the world core could speak. I don't know how much you can see from me, but I have already formed a connection with another world. That world is my home world, and through our connection, I can sense the changes taking place there. It hadn't even been 5 years since those elders from the burning sun sect had drained Earth of all its mana, yet, the world was growing at a rate where that lost mana had already been regained and even exceeded. He couldn't feel it before because he hadn't formed his spiritual world yet. His connection was still too vague for him to directly interact with it. Even within the primordial undying realm, he wasn't able to feel the changes due to being disconnected from the outside world, but once he was given time to relax and consolidate his gains from that trip, he finally felt the drastic changes Earth was going through. It was still vague. It wasn't like he could feel the presence of every person on Earth, or see what was happening on the planet. But he could intuitively feel the changes, whether it be the insane topographical changes of the world, the vast amount of mana that Earth possessed, which might have even been on par with a Pyron already, or the general strength level of the population, which had grown so explosively that Damien almost couldn't believe it. Earth was no longer the same planet that Damien once knew. It was no longer a tiny world that would be faced by a small number of third-class invaders. He couldn't attribute this change to himself alone. He wasn't conceited enough to think he had so much sway. But he knew one thing for certain: Earth's fate had changed when he bound it to himself. The world core read his thoughts clearly. He didn't have to speak directly for it to do so, as they were in a state where their consciousnesses were connected. That child called Earth can be called a precedent. But that child has not gained the qualifications to be compared to us. In relativity, our growth will be far more arduous. Damien grinned inwardly. Even though the world core said it was indifferent to human emotions, he didn't think that was entirely the case. There were two things that every entity would crave, regardless of their nature. The first was survival, as for the second, it was strength, and right now, Damien was offering both to the world core. Chapter 437 World 3. The world core was silent for many minutes after Damien finished his proposal. Although there was plenty more he could say, and plenty more that needed to be said, he was only trying to arouse the World Corps' interest, so those things could be saved for another time. We cannot accept this proposal. However, the World Corps' response wasn't something he expected at all. Even with its survival on the line, it could still refuse. Wait, that's not right. Even its demise isn't guaranteed, and my being able to guarantee its survival also isn't something that it can completely trust with just my words. If I want to bind this World Corps, it seems I'll have to wait and make more contributions to prove myself first. Otherwise, his thoughts were interrupted by the World Corps' voice. Damien Void has sufficiently proven his qualifications in the location known as the 3000 Beast Mountain Range. Our reason for refusal is unrelated. Damien furrowed his brows. Unrelated? Is it some kind of unavoidable circumstance? Affirmative. Our situation does not allow for us to contract with you. Damien's thoughts became complicated. A World Corps was an enigmatic existence that he wasn't even close to fully understanding. But to him, they were like miniaturized versions of the universal will, which was also called the heavens by many, an unbiased entity that observes without interfering, yet possesses the power to exterminate everything if it truly decided to interfere. Of course, having this kind of power limited their intelligence. The universal will didn't even have an ego of its own, while the egos present in World Corps were extremely incomplete when compared to a truly intelligent being like a human or a fourth-class beast, but regardless of their limited sentience, they were still existences that couldn't be trifled with. Let alone having circumstances, a World Corps having personal problems unrelated to survival seemed nigh impossible. Wait, survival? Could it be? Damien projected his thoughts. Can you show me your main body? Affirmative. With the World Corps' agreement, Damien's consciousness was untethered from the formation, traveling deep into the earth below until he reached a spacious cave like the one he had seen on Earth. My awareness can't spread this far with my own strength. The World Corps must have guided me, Damien thought. But soon enough, he was forced to stop thinking about useless things. This, a shimmering stellar blue mass of energy similar to Earth's World Corps, stood before him. However, it was far larger than its younger counterpart. The mystical scene never ceased to mesmerize him even if he had seen it before, but being mesmerized wasn't something he was allowed to do at the moment, because an infinitely small portion of that World Corps, an area close to 100 meters in diameter, was completely drenched in an inky black color. Nox mana. Affirmative. This mana originates from the foreign species termed as the Nox. It has been corrupting our energy center for approximately 8,000 years. Invading your energy center? What are the consequences? With the current corruption percentage, we are unable to differentiate between foreign invaders and indigenous species. The foreign mana also allows the invading species more freedom in relation to controlling the world's forces. Damien frowned. He didn't know much about what the latter sentence meant, but even though it didn't seem like much, it was a great feat to fool a World Corps into thinking that invaders were true inhabitants. Although World Corps couldn't interfere in what happened in their worlds, they could introduce restrictions and other indirect measures to inhabit those that were unwelcome. For instance, blocking access into a forbidden zone like the 3000 Beast Mountain Range would have been possible if the World Corps was aware of the Nox's presence. It could have also given Alaric an indirect blessing that would have allowed him to overcome the Nox demigod without dying, which would have been infinitely beneficial for not only the Cloud Plane, but the universe as a whole. These were just smaller examples, since Damien didn't know the exact kind of authority an unbound World Corps held, but even these examples were enough to make him understand the depths of the problem. Luckily, a World Corps wasn't a construct that could be easily corrupted. Even after thousands of years, they could only do so much damage. If a contract is created at the moment, the foreign mana might lead to unknown consequences. This risk will not be taken. Damien shook his head. The prospect of corrupting a World Corps was what worried him. As for the corruption itself, he didn't think much of it. This isn't a problem I can't solve. Allow my physical body to appear here, and I can take care of this for you. All you have to do is promise to contract with me afterward. Understood. If Damien Void possesses the ability to reverse corruption, we shall consent to forming the contract. Damien nodded. At least this was going as he expected. Even if the World Corps didn't know much about his power, he knew it should at least have an inkling about what the Void physique was capable of. It was an entity that could otherwise be called the soul of the world, after all. It definitely had the capability to review what he had been doing ever since he arrived here. soon after the world core gave its acknowledgement, Damien felt the ambient mana around him churn and convert into spatial mana. At the same time, it wrapped around his body, transporting him away. When he reappeared, he was back in the location he was just viewing with his awareness. Alright. There's no need to delay with useless talk anymore since we've already made a deal. I'll get to work immediately. Damien's figure appeared in front of the corrupted area. When compared to his size, it dwarfed him by many times. But still, at the end of the day, it was just mana, compared to the profound and unattainable mana that the world core itself was made out of. This Nox mana was something he could fathom with relative ease. He had devoured enough Nox for it to be like that. He put his hand into the cloud of incorporeal mana and activated his void physique, Devour. He had never used Devour this way, but it was a perfect application of the ability. The void physique excelled at cleansing foreign substances. Phew. If it wasn't for the world core helping me, I wouldn't even be able to stand here without turning into ash, Damien leisurely thought to himself as he devoured the foreign mana within the world core. This massive construct wasn't something a third class like him should be able to stand in front of. Even with his class as a celestial, doing so without sufficient power was suicide. The mana that made up world cores was completely different than the mana that living beings used. Even in comparison to the divine power used by divinities, it was a different breed. It was another reason why Damien felt that world cores were the closest beings to the universal will that existed, but none of that mattered at the moment. Damien closed his eyes and relaxed as more and more Nox mana entered his body through Devour, only to be purified by his void physique an instant later. This process, it might take far longer than he was originally expecting it to. Chapter 438 World 4. The fifth day soon dawned on the secret realm. Within the central area, Elena was currently immersed in the myriad of books lining the walls. Since Damien had told her about his circumstances before suddenly disappearing, she didn't waste any time worrying about him. As things stood, it looked like he was going to get stronger once again through whatever he was doing, but it's not like I'm not the same, she thought as she closed the book in her hands. This library was truly something else. Rather than calling it a library, it was more apt to say that this was the main record storage of the Empyrean Dragon sect, whether it be history books, cultivation manuals and martial skills, or even records of the Great War. They were all present within this library. It's a shame. Half of these books are written in the ancient language of the cloud plane instead of the universal language. It's a shame that the system doesn't give us an automatic translation skill, but I guess it can't be helped. Putting the entire universe under a single language to prevent language barriers was enough to maintain balance. The system wasn't obligated to do any more than that. Actually, just the fact that a universal language was created and implemented was insane enough. But Elena didn't mind the small details. She was simply lamenting over the fact that some of the most important books she found weren't written in a language she could read. Whatever, I'll just take what I can get. It's not like my gains here have been small. Martial skills was a term used by those on the cloud plane, but the concept of transferable skills wasn't something unique to them. Skill books, skill cards, these kinds of constructs existed even on Earth. But the quality of skill that could be transferred didn't add up at all. After all, transferable skills still had to first be created and trained by the one who created them. They also needed to have enough comprehension of the skill to streamline the process of learning it for others. Just describing the process of creating the skill wasn't enough to make it transferable. As for the one learning the skill, they of course needed to put in effort to do so. Even a beginner-level skill needed to be trained before it was earned. This was why transferable skills on Earth only amounted to useless skills like a cooking skill or basic swordsmanship. But here on the cloud plane, a world with countless years of experience that had produced an innumerable amount of powerhouses, things were different, from defensive techniques, attack techniques, and even more enigmatic supportive techniques that Elena had never heard of. This library had them all. If I could loot this entire place, I definitely would, but these skills don't all match with me, so it won't matter. My affinities are light and life, so I should prioritize skills related to those two elements. Elena skimmed through the skill books on the shelves. The main problem for her at the moment was that her fighting style heavily differed from others who had the same elemental affinities as her. For one, most life or light element users chose the supportive path rather than the offensive one. Becoming a skilled healer or support was far more useful and made better use of their elemental properties, but Elena was never one to stay on the back lines of a battle. Plus, with her advancement into third class, her fighting style had gone through another drastic change. Souls of Valhalla, her main skill as a Valkyrie, was a summoning skill. The more she used the skill and leveled it, the greater the number of warriors she could summon to fight for her. It was as if the system was subtly judging her that fighting on the front lines wasn't the role that suited her the best, even if being at the forefront of battle was still her role. I can summon around 20 of those warriors now. As for the skill itself, it seems to be connected to my light element rather than life, so I should prioritize that element for offensive purposes. As for life element, she didn't actually have many skills or spells related to it, other than the most standard healing skills. Her main skill was Yggdrasil. Looks like I'm deeply connected to Norse mythology. I wonder why that is. Elena suddenly thought back to her past. The days before the World Awakening, even before she had met Damien in high school, when she was a child no more than 5 years old, when both of her parents had died due to unknown causes, she had been left in an orphanage that day. Even though she went from foster home to foster home for a while, that orphanage was her true home for many years. As for her parents, she didn't even remember their faces, but she never minded it. For her parents to have died so early in her life, she didn't feel much connection to them at all, but after the world changed, she began to doubt some things. Damien's father is quite obviously not someone from our world. The surname Void was enough to key me into that fact after the world changed, but with the kinds of things he's told me, apparently it's all but confirmed at this point. So if his father could be someone amazing, couldn't her parents be the same? This was the kind of nonsensical thinking that went through her head occasionally, but she couldn't shake off the sensation that she might be right. There were many clues. For one, her talent. Damien was an insane talent that couldn't be categorized like others. His growth being so rapid didn't affect her at all, it was only natural. But Rose and Ruuet, these two women that had become her sisters, they had both begun their path to strength far before she had. Not only that, but Rose was also at a far higher level than her when they first met, but now, the two of them were relatively equal in power. Her growth wasn't something that logically made sense. If she was a true-blood earthling, she should have talent that matched that of a beginner world, not one that matched the geniuses at the peak of a middle world. Coupled with the mysterious calling she felt from a world only she could enter, it was hard for her to not doubt her origins. Thinking she was a simple character was just idiotic at this point. I don't know why I care so much about something like background. Even if my parents are still alive, it's not like they did anything good for me. Even if I have some profound and unimaginable background, as long as it doesn't interfere with my life, I don't care for it. Status came from power. Background was its own form of power, but it was one that she despised. Especially after interacting with so many incorrigible young masters and misses during the past year, she looked down on people who were unnecessarily prideful of their background. Elena shook off her thoughts. Forget it, I shouldn't be thinking of these kinds of things right now. I need to take as many of these skill books and other useful books as I can before we get ejected from the secret realm. With her thoughts back in order, Elena returned to the task at hand. However, perhaps her focus was why she didn't notice the flickering holographic emblem that appeared behind her as she did so. Chapter 439 Sword 3. The sixth day dawned on the secret realm, but those within hardly noticed. In the central tower, Elena was immersed in studying the large number of texts present within. Every few minutes, she would enter the empty central area of the tower and practice the skills she had been learning. Although she wasn't able to master them enough for them to show up on her status window quite yet, she was rapidly approaching that level. Perhaps, it would only take a few days or weeks after she left the secret realm to achieve mastery. As for Damien, he was immersed in devouring the Nox mana plaguing the world core. The previously massive stain of mana had been devoured at an extreme pace, reaching a size that wasn't much bigger than Damien himself, and it wasn't just the two of them that were working hard. Within the Empyrean Dragon Sword inheritance, the fierce battles were finally coming to a close. Dozens of geniuses had been killed, while others were evicted from the steel area. Those remaining within were only the best of the best. Long Chen's wolf-like gaze scanned the room. Huo Ling Tian, the Shui siblings, Linger, and that rogue cultivator. Besides the last fellow, everyone who came this far is as expected. There was something interesting that they had found while they were fighting for the right to inherit the Empyrean Dragon Sword. In fact, the inheritance residing in this area was a double inheritance, rather than just the sword itself. Now that there were 6 people left, 4 more had to be eliminated before the inheritance could finally be claimed. But even then, it wasn't so simple. The previous layers of this inheritance site were filled with traps and puzzles, forcing them to use a variety of abilities to make their way through. Whether it be awareness, mana control, or stamina, their fundamentals were tested to the point of breaking. Now, they had finally reached a stage where only battle could determine the winner. There was only a single problem remaining: this inheritance site was widely known among the major powers, to the point where even rogue cultivators had heard rumors about it. Considering the many years that the ancient sex realm had been open, along with the difficulty of the trials, it was impossible for nobody to have arrived at this juncture before them. The reason why the Empyrean dragon sword was still laying dormant in this realm was simple: as a rumored demigod-rank sword, it wouldn't live up to its reputation if it wasn't picky about its owner. The final trial of this inheritance site wasn't to come out victorious in the trial by combat, it was to gain the acceptance of the sword. Longchen shook his head and turned his attention toward one person. "Brother Shui, isn't it about time for us to cross swords?" Shui Feng looked at him placidly. However, his tight grip on his sword handle betrayed his otherwise stoic demeanor. "Brother Long, I would be honored to exchange pointers with you." The two of them separated from the rest. As for the others, they didn't interfere with the battle. After all, even if they wanted to, the secret realm wouldn't allow them. An exchange between sword cultivators was sacred. Huo Lingtian glanced sideways at the two. "These two from the lowly great families are actually ignoring my presence. Master has told me countless times to rid myself of arrogance. But I don't think he would fault me for getting irked when I lose face like this." He didn't know how to properly enunciate how he was feeling. It wasn't a boiling rage or a desire to kill like he usually had when someone slapped him in the face. Rather, he felt disappointment, but it couldn't be helped. The two men he considered his rivals had ignored him and gone straight to fighting each other. He wasn't pleased with the way they treated him. In the end, Huo Lingtian sighed. Sword cultivators are sword cultivators to the end. The wills of others don't matter in front of that of the blade. After shaking his head once more, he turned his attention to the remaining three in the room. "Forgive me, but I am not a man who can act crassly in front of a lady, even if she is taken by another man. You two can fight each other. I will play with this gentleman over here." He walked in front of the rogue cultivator and cupped his fist. "I am called Huo Lingtian of the Jade Heavenly Palace, Dong Hai, no affiliation." The voice that responded didn't match the man's body at all. He was an average figure without too much or too little muscle. From his face down to his toes, everything about him screamed average. However, his gruff voice seemed like it would better belong to an abnormally muscled man with massive stature. "Then, Brother Dong, shall we begin our match? If you want to fight, then let's fight. No need for all this sophistry." Huo Lingtian's brow twitched. "As you wish." While the two of them began their clash, Shuiyu and Su Linger arrived next to each other. They moved their hands at the same time, bringing items out of their spatial rings. Unexpectedly, though, these items were elegant chairs for them to sit on. Soon after, an assortment of snacks and tea decorated a table that also appeared out of nowhere. "I'll bet 500 spirit stones on Brother Chen," Linger proclaimed haughtily. "Oh, we're betting? My phone will definitely win, though. If that's what you think, then why don't you match my bet, okay? I bet 500 spirit stones as well that my cute and handsome big brother will beat up your husband," Shuiyu said with a mischievous smile. "He isn't my husband. Yet." Linger responded with a blush. "Oh-ho, Kohum." Shuifeng loudly cleared his throat as he tried to ignore the two women who were clearly talking loud enough so the two of them could hear. In truth, hearing Shuiyu call him Feng almost made him fall to the floor coughing blood, but he managed to hold himself back. "Your sister is." Long Chen started. "Don't say it. Just pretend like it never happened." Shuifeng cut him off. Long Chen gave him a sympathetic look. "I understand your pain, brother. Being handsome sure is tough. Tisk tisk, tell me about it." The two men sighed in unison before grinning wildly. "Shall we get started then?" I couldn't ask for anything more. Their figures turned into streaks of light, meeting within seconds with their blades swinging. Clang! There was no mana infused in the clash of two blades, but the impact still caused the winds to rage. The grins on the two men's faces widened immensely. This is it. It was hard to find a true sword cultivator, even in a place like the Cloud Plane. Becoming a sword cultivator meant forsaking one's elemental affinity for the blade. Even if elemental properties could be reintroduced into fighting later, until they achieved the level of sword aura, or the greater sword will, they would have to completely forego elemental training, due to this restriction. Which many people considered a huge weakness. Not many had the resolve to follow the path of the sword religiously, so when two sword cultivators met each other, it was an event they'd make sure to prolong as much as possible. Chapter 440 Sword 4. Clang! 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 two swords clashed fiercely over and over again. One was a massive long sword, and the other was a more slim saber variant. Even though the duo was only using physical strength and sword techniques in their clash, the pressure of their battle still caused large cracks and gashes to form on the earth below them. A formless yet sharp sword aura enveloped their battleground as if protecting the sanctity of their duel. Long Chen swung his sword heavily, impacting Xuefeng's saber with all his strength. However, Xuefeng wasn't just sitting still. His saber slid along the longsword's blade, smoothly parrying it before moving to strike once more. Long Chen twisted his body to narrowly avoid the blade. However, he had lost his momentum when Xuefeng parried his earlier strike. Instead of trying to make another sweeping attack, he turned his sword around and swiftly stabbed Xuefeng's solar plexus with the hilt of the sword. Cook. I didn't expect you to use such a dirty trick, haha. Even if it is the hilt, it is still part of my sword. Who said I couldn't attack with it? That's why I wasn't insulting you. I was just admiring your craftiness. Xuefeng stomped on the ground and propelled himself forward. He let out a flurry of attacks, forcing Long Chen to go on the defensive. His saber moved like a snake, wriggling its way into even the smallest opening Long Chen left. As the fight continued on, Long Chen was forced to find a way to correct the weaknesses that even he didn't know about before Xuefeng showed him, but it wasn't like he was alone in this. Xuefeng was also benefiting immensely from this duel. Long Chen's attacks were honest, yet filled with unbridled power. Even though the sword paths were predictable, it didn't make them any easier to block, and once in a while, Long Chen would completely abandon his honest sword and sneak in an attack that one would never expect from seeing his previous swordplay. It was this kind of craftiness in the midst of predictability that made him a tough opponent to face. This kind of exchange had happened hundreds of times already in the past few minutes. Although the main attacker and defender changed rapidly, the fact of the matter was that neither of them could land a hit on the other. Instead of fighting for the Empyrean Dragon sword, it was better to say that these two were using each other to perfect their own swordsmanship. But neither of them would have it any other way. Bang, another flurry of exchanges took place. Without them even realizing it, their swords had been coated in colored sword aura. Isn't it about time we start showing off our sword arts? Long Chen said between breaths. His mana rose to cover his body, ridding the sweat that was covering him. I don't think you'll be able to keep standing if we do that. Xuefeng replied, equally short of breath. Mana brought sustainability. Even if one's stamina ran dry, one could use mana to compensate or boost it to the next level. However, fighting with pure body and technique like the two of them had been doing was extremely tiring for them, especially when facing an opponent with an equal level of skill, but they were sincerely enjoying their fight. So neither of them noticed at all. Instead, after their short break, they immediately took their stances again. Watch out for this one. 9 dragons soar into the heavens. Long Chen's voice crescendoed into a shout. His sword, wrapped in golden aura, made a swift upward slash that wasn't necessarily aimed at anything. Rumble. Boom, the ground began to rumble and cave in. From within, 9 golden dragons made of sword aura fiercely shot out and surrounded Xuefeng, as expected of the Long clan. Even your sword technique mirrors dragons. Xuefeng smirked. He raised his saber into the air, creating a clean and slow cut that even a mortal could follow. Limitless sword strike. The 9 dragons around his body charged in without hesitation. Their jaws were open wide, rows of horrendous teeth shining in the cave light as they tried to rip Xuefeng to shreds, but Xuefeng's sword completed its movement before they could. As if they had been trapped in a gelatinous substance, the movement of those dragons slowed until it was almost halted. The clean blue line of sword aura passed through the dragon bodies one by one, unhurried and unrestrained, as if it was taking a casual stroll in the park. Long Chen's eyes widened as he witnessed it. Amazing. To think that you imbued your sword aura with such a spectacular concept, it wasn't empty praise. Long Chen could clearly sense the profound intent behind the slash. Even though he couldn't completely understand it, very well, I shall not restrain myself to the golden dragon sword arts of our Long clan. Instead, I will show you what I've achieved through my personal insight into the sword. Long Chen's figure turned into a flash of gold, rushing towards Xuefeng before his sword could finish slashing the 9 dragons in the air. Right as he appeared before his opponent, Long Chen disappeared, reappearing 10 meters in the air above. This is a sword inspired by a man who almost pushed me to the brink of death, despite having trashy sword techniques himself. Therefore, I decided to call it the Void Sword. Long Chen's arms turned into countless mirages as he swung them faster than the common eye could track. His sword formed an extremely intricate pattern in the air as he did so, but as the pattern became more profound, it also became smaller and smaller. Return the world to origin, Void Sword. The massive pattern coagulated and became a single paper-thin line of sword aura that covered Long Chen's sword. Ha! Long Chen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Although this sword wasn't completed, it was the pinnacle of his ability at the moment. Release, his eyes shot open, his sword moved at a snail's pace, but reached the end of its swing in an instant. Xuefeng's eyes widened in shock. A sudden sense of encroaching death overwhelmed him. The odd part was, he couldn't even see the sword that Long Chen had released. His mind turned rapidly. In the face of guaranteed death, his thoughts moved at a pace counted in microseconds. And in that time, he steeled his resolve. Just as you have created something so magnificent on your own, as have I. Allow me to show you the sword I created when I was trapped in the deepest pits of desperation. Xuefeng closed his eyes and ignored the incoming blade. He shut out all sensations except for the feeling of his sword in his hand. Time seemed to come to a halt, color faded from the world. It was a gray world that only Xuefeng could see, and in this state, he could finally see the sword Long Chen had released. It was formless, soundless, a representation of nothingness that someone existed in the physical plane. Seeing it, Xuefeng sighed in admiration. We are both pursuing impossibilities with our swords. Therefore, you are the person I admire the most in this world. If even this final sword cannot slash you, I shall follow you as my big brother for the rest of my life. Xuefeng's sword slashed diagonally from top to bottom. In that instant, the gray and motionless world was split in two. Long Chen and Xuefeng, these two were the only ones remaining in the world. Only they could see the clash between swords that was taking place between them. Everything else had been frozen in time, except for a single pair of cold and emotionless striking blue pupils, who stared at the two of them without a hint of expression at all. Chapter 441 Binding 1. A soundless clash in a timeless world. This was the result of the two sword techniques meeting for the first time. Long Chen's formless void sword emanated profound intent, making even Xuefeng feel like there was a sword pressed against his neck. As for Xuefeng's limitless blade, it was equally formless, splitting the world in two without a sound. The gray world crumbled upon impact, sliced into thousands of pieces. Even though it was an ethereal construct, those swords still managed to cut it. Time began moving again. The frozen and colorless bodies of the remaining individuals in the room gained life once more, however they stood still as if they were still in stasis. The clash that took place while they were in stasis took place inside something similar to an ethereal dimension. Even though it mirrored the physical plane, it wasn't actually located there, but the sword aura from the clash leaked through even the barriers of that dimension, filling the room with a chilling blade light. That profound aura was what caused all those present to direct their gazes onto the swordmaster duo. Even Huo Lingtian and Ding Hai paused their fight to do so. Xuefeng crumbled to his knees, stabbing his sword into the ground and leaning on it so he didn't keel over. Long Chen's figure staggered down from the sky above. However, the man managed to stay on his feet. The duo glared into each other's eyes. Their expressions were frozen and indifferent. And as they did so, a fountain of blood leaked from Xuefeng's side. There, a massive gash opened within seconds, exposing his rib cage to the world, but despite his injuries, Xuefeng didn't fall completely. Instead, he looked up at Long Chen and grinned. Seeing this, Long Chen grinned back. His teeth were bloodied as if he was bitterly struggling to hold himself back from coughing blood. Cook. Even though my sword managed to reach you, its power was cut down by so much. Xuefeng spoke with a wry smile. Long Chen shook his head. If you could see the state of my internal organs right now, you wouldn't be looking down on your blade so much. To cut the void sword is not a feat to be ashamed of, Xuefeng nodded. Same to you. However, it seems I have come out on the losing end of this clash. My internals have been badly injured as well. Well, you can see their state if you just look through this massive hole. Long Chen's gaze inadvertently followed Xuefeng's eyes, landing on the gash in Xuefeng's side. Long Chen let out a boisterous laugh. Even in this state, you're still in the mood to joke. It looks like the rumors about you being a blockheaded training maniac were wrong. It's not that they're wrong, I'm only this happy whenever I'm training. Oh? You're regarding our match as training? Xuefeng's grin widened. Yeah, training to defeat that sword of yours. Although through this loss, we have become sworn brothers, your position as the older brother isn't safe, you know, ha 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 ha. I see, so that's what this was about. Very well then, little brother of mine. If you think you have what it takes to snatch my position, try as hard as you can to do so. Just know I won't go easy on you. Longchen held out his hand. Xuefeng looked at it for a second and grinned wildly. As expected of an older brother, I've acknowledged. If you went easy on me, I'd be the first to kill you. He grabbed Long Chen's hand strongly and pulled himself off the floor. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out a pile of healing pills to ingest, tch. In the end, I wasn't able to grab the Empyrean Dragon Sword for myself. Xuefeng sighed in lament. However, he was inwardly smiling. This trip was not wasted. I can already think of hundreds of ways to improve my sword after a single clash. The position of older brother will be mine sooner or later. As Xuefeng's injuries slowly healed, the clash between Huo Lingtian and Ding Hai also ended. However, the two of them were severely injured. Even though everyone was focused on the battle between Long Chen and Xuefeng, it wasn't like the other fight happening in the room was any less fierce. It was just that a battle between sword cultivators was like a dance of blades. Regardless of how inexperienced one was, to witness a clash with such pure battle intent and sword aura was a spectacular display for any bystander who could actually follow the flow of the fight. While Lingtian glanced sideways at Long Chen. Even though he said he was injured, his complexion and aura were still valiant as if nothing had happened to him. Seeing his condition, Huo Lingtian began to hesitate. As it is now, I will need an entire day to heal, even with the assistance of healing pills. However, there isn't enough time left in the secret realm for me to do so. To fight that monster when I'm not in peak condition. The Jade Heavenly Palace and Celestial Star Palace weren't on bad terms, but their rivalry was extremely strong. These two sects had almost equal power, so the spot of number one was always in fierce contention between the two, but they didn't have any blood feuds. While Lingtian was sure that Long Chen wouldn't kill him even if he lost, but his own negligence might lead to his downfall. With such a damaged body, his meridians might not be able to sustain themselves if he overdrove his mana. Huo Lingtian sighed. Despite how much he lusted after the Empyrean Dragon Sword, it wasn't worth crippling himself over. This is as far as I go, he finally said. However, just because you have obtained the right to the Empyrean Dragon Sword, do not get conceited. Taming it is a far more challenging task. Long Chen cupped just fists toward Huo Lingtian. Even though they didn't have any grudges, it wasn't often that someone would encourage their rivals. Long Chen respected the man's upright character. This is how a disciple of Jade Heavenly Palace should be. Those bastards that usually make acquaintance with our great clans are just scum who don't amount to anything, Long Chen inwardly sneered, and then turned his attention to the last two people in the room. What are you looking at me for? I'll always support Brother Chen. Linger smiled gently. From the beginning, she was only here to cheer him on. She had no desire for a bulky sword like the Empyrean Dragon Sword. As for Xueyu, she simply shrugged her shoulders and looked away. She was no longer interested in what happened. Seeing how everyone in the room had consented to his succession, Long Chen turned around and walked up the set of stairs at the end of the room. Long Chen soon made his way up the stairs, arriving in a small room with only a single glass coffin in the middle. Empyrean Dragon Sword. Unexpectedly, there was no sword in the coffin. Instead, there was only the hilt of what looked like a sword that had been long shattered in battle, but Long Chen wasn't fazed by it. Instead, he smiled with pride. Finally, you, who once belonged to my ancestor, will return to our Long clan's hands. No, you will return to Long Chen's hand. He lifted the coffin's lid and grabbed the broken sword handle. And in the next instant, his world was dyed golden. Chapter 442 Binding 2. That took way longer than expected. But, the task is finally complete, and it's not like I didn't gain anything. Damien clenched his fists with a smile. An astonishing amount of mana was running through his veins and pumping in his mana heart. My mana capacity only reached 50,000 through years of hard work, yet, I've increased it to 80,000 in a few days. Well, I guess that's the benefit of devouring 8,000 years of those Nox bastards' effort. Damien grinned as he thought about it. He might not have the strength to face them directly, but ruining their plans always put a pep in his step. Phew, anyway, now that I'm done with this, it's time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain, right? Damien asked with a face that looked like a hungry loan shark's. Your expression is worrisome. What's wrong with my expression? Also, didn't you say you have no personality? Since Damien Void has completed his end of the contract, we shall do the same. Prepare for binding. Damien glared at the world core in suspicion but shook it off in the end. No way, right? Yeah, there's no way of fooling myself into thinking I didn't hear anything. But I also feel like if I heard anything, something very unfortunate would happen to me. Right, see no evil, hear no evil, a wise decision. Please extend a contractual mana thread. Damien glared at the world core once more, but still did as it said. Just like when he was binding Earth, a thread of mana shot from his finger and rushed toward the world core, but unlike when he bound Earth, Damien was now far more familiar with his abilities as a celestial. This contractual mana thread was actually one of the base abilities he gained when he became a celestial, which was why he was able to instinctually use it last time he came across a world core. This time, however, was wholly intentional. The mana thread shot at a rapid speed toward the world core but was forced to stop in the middle. A mana thread from the world core had impacted it and wrapped around it. The two threads of mana mingled and swam around each other as if they were alive, until finally, they merged into one. Damien's senses were immediately blown out. He could only see bright white light, and his ears were ringing heavily. He sucked in a deep breath and circulated his mana through his circuits. The mana heart revved into action as well, quelling and compartmentalizing the massive amount of mana that had just entered his body. This feeling is far greater than when I bound Earth, whether in terms of size, population, power level, or age. The cloud plane trumped Earth in all of them. It was only natural that he was granted far more when he bound it. It isn't just mana capacity. My proficiency in dimensional magic has also rapidly improved. With this much understanding of the concept, I should be able to put into practice a few more of the theoretical moves I've thought up. As he was adjusting his body back to perfect condition, Damien suddenly had a thought. Right, now that the Nox mana has been removed, you can sense them again, right? Affirmative. Without interference, we have regained the ability to locate foreign invaders. Damien grinned. Good. Do that right now and tell me how many there are. The world core went silent. At the same time, an invisible pulse of mana spread from its body. It was truly the world's mana. If Damien hadn't just become the star master of this world, he most definitely wouldn't have been able to sense it. As he marveled at the world core's capabilities, the mana pulse returned to the world core's body. The scan had been completed. Current number of foreign invaders in the world has been tallied. 50,003 natural Nox species have been detected. 10,352,794 converted inhabitants detected. Damien frowned. 50,003 was a truly odd number. But as someone who had experienced the Forgotten War, he understood that number easily. 50,000 of those are mindless lackeys up to third class. The number of peak third class among them is unknown, since even at that point the Nox don't gain intelligence. As for the remaining three, they were definitely fourth-class Nox who were overseeing operations in this world. If they weren't present, perhaps those inferior Nox would have already rampaged and massacred millions of people. More than that, 50,000 isn't actually that big of a number in comparison to what they used to send. And if it's only 3 fourth-class Nox, it makes sense why they weren't able to subdue the world core yet. Still, it really is true that they use cannon fodder to conserve their forces. Over 10 million people living in this world had become slaves to the Nox due to their greed. In a world where tens of billions of people lived, 10 million wasn't necessarily a large number. But still, that was 10 million people. If the Nox could corrupt this many people from every inhabitable world in the universe, wouldn't they have enough forces to wipe out their enemies without even mobilizing their own troops? It made him shudder to think about it. But at the same time, his eyes turned cold. 10 million people. If I give this information to the experts, I'll be indirectly responsible for the deaths of millions. Is it worth it? But it was nothing more than an intrusive thought. It was absolutely worth it to rid the cloud plane of traitors. If that wasn't done, they would be heavily affected during the coming war. I need to return to Apiron and Earth to do the same. I can't allow any traitors to attack us from the back when we're fighting a war against a species like the Nox. World Core, please give me the locations where you've located the traitors. If it's possible, provide the names of the clans and sects they're affiliated with. I need this information to be compiled in one place. Affirmative. Information can be sent through the contractual link. If the master desires, we can deposit the information into his spiritual world directly. Damien nodded. Good, do just that. being a star master sure is convenient. It's a shame that my current spiritual world isn't strong enough to scour the entirety of the cloud plane using my status. Perhaps I can do it, but not for more than a single second. Arg, his thoughts were cut off by a sudden sharp pain in his skull. He clutched his head and fell to his knees, gritting his teeth as hard as he could to endure the pain. It was only several minutes later when the pain finally stopped. Damn World Core, you could at least give me some warning before starting the transfer. The transfer has started. The transfer has been completed, TCH. Damien scoffed. Actually, calling you World Core will get confusing when I bind more of your kind. Since this is the cloud plane, I'll name you Yun. In the same way, I'll name Earth, Gaia. Things will be much simpler this way. Accepting alias, Yun, since the World Core was emotionless, it didn't really care what it was called. Damien truly was naming it out of convenience, since Yun was far shorter to say than World Core. After the naming situation was taken care of, Damien dove straight into his spiritual world and began perusing the information he had just received from the World Core. This, he muttered in concern. He flipped through the figurative pages of names he had just received. This is far worse than I thought. Chapter 443 Binding 3, Flash. The second Long Chen touched the Empyrean dragon sword, his vision was engulfed in a sea of gold. It felt like he'd go blind in an instant if he kept staring at it. But just as soon as that sea of gold appeared, it started condensing until it formed tens of thousands of needles that hovered in the sky. Before Long Chen could marvel at the sight, the needles rushed toward his body. He hurried to dodge, but his body wasn't listening to his command. I refuse to accept that I'll die so pathetically. Long Chen roared inwardly. He furiously struggled against the suppression he was feeling, rousing all his mana and even emitting a fierce sword aura that tried to break his shackles, but it was all for naught. The chains holding him in place were made of a material he couldn't begin to fathom. So with no other choice, he faced the coming catastrophe head-on. As if responding to his provocation, the needles moved with the speed of wind. The first two needles appeared in front of his eyes within a second and pierced through them directly. RGH. Long Chen groaned in pain. Blood leaked from his eyes. It was obvious that he had been blinded in one strike, but as if that wasn't enough for him, Long Chen continued to roar. Do you think taking my sight is enough to stop me? Come. If you don't kill me now, you'll be the one to die in the future. He didn't know who was attacking him, nor did he care. He engraved the humiliation he was feeling right now in his heart as he endured the pain in his eyes. He wasn't a coward by any means. Either he'd die here, or he'd come back when he had enough power and kill whoever did this to him. The needles raged to life. Two at a time, they flashed in front of his face and stabbed deep into his eyes. As time passed, there was no longer any delay between when a pair of needles stabbed him and when the next pair arrived to do the same. Long Chen's piercing roars of pain were enough to shake the world. It was as if the heavens had acknowledged his pain, causing the world to mourn with him, but even as natural phenomena continued to accompany his torture, it didn't pause for a second. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, the needles didn't stop until there weren't any remaining in the air. Ha! Long Chen struggled to breathe. He couldn't even move his head anymore. When he spread his awareness, he understood why, as tens of thousands of needles pierced his eyes, they slowly conglomerated and merged. Now, what was left in his head was no longer small enough to be considered a needle. Two massive stakes extended a foot from the front of his head, piercing through his eyes and cleanly exiting out the back. From how it looked, even Long Chen's brain and skull had been pierced through, but that was wrong. After all, he was still conscious and thinking even after the process ended. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal falling to the ground filled his ears. The ethereal chains that held him down had released him from their shackles. This dot, even if it's done now, what's the use? Long Chen muttered annoyedly. It wasn't a short process for tens of thousands of needles to pierce his eyes, so he had already somewhat adapted to the pain, and even if he was blind, he could use his awareness to see the area around him. For now, at least, it wasn't that big of a problem, but for a cultivator, losing their eyes wasn't something they could easily come back from. For most, it was a crippling injury that would destroy their ambitions for strength, but was Long Chen the type to give up? He was already thinking of dozens of ways to heal his eyes. If it wasn't for the adrenaline desperately pumping through his blood at the moment. Perhaps he wouldn't have been sane enough to even do so. Fuck it, Long Chen cursed inwardly. He reached up and grabbed the stakes in his eyes. It was his final act of defiance before accepting his new circumstances. AARGH, the stakes didn't move at the pace he wished for them to. Even though they had no sentience of their own, they seemed to move in a way that would cause him to experience the most possible pain. Inch by inch, the stakes were slowly pulled out. The ethereal golden light that formed them was now colored in red blood and bits of mush left over from Long Chen's eyes. Fuck. Just come out already, Long Chen roared one final time. He yanked them with all his strength, once again exerting mana to strengthen himself. And finally, with a gruesome popping sound, the stakes left his head. Ack. It seemed the next thing that was supposed to happen was blood dripping to the ground from Long Chen's empty eye sockets, but that situation never got to see the light of day. No blood? Long Chen shakily raised his arm and touched his eyelid, pushing it up slightly. And completely unexpected to him, there was something filling his eye socket. My eyes were destroyed. I can see the mush they turned into through my awareness. If so, what is this? He suddenly noticed that his eyelids were closed. Slowly but surely, they fluttered open on his command. Whoosh, the world entered Long Chen's eyes, but it was a completely different world than what he had ever seen before. Elemental essences and ambient mana flowed through the air in front of him, denoted in the different colors that represented them. When he looked at the cave wall to his side, his vision suddenly expanded, piercing through it and seeing the scene that was behind. It wasn't just that much. He could feel his sword aura far more clearly than he ever had before. And more importantly, he could clearly understand the fundamental workings of many mysteries he couldn't solve in the past. Long Chen opened his status in that instant. He didn't believe that this was some coincidence. And as he expected, there was a new section he had never seen before. Traits, draconic eyes, a trait. Something that only beasts usually possessed, with a rare few humans inheriting them as well. Even when humans usually had special eyes, they were categorized as constitutions rather than traits. Long Chen's blood raged as he read the name of his new trait. The suffering and humiliation he had just gone through, unexpectedly it was an opportunity rather than a misfortune. Bzzz, he felt something trembling on the ground below. As he looked down, the two golden stakes he pulled from his eyes merged together. The light that covered their physical form disappeared at the same time. A large greatsword appeared before his eyes. Its length was greater than 2 meters, its girth just as massive. Its handle had an ornate design that was to be expected of an ancient sect like the one that birthed it, Empyrean Dragon Sword. It was a sword that started from nothing. It was purchased as a normal B-rank artifact in the armament pavilion of the Empyrean Dragon sect. Yet, over time, it slowly began to reveal its glory in the hands of its master, Long Tiandi, the founding ancestor of the Long clan. It was rumored within the Long clan that their founding ancestor had king ascended to the heavenly world, the land of gods. What he left behind for his descendants was his prized sword and most trusted companion. And now, that sword had finally found the place where it belonged once more. Long Chen grabbed the hilt of the sword tightly. His scarlet-red eyes shone brightly, the vertical slits decorating them contracting in glee. Accompany me from now on. He spoke to the sword in his hand. Together, we shall reign above all. Even the rumored heavenly world will not be a match for us. Bzzzt, the sword let out an excited whir, crackling with golden sword aura. Seeing its excited reaction, Long Chen smiled. Now then, it's time for me to leave this realm. Chapter 444 Binding. 4. Long Chen exited the mystical cave at a leisurely pace. When he once again arrived at the staircase leading to it, he only saw 3 people remaining, Su Linger, Shuefeng, and Shuiyu. It seems the other 2 left. Long Chen commented casually, it can't be helped. Shuefeng responded in kind. They would have gone green with envy if they stayed to see you now. His gaze was directed at the ornate sword in Long Chen's hand. It was only a second later when he finally looked up at the latter's face. Shiver, it wasn't just Shuefeng. Even Su Linger, who loved Long Chen with all her heart, couldn't help but shiver in front of his gaze. You've grown stronger again. Shuefeng gritted his teeth and muttered, clutching his sword hilt, what did you expect? I conquered the unconquerable, after all. Long Chen replied with a smirk, right. You're suffering from success. But, don't think a godly weapon will stop me from taking your position, huh? You think I need Dragi's help to defeat you? Pathetic, Dragi? Xuefeng muttered in confusion. Long Chen raised his brow. What? That's what I named the Empyrean Dragon Sword. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? It was in that instant that Su Linger overcame her instinctual fear. After all, there wasn't a single person in the world who could duplicate the terrible naming sense of her husband. Ha ha ha, even Xuefeng couldn't help but laugh. Such a domineering sword, a demigod-ranked artifact, was degraded by a name like Draggy. Roar, a grieving roar faintly echoed from the Empyrean Dragon Sword. What? Even you agree with them? Let me tell you, from now on you're called Draggy. There's no going back. Roar, the Empyrean Dragon Sword vibrated and struggled against his grip, attempting to escape. Is it so bad that you want to revoke my ownership? Fine, fine. I'll change it. Linger, my darling, please help me name this little pretentious bastard. Linger giggled to herself. Since he is your sword, how about naming him Xiaolong? Or maybe Xiao Chen? Xuefeng clicked his tongue. This girl is too infatuated with you. Name it something bold. Domineering. Like Draco. Or Supreme Heaven Emperor. The three others in the room cringed. Even Xueyu couldn't hold herself back from doing the same. This side of her glorious and handsome cousin, she never wanted to see it again, but at the same time, she felt an immense jealousy bubbling up in her heart. He's never this enthusiastic when he talks to me. No, he's not like this with anyone else. It's only that long bastard. Should I kill him? No, if I kill him, Feng Feng will lose all his cheerfulness again. What should I do then? Long Chen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. But when he looked at the source, he only saw an innocent Xueyu staring off into space. He shook his head with a wry smile. I must be imagining things. He went back to the topic of naming the sword. Although it was irksome, he would be troubled if the sword refused to accept him because of his poor naming sense, and as if hearing his pleas, a voice descended from the heavens. Young Padawan, you are still too naive. The key to having shitty naming sense is knowing which word to shorten. Draggy? What is that bullshit? Instead, you should name that sword Emperia. Long Chen's eyes widened. The Empyrean Dragon Sword buzzed in agreement with its new name. Since it turned out that everyone around it was terrible at naming, it could at least accept this name that sounded far better than the rest. Of course, even swords could have selective hearing. Emperia casually pretended that it didn't hear the reasoning behind why such a name was chosen. Meanwhile, Long Chen's attention was focused elsewhere. That voice, it was far too familiar to him. You damn whiny brat. Stop hiding in the shadows and show yourself. Damien laughed casually. What do you mean, show myself? Bitch, I'm not even over there right now. Next time we meet isn't too far away, though, since I'll see you when we exit this realm. Damien's voice began to fade away. Alright, I have some stuff to do here. I just couldn't stop myself from joining in on the fun when I saw it. Also, you should always remember. The boss between us will never be you. Brat Xuefeng. Listen up. I beat that kid Longchen senseless, so I'm his boss. Therefore, I'm your boss too. If you feel indignant, just fight me and see for yourself our difference. Damien's voice faded away completely, leaving the stunned four people in the inheritance site to their own devices. Longchen gritted his teeth in annoyance. He could practically hear Damien's mocking grin in his words. That face looked so damn punchable right now. It was a shame that no matter how he spread his awareness, Longchen couldn't find Damien's location. Dumbass, why are you searching for me? I already told you I'm not there. Damien's voice resurfaced. Bastard, I thought you said you were busy. Long Chen replied in embarrassment. This bastard was really an expert at making him lose face. Ha 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 ha. Damien laughed uproariously upon seeing Long Chen's expression. If you need to shit, then shit. Your face looks so ugly right now because you're holding it back, arg. You damn asshole, don't let me catch you when we leave this secret realm. Dumbass, didn't I already tell you I'm meeting up with you when we leave? Did you lose your hearing when your eyes became fancy, cook? Long Chen shut his mouth. He realized that no matter how he responded, the result would be him getting slapped in the face. Alright. I'll leave for real now. Enjoy your time in these last few hours before you leave. Also, I can kind of see everything now even if I don't wish to, so until I get this thing under control, keep your horniness to a minimum. As a fellow possessor of dragon blood, I can totally understand your struggles." Su Linger's face turned beet red in an instant. She sent an indignant glare at Long Chen, who, in return, glared into empty space hoping to find the goddamn bastard who kept pissing him off. As for Xue Feng, he was still speechless at the whole situation. It felt like his valiant and badass impression of Damien was being devalued with every word the latter spoke. Unbeknownst to and uncaring for the conflicted feelings of those he left behind, Damien quietly vanished from the area. Back in the central area, Damien grinned in pleasure. "This is how it should be. I've always been an only child, so I never understood this joy. Bullying a younger sibling is truly a joyous thing to do," and with that, he stood up. His conversation with the World Core had finally come to an end, and so had his final adventure within the Cloud Plane. From now on, he needed to start treasuring every moment of happiness he could. After all, the flames of war were rapidly engulfing the universe, and it wouldn't be long until it spread to this tiny corner where Damien and his loved ones resided. Chapter 445 Grievance 1. The Empyrean Dragon Realm expedition had finally come to an end. Some had prospered while some gained nothing at all, but with a time limit of only a single week, it wasn't surprising that many weren't able to encounter the fortune they were hoping for. Even the likes of Xue Feng and Huo Lingtian came out with nothing in the end, but their wills didn't diminish. Even if they didn't make any material gain, the experience was worth its weight in gold. It was always good to know how high the heavens were. Too much conceit might have blinded them to their true standing, making them arrogant beyond their means. The temporary abodes outside the Empyrean Dragon Realm were engulfed in a lively atmosphere. At least, most of them were. Considering the nature of this expedition, not many major powers suffered serious damage to their forces. Even if disciples died, there weren't enough dead for it to matter at all. As for those peak geniuses, it was impossible for them to be slain in such a place. The Xue clan, however, carried a chilling atmosphere that dropped the surrounding temperature by multiple degrees. The clan elders gritted their teeth in frustration. It wasn't just a simple matter of their disciples dying in the secret realm, it was the fact that all but 2 were exterminated. It was quite obvious that someone was targeting their clan. It must be that bitch princess. The second elder growled inwardly. Even if the clan head didn't put her strength in his eyes, it wasn't the same for the rest of the elders. The clan head had a tendency to be biased against women due to the nature of the Xue clan before his reign. Not only that, he had an even stronger bias toward his firstborn daughter, who abandoned the clan for her own benefit. This bias had blinded him to reality. The little princess was a disciple of one of the most powerful experts in the Cloud Plane, Tian Yang. Even though Shang Wanyu was acknowledged as the strongest, that was only because the 2 of them had never actually fought before. The disciple of such a man would never be weak. One just had to look at the show that man's second disciple put on when he first showed himself to the world. The second she exits the secret realm, kill without mercy. Don't allow Tian Yang to act before us. The second elder sent a sound transmission to the rest. Multiple nods of affirmation followed his order. Besides the first elder, all the rest were going to join him in this, and just as they finished speaking about it, the familiar uneasy feeling of spatial fluctuations started emanating from the clearing ahead of them. The gate to the Empyrean Dragon Realm opened without suspense, teleporting dozens of disciples and rogue cultivators out at the same time. Since it was forceful teleportation, there was no rhyme or reason to the order they came out in, and once around 200 people had been ejected. A black-haired man appeared in the crowd. Long Chen opened his eyes and rubbed his temples. Teleportation will always be a pain. It is at times like these when I envy spatial cultivators the most. His gaze turned to the sky where the celestial star palace's floating castle stood proudly. At the same time, his awareness spread through the crowd to find Linger and Xue Feng. It looks like they have yet to arrive. I'll wait for them before I go. Besides, I think I'll get to witness a fun show if I stay here. Long Chen smirked. Even from so many meters away, he could clearly feel the Xue clan's bloodlust as if they were standing right next to him. Is this another ability of my eyes? Or maybe it comes from Empiria itself. From what I can tell, nobody else can feel it, even though it's so obvious. Long Chen shook his head and moved off to the side. That woman is truly an ice princess. There's nobody else who would dare slaughter the Xue clan's geniuses so easily. I wonder, how many did she manage to kill? Xue Feng and Xue Yu soon appeared within Long Chen's awareness. However, Long Chen didn't go over to them immediately. Brother Xue, I think it's best you come over here for now and watch the show. I have a feeling that your Xue clan won't last much longer. A mental transmission entered Xue Feng's head. Hearing it, his eyes hardened. Brother Long, even if I'm not fond of the clan, they are still my family. Please don't make such distasteful jokes. I'm not joking, though. It seems your little princess has caused quite a scene in the secret realm, though I don't know how big exactly it is. Xuefeng furrowed his brows. With everything that happened with the Empyrean dragon sword, he had already forgotten about the task assigned to him by the Shui clan, and, since Xueyu and I weren't involved, it is plausible that she has killed every other clan member that came with us. How troublesome. Xuefeng was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand was the man he acknowledged as his own brother, and on the other was the clan who raised him since birth, even if he hated the inner workings and politics of the clan. He still had a sense of filial piety. If it wasn't for this, his decision would have come much easier, but he knew Long Chen's personality by now. If Long Chen was saying it'd be dangerous to return to the Shui clan at the moment, it meant that the clan was probably facing catastrophe, a catastrophe they brought upon themselves. At that, father is still in the clan, and no matter what, I cannot abandon him. However, with his loyalty, I'm sure he would follow the Shui clan in life and death. Without thinking further, Xuefeng pulled out a communication jade slip, similar to the transmission talisman that Tian Yang had given Damien and Ruyue. As for who he was calling, of course, it was the first elder. Father, are you there? An aged voice came from the other side. My son, it's good that you came out safely. Now, this one time, be obedient and listen to your father. Flee from here and never look back. No matter what you see or hear, never turn back. Xuefeng's heart skipped a beat. Father, don't say anything. Even if you know, don't say anything. Father, is it worth it to be like this towards a clan that never cared for you at all? What do you mean by that? Of course the clan has taken great care of me. It's just the era of the previous matriarch and our indomitable rule is over. Ha, if only we could return to that era, how great would that be? Xuefeng's eyes were bloodshot. Even though the words they said didn't amount to much, the emotions behind them were becoming too much for him to handle. He was practically roaring into the communication jade slip already. Father, the previous matriarch is already dead. Even if you wish to repay her grace, you shouldn't do so in a clan that has been so far corrupted. The way to repay her grace is by living on and building a proper Shui clan from the rubble of the one that will fall. The first elder didn't reply. Within the ice palace of the Shui clan, he sat silently and stared at the ceiling. How funny. In this situation, it is supposed to be our Shui clan that stands tall and demands revenge for being offended. Yet, I am already admitting defeat. It wasn't the little princess he was afraid of. Even if she was more powerful than everyone in their younger generation, how could she compare to experienced fourth-class beings like the elders? The one he was wary of was the man she arrived with. That man had casually deployed 5 existences that were greater than most of the elders of the clan. Only the first elder in the clan had the power to stand alone against even one of them. If the 5 of them were to siege the Shui clan, it was guaranteed that most of their older generation would die. The Shui clan would be finished from that moment on. It's an unavoidable fate. When Yebai overthrew the previous matriarch, I was powerless to do anything. She forced me to live on and accumulate strength as I did so. That stupid woman, did she know that this day would come eventually? He thought back to the words his son had spoken just moments prior. To live past the catastrophe the Shui clan would face and to rebuild it anew once it was over, that offer sounded incredibly enticing. Shaner, perhaps this is why you wanted me to live? But I have become an old man by now, so I'm sure you wouldn't want to hear me calling you so endearingly. I still remember how the clan elders back then were beaten by you for being overly frivolous. The first elder smiled. It was a smile filled with sorrow and longing. And as soon as that smile vanished from his face, he vanished as well, disappearing from the Shui clan's ice abode as if he was never there in the first place. Chapter 446 Grievance 2. Within the central area of the Empyrean dragon realm, Damien slowly opened his eyes. It's about time to leave. He shook his head to clear out any unnecessary thoughts. Being able to see everything is a pain in the ass, but I guess it can be useful at times too. Although he was fine when he was in the world core space, the second he arrived back on the surface, his brain was almost crushed by the amount of information flowing into it. He could see the entire secret realm as if it was sitting on his palm. And when the portal to the outside world opened, he could see what was happening within several hundred kilometers out there as well. Due to this, he was able to witness some rather interesting things. The Shui clan is full of idiots, to the point where I don't even know how they've been able to survive this long. Or maybe it's just because they've never had to deal with this kind of situation that they survived. There weren't many people in the world that the Shui clan couldn't afford to offend. As for the ones they truly couldn't, Shui Yabai was a pro at kissing ass, so they never had problems with them. Ruyue was an outlier. If Damien didn't exist, offending her wouldn't mean anything. She would have just been another genius who disappeared in the annals of time, but there were no ifs in life. Just as the first elder in Longchen could sense the demise of the Shui clan, so could he. Well, since he was the one who would destroy it, that was only natural, but the Shui clan isn't important. Either way they would have died, since that dickhead Shui Yabai has been colluding with the Wang family and plenty of other Nox worshippers. There's no way he didn't know what was going on. Shui Yabai was the perfect example of a man who would do anything for power. People like him were the most easily enticed by the Nox's methods. What puzzled Damien, though, was why Shui Yabai didn't just directly accept the position of apostle. Is he smarter than I thought he was? If Shui Yabai had rejected the apostle position because he was afraid of the repercussions, his intelligence was greater than what Damien was giving him credit for, because the kinds of dealings he had with Nox-affiliated clans were things Damien could only find out about with the World Corps' help. Otherwise, finding solid evidence to condemn him would have been nigh impossible. Well, it doesn't matter now. When we leave this place, I shall help Ruyue get her revenge. But before that, I should set up some countermeasures. Damien flashed away from the central area, arriving in the midst of the large crowd of geniuses in the outside world. Since Elena was already relaxing in the sanctuary at the moment, he didn't have any worries until Rose and Ruyue came out. A transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Old man, things are about to go down again. Tian Yang rolled his eyes within the Celestial Star Palace's abode. Good disciple, who is it this time? Shui clan. Tian Yang's eyes hardened. He sighed lightly before he spoke. She went ahead and did it, didn't she? Yup. Not only did she do it, she did it so thoroughly that the elders are probably coughing blood right now. Only 2 survived. I'm surprised she even let 2 go. It's not that she let them go, it's just that she couldn't find them. Well, I don't think she'll have too much of a problem with those 2. They aren't the same as the rest of the scum in the clan. Damien thought back to when he spectated Shui Feng and Shuiyu. It was a truly odd pairing. One was straightforward in Suk's strength with all his heart, while the other was unreadable, but carried the air of a schemer like Shang Guanyu. Damien was wary of Shuiyu due to this similarity, but he could vouch for Shui Feng. He couldn't let anything happen to his youngest brother by association now, could he? Hearing his explanation, Tian Yang sighed even deeper. Fine. Since you are her spouse, you can of course help her with revenge. But as her master, shouldn't I watch from the side and only interfere if she's in a life-threatening situation? Damien shook his head. I'm afraid you don't have such luxury. Shui Yabai has involved himself in things he shouldn't have ever touched, you see. Tian Yang's eyes became fierce. Are you telling me? No need to ask, it's exactly what you're thinking, and the evidence, I can't bring you physical evidence at the moment, but I can swear my life on this information. It seems you're taking this quite seriously. You've grown a great deal from the young man I met a year ago. Damien smiled wryly. If I didn't grow, I'd be a pathetic little bitch. Old man, I'll be needing your help often in the future. Even if attacking the Shui clan is done under the pretext of revenge, it won't be so simple for the rest. This world. It's far more corrupt than I originally thought it was. Tian Yang raised his brow in interest. Somehow, his disciple had gotten his hands on information that even he didn't know. Even if he hadn't been paying too much attention to the secular world in recent times, it was still a strange thing for a young man like Damien to be more informed than him. Especially considering that Damien had been isolated from the rest of the cloud plane until quite literally a week ago. A sudden nonsensical thought came to Tian Yang's mind. But no matter how impossible it seemed, he couldn't shake it off. Brat, tell me honestly. How did you learn this information? There was a slight tremble in Tian Yang's voice that wasn't present before. Hearing it, Damien's lips widened into a wild grin. Kakik, old man, you seem to be excited about something. Mind telling me what it is? Tian Yang's face twitched in annoyance. Brat, now isn't the time to play tricks with me. Quickly tell me. Damien smiled and shook his head. This old man was a spatial cultivator as well, so he would naturally know about some secrets that others wouldn't be privy to, and for a spatial cultivator, the kind of thing Damien had accomplished was the ultimate dream. The celestial class was rare. It was harder to obtain than a mortal trying to find a needle in a planetary haystack. And only a celestial had the authority to bind a planet as easily as he could. Damien puffed his chest in pride. There was no way he'd miss the opportunity to get one over on this damn old man. That's right. Old man, your disciple has officially become the Star Master of this world. Boom, an explosion went off in Tianyang's mind. No matter if he already assumed it, hearing it directly was a different matter altogether. Then, the information you told me, directly from the World Core, TCH. Lucky bastard, old man, you shouldn't swear so much. You need to keep your dignity as an elder. Who gives a shit about dignity as an elder? Do you not understand how amazing of an opportunity you've gotten your hands on? Becoming a Star Master is an utmost honor for any spatial practitioner. Really? I guess it didn't feel so special since this is my second time doing it. Tianyang almost coughed blood in that instant. This disciple of his needed a beating expeditiously. Unfortunately, the playful banter of master and disciple was cut off before it could finish. A familiar white-haired beauty had appeared within the crowd exiting the secret realm. Chapter 447 Grievance 3, Kill. It was instant. The second that flowing white hair appeared among the crowd, the elders of the Shueclan zipped forward to smite her. Altogether, there were 12 fourth-class elders, excluding the first elder, and they were all taking part in the charge. However, they weren't the only ones waiting for this moment. Damien's figure flashed away, appearing in the Shueclan elder's path. His 5 fourth-class subordinates appeared behind him at the same time. You know the deal, right? He spoke jokingly. The White Dragon King rolled his eyes. Kill, and kill some more, is it? Damien grinned. You know me best. The 6 of them split up. Each of Damien's helpers took 2 of the Shueclan elders and dragged them into combat. It wasn't a matter of whether the elders wanted to engage them or not, it was a matter of survival. After all, the beasts of the 3,000 Beast Mountain Range and the demons of the primordial Undying Realm were innately stronger than humans at the same level. The problem was, there were still 2 elders left who slipped through the cracks and continued their charge, but, of course, it wasn't by mistake that they were able to do so. Damien grinned to himself. These guys are really tactful. They entangled the stronger elders, and left the 2 weakest ones to me. Are they perhaps testing my power? Very well, it's not like I'm afraid to show them, but just as Damien was about to charge at the 2 incoming elders, Ruyua appeared by his side. Well, I have a rough idea of what's happening. But this is my revenge, so don't you think I should participate as well? You take the left, I'll take the right. Damien smirked at her words. As expected of his woman. He put his hands together and cracked his knuckles, doing the same with his neck right after. Deal. With a single word, he vanished from his position and appeared mere centimeters away from the 11th elder. Hi there. The 11th elder's eyes widened in shock. He hurriedly raised his arms to block. Bang! Damien's fist landed only an instant later, causing the 11th elder's bones to emit a guttural snapping sound. I'll be playing with you today, so don't disappoint me too much, Kay? Damien grinned mockingly. He was incredibly excited. After all, this was his first fight since all the power boosts he gained from the primordial Undying Fruit. And having an entry-level 4th class as his opponent was perfect. This kind of strength, he no longer feared it. Space twisted into an illusory blade in Damien's grasp. His figure once again disappeared, reappearing before the 11th elder could regain his bearings. Let's test my cutting power first. Void Sword Art First Form, Bladeless, Ziu. Boom, a thin black line formed in space, shooting out like a bullet until it covered several kilometers of the sky. And the second it finished extending, it explosively expanded into a massive gash that swallowed the 11th elder. Damien shot into that gash after him. Finding the 11th elder's figure in the shattered space, he took his stance once more. Void Sword Art Second Form, Horizon Break. His sword was parallel to the ground. His arm pulled back like he was priming a bow. Mana gathered and coalesced around the blade as it sped forward. Bang! As if air was forced to compress and expand, a large bang sounded through the shattered space. What followed was, RGH, a roar of pain. The 11th elder was suddenly assaulted by blinding pain in his shoulder, but when he looked down, he noticed that he no longer had one. The power of Horizon Break has risen satisfactorily. Damien nodded with a smile, looking at this man, who was supposed to have an entire class worth of advantage on him. Unable to fight back, Damien couldn't help but praise his own improvement, but his eyes hardened in the next second. His body twisted at an unnatural angle. almost causing his bones to shatter. An ice arrow grazed his cheek. If he was only a single second late, it would have pierced his skull without any resistance. TCH. A fourth class is still a fourth class after all. I have enough attack power to harm him, but my defense isn't enough to stay unharmed. I can't give him any more opportunities. Void Sword Art Third Form, Dance of the Void. Damien's figure turned illusory, multiplying endlessly. Tens, hundreds, thousands of phantom projections filled the shattered space. The 11th Elder smirked. Haha, brat. You think a mere illusion technique could fool me? 1,000 Damiens shook their heads in response. No wonder you didn't talk before. The only thing that comes out of your mouth is bullshit. The illusory phantoms danced through the shattered space. Their movements seemed random, but had an unpredictable and ever-changing flow within them. Small blades of space continuously cut the 11th Elder's body as their dance continued. Thousands of Damiens attacked him at the same time from every direction, not even giving him a second to pinpoint the position of the main body. This was the glory of Dance of the Void. The phantom illusions weren't just afterimages produced by his speed, they were spatial phenomena caused by his rapid movement through and manipulation of the spatial layers. It could be said that none of them were real at all. Or that all of them were the real Damien at the same time, calling the technique a mere illusion technique? It was at that moment when Damien realized that the 11th Elder wasn't a standard for fourth-class beings. Frankly, he was subpar. Damien shook his head and continued his assault. This fake fourth class wasn't worth his time. If he couldn't even stand against the third form of his sword art, then a single-dimensional severance would be enough to end him, and so, that's exactly what Damien chose to do. His blade pointed to the heavens, as if trying to gather the power of all things. Pitch-black void essence covered the blade, concealed by a heavy coating of spatial mana that lay on top of it. However, that was nothing. Even after these ingredients had been layered on top of the blade, the attack seemed to get more and more powerful without new additions. Dimensional severance wasn't a simple vertical slash combined with void essence. If it was just that much, it wouldn't have the right to its name. When Damien said dimensional severance was the epitome of his comprehension of space, it wasn't a joke. Because that was exactly what he used to fuel his blade: distance, destruction, vectors, expansion, compression, and many more conceptual fragments that made up the foundation of the concept of space itself. All of his comprehension of these concepts was poured into his blade. It was a truly ethereal feeling to do so. Even Damien didn't quite understand how he was able to. After all, dimensional severance was created in a bout of enlightenment, and he was still riding that enlightenment every time he used it. If he ever managed to understand the foundation and workings of the attack itself, its power would far outstrip what he could show today, but even what he had now was enough to split heaven and earth in two. Void Sword Art Fifth Form, Dimensional Severance, a thin black like, no bigger than the width of a piece of paper, traveled through space at a snail's pace. The 11th Elder had a mocking grin on his face as he saw it, causally moving to the side to avoid the slash. But, strangely enough, no matter how he moved, that vertical slash was always directly in front of him, approaching to split him into two halves. The 12th Elder frowned. This kind of trick, was it enough to cause his death? He was a fourth class. No matter how much effort a third class put into their attack, it didn't change the fact that they couldn't connect with the laws of the world yet. With a mocking look in his eyes, the 11th Elder pushed his mana. I'll show you what it means to enter the fourth class. An icy chill spread through the air. No, the chill spread through space itself. The shattered space that was just beginning to fix itself was frozen into ice crystals that fell to the ground. But those crystals didn't shatter. No, they impacted the ground and turned the area a few hundred kilometers around the duo into an icy desert. Utilizing laws isn't something mere elements can compete against. Freezing space, freezing time, I can do it all. What, do you think this tiny attack can faze me? The 11th Elder held out his hand, causing the icy blue mana to rush toward Damien's dimensional severance. Even though it was an attack, it looked like the 11th Elder was building a construct, since space froze around the mana whenever it came into contact, but none of that mattered. It only took an instant for the icy mana to collide with the slash of dimensional severance. As it did so, Damien smirked. Laws? I can use those too, and as if to prove his words, the thin black line of dimensional severance cut through the icy blue mana like paper. Contrasting its snail's pace from before, it reached the 11th Elder before he could even comprehend what had happened, and then, it split him in two. Chapter 448 Grievance. 4. Why you. How could you? The 11th elder, thoughts leaked through his mana, but before they could be completed, his two halves were completely severed, falling to the ground and turning into shards of shattered ice. Damien cracked his knuckles and stretched. For my first fight against a 4th class, it was disappointing. Well, this guy probably only reached that level by piggybacking. So it isn't a surprise, information on war wasn't the only thing Damien gained from Alaric. Living 10 years in the latter's body, he understood that the 4th class level wasn't always as glorious as it looked. The thing that made 4th class special was the fact that one needed to pass through the universe baptism to reach it. This was a barrier that caused many aspiring existences to die before fulfilling their potential, and of course, to break this barrier with one's own strength was what it meant to be a true 4th class. Those who did so were the ones who deserved such a title, but there was another category as well. Since war needed great strength, the people of Alaric's time began boosting people to 4th class. Pills, special treasures, even outside help. All of these things were allowed when one was subjected to the universe baptism. There wasn't some restriction that made the baptism more difficult if someone else tried to help. The strength of a baptism would vary from person to person, but that was the extent of that, because the universe was fair. It didn't care what methods one used. But at the same time, strength was something to be earned, not granted. Even if the degree of baptism was unchanging, the gains one received from it were never constant. To overcome baptism with one's own power means to monopolize all the strength the baptism provides. It means getting more than just a glimpse at laws, furthering progression through them at a rapid pace. But if one passes the baptism with the help of others, they wouldn't gain such benefits. Depending on the level of help, the benefits could be reduced to just a fraction of the insights one gained on one's own, or even one at all, and at that point, there was no difference between breaking through to 3rd class or 4th class. It was just a jump in power without any qualitative change. This was the kind of baptism the 11th elder must have gone through. There was no way to compare him to the other 4th class existences Damien had met. Hell, even Lucius, who was still at the entry level himself, was leagues better than the 11th elder. Still, utilizing laws is such an interesting feeling. Damien twiddled his fingers, playing around with an illusory essence that danced through them. This essence was similar to the spatial mana he usually used, but at a far higher purity and density. The profundity of this essence wasn't something Damien had the qualifications to grasp yet. Of course, it was mana born from spatial laws, rather than a simple affinity. It's a shame. If I could make this power mine and comprehend laws at the 3rd class, I'd be invincible until someone at the White Dragon King or Elvira's level shows up. But there's a reason why the universe baptism exists as a gateway to this power. A trail of blood leaked from Damien's lips as he smiled wryly. The power of laws wasn't something he should be allowed to use. As for how he did so, that was quite obvious. As the master of the world itself, how could he be restricted from utilizing its laws? The only constraint, besides the toll taken on his body, was the fact that these laws could only be used while he was on a planet he had bound already. At the moment, only the cloud plane and Earth fit this requirement. Though, a Pyron would soon join. After the Shweklan is dealt with, it'll be time to start a witch hunt on this world. At that time, I'll head over to a Pyron and bind it, so that I can purge over there as well. Future plans were coming along steadily. As long as nothing interrupted him in the coming months, he'd be able to adequately prepare for the war that was around the corner. But counting on luck wasn't something Damien enjoyed doing. Rather than hoping his plans wouldn't be interrupted, he'd actively make sure to not allow himself to be interrupted. But first, we should take care of the current problem. Damien spread his hands, allowing the spatial laws dancing around his fingers to spread into the atmosphere. Within seconds of him doing so, the shattered space he was currently inside repaired itself fully. Boom! A massive explosion rang out the second Damien reappeared in the world. His body became illusory, letting the shrapnel flying through the air pass right through him. Hey! I know it's a hard fight, but watch where you're aiming. He shouted into the dust cloud that had formed at his side. A flash of pink shot out from within, arriving in front of him. Sorry. It's a bit hard to control my power nowadays, you know. Damien rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. You're the illusion freak who can turn physical objects ethereal. You're telling me it wasn't on purpose? Rose looked away innocently. I have no idea what you're talking about. How was I supposed to know you were over here? Damien looked at her with a deadpan expression. She wasn't even trying to hide the grin on her face. Seeing her act so cheekily, Damien nodded. All right. After the fight is over, it's punishment time. Oh? And how are you going to punish me? Why don't you find out on your own? Let me guess. You'll do me the same way you did Elena. Damien's eyes widened into saucers. This woman, he forgot how scary she could be, but if she already knew, there was no point in hiding it. No. Trust me, I'll make sure to give you 10 times what Elena got. Is that a challenge? Rose smirked. She looked him up and down as if asking him if he really had the ability to do what he said. Damien grinned. It's a promise. Also, watch out behind you. Rose rolled her eyes. That's nothing. Do you think your benevolent and amazing first wife has been lazing around for the past year? So you haven't been? Last I checked, you were so obsessed with Earth and entertainment that you started making illusory TVs when you couldn't watch at home. TCH. We don't talk about that. Anyway, if you're so doubtful, then just watch me. As she spoke, a mountainous boulder appeared above her head, dwarfing her by tens of times. If that thing fell on her, she was guaranteed to be crushed to death, but Rose didn't hesitate. She extended her arm gracefully, tapping the boulder gently as if it was just a marble, but that action was enough. The boulder's outline turned hazy. And although it still dropped onto Rose's head, it passed through her body as if it was a simple projection. Damien grinned in approval. Rose was always fast and improving, to the point where her speed shocked even him sometimes. To do something like this was the least he expected from her. It's not that she turned reality into illusion, it's more like she transported it into an ethereal plane, separating it from reality as a whole. Does that count as an illusion affinity, or is Rose just a monster? Regardless of how she did it, what mattered was that she had done it flawlessly. Damien sat down in the air. At some point, a chair had appeared below him. What a considerate wife. Rose smiled and turned around, returning to the battle at hand. As for Damien, he sat with his legs crossed, eagerly awaiting the battle his wives were planning to show him. Chapter 449 Grievance 5. A wall of ice sprung up from the ground around Ryua the second she finished her small conversation with Damien. From the second she decided to kill the geniuses of the Shui clan in the secret realm, she was prepared for this moment, and once Damien took the 11th Elder into the shattered space to fight, Ryua immediately engaged the 12th Elder on her own. Her figure flashed through the air, trails of blue flames following her path as she did so. She was moving so fast that she was almost illusory, but the 12th Elder's attack still managed to reach her without any trouble at all. The 12th Elder smirked. Little slut, even after selling yourself to that trash, you still only have this much power. Frankly, I'm ashamed to say that you were ever part of our Shui clan. Ryua rolled her eyes. Yeah. Dumb bitches sure know how to talk. With that bastard Shui Yabai's personality, I assume the only reason a woman like you was able to become an elder was by getting a train ran on you by all the other elders of the clan. Am I right or am I right? The 12th Elder's face turned black. Staying with lowborn scum like that man had really ruined your mouth. Slut, I won't let you die easy. I can't argue that staying with a shameless rogue like him has changed my demeanor. But, your mouth was ruined too, was it not? Swallowing the kids of so many different people at once must have some kind of negative effect. Not that I would know. The 12th Elder almost coughed blood at Ryua's provocations. The worst part was, she hadn't said anything false at all. The 12th Elder was no longer in the mood for a battle of words. At first, she wanted to crush Ryua mentally before killing her, but her plan completely backfired. Instead, she roused her mana, causing the air around her to freeze. Blue runic patterns began to form in the air around her, dancing in the sky and turning even the wind into sparkling frozen dewdrops. Ice Phoenix divine patterns. The 12th Elder shouted. The runes immediately mobilized, surrounding Ryua and trapping her in a frozen coffin. Ryua looked around indifferently. It's like a downgraded version of Luna's runes. Instead of carrying the life properties of a true ice phoenix, this is purely ice. It's just a cheap copy using the same name. She had spent a year with Lunaria Snow, a true ice phoenix. In that time, she had learned plenty about ice phoenix patterns. As such, dealing with a minor trick like this wasn't a problem for her. Blue flames lit up Ryua's palm as she imitated the 12th Elder's previous trick. Except, instead of runic patterns, Ryue drew beastly figures in the sky with her ice flames, phoenixes, dragons, even more common feline beasts like leopards appeared around her. As soon as she finished drawing them, they roared to life. Roar, the ice flame dragon let out a frightening roar filled with the aura of Een. It charged into the side of the coffin encasing Ryue and exploded itself. Boom, icy flames devoured the runic patterns creating the coffin. In that instant, Ryue flicked her wrist. The remaining ice flame beasts around her charged into the opening created by the dragon and pried open the coffin, causing it to shatter and fall to the floor, but escape didn't mean safety. The 12th Elder stood in the sky with arrogance. Behind her, thousands of ice runes danced around, forming the shape of cannons. Bang! 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 As soon as Ryue saw the light of day, she was forced to take on another barrage. Ice walls and beasts made of ice flame emerged continuously to protect her from the attack, but each construct she created could only block a single attack before being obliterated. If it goes on like this, I'm sure to lose. There's no way my mana capacity can compare to a 4th class. If it's like that, Ryue spread her arms, emitting a lunar white essence that made her look like a holy saintess descended from heaven, blood moon, but the object that appeared behind her made her feel like more of a demon. A bloody red moon, not losing out in any way to the actual moon in the sky, radiated a chilling aura that repelled the attacks that were aimed at it. Empower, a beam of light left the moon and showered Ryue's body. When the light faded, she was covered in a set of Valkyrie-esque armor, a shining white spear in hand. Her figure appeared in front of the barrage of ice spears, confronting the coming onslaught head-on. Her 2 hands tightened around the spear shaft, making a large sweeping motion through the air in front of her. Moon Goddess Spear Art's first form, tight formation, and iridescent white mana covered the blade of her spear. Ryue's movements suddenly became extremely fluid, as if she was following the flow of the world. Clang! 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 Even though the strength of the 12th Elder's attack far outstripped what Ryue could directly fend off against, her spear seemed to think otherwise. With the sound of clashing metal, Ryue swam through the sky, sweeping her spear and expertly deflecting every shard of ice that entered her vicinity. With every movement she made, her spear became more powerful. The ebb and flow of her movements became more defined. The force that was deflected through her graceful dance was coagulated and stored in the tip of her spear. As Ryue danced, she slowly inched closer to the 12th Elder, who was still in shock from what she was seeing. The fact that Ryue was evading her onslaught so effortlessly made her endlessly aggrieved, and so, she pushed her mana, fusing her comprehension of ice laws into her spears as they were shot, but her movements were a second too late. Ryue appeared before her, eyes closed and hands tightly gripped on her spear. Using the momentum she had built through her dance until this point, she swept her spear upward toward the 12th Elder's chin. WHOSH, it wasn't a simple matter of releasing the stored energy at the tip of her spear. Using the blood moon as an anchor, Ryue drew the power of the moon itself, causing the earth below to become fluid. A tsunami of earth rose with the motion of her spear, threatening to engulf the 12th Elder. As the name of her spear technique suggested, the first movement formed an unstoppable tide. The 12th Elder gritted her teeth. There's no way a brat like you can be so powerful. She spread her arms and gathered her mana, pushing it to the center of her chest. As soon as she did, a strong pulse spread with her as the epicenter, absolute zero. Vroom, Ryue's tsunami was frozen in place in an instant. Even the raging mana gathered at the tip of her spear froze, falling to the ground like snowflakes. Cook. Ryue coughed a mouthful of blood and shot backward. Although the pulse of the 12th Elder's absolute zero didn't damage her much, the backlash of being unable to release the stored energy in her spear hit her hard, but Ryue didn't let out a single mutter of pain. She wiped the blood on the side of her mouth and took her stance once more. If a 4th class couldn't even do this much, I'd be immensely disappointed. Now, come. Prove to me that your body isn't the only reason you were promoted. Chapter 450 Grievance. 6. Moon Goddess Spear Art Second Form. Moonlight Serenade, the second her words fell, Ryue swept back into action. Moonlight Serenade was a dance similar to Damien's Dance of the Void. In fact, the two were so similar it was strange. Ryue's figure turned illusory. Instead of blending with space, she blended in with the sky itself. Her spear became a shadow that looked like the blade of the Reaper. She appeared next to the 12th Elder in an instant, heavily swinging her spear to slash her opponent. However, the 12th Elder was no longer treating her as a casual opponent. A small hexagon made of ice appeared where Ryuu's spear was going to strike, immediately offsetting all the force that she mobilized. At the same time, another small shard of ice shot toward Ryuu's stomach and pierced through. Puff, a spray of blood mist left the wound on Ryuu's stomach, freezing into crystallized blood shards the second it did. However, the 12th Elder wasn't showing any mercy. As the blood shards formed, their direction changed, following the previous ice shard and piercing through Ryuu's abdomen. Spurt, a fountain of blood threatened to spurt from the wound, but there was no way Ryuu would give the 12th Elder more ammo. She directly slapped her own stomach, forcing it to freeze over using her mana. My mobility will be limited with a wound like this. Looks like I can't use my spear anymore, Ryuu sighed to herself. She wanted to compete using ice and lunar techniques only. Perhaps it was a lingering desire to prove her worth that made her do so, but a fourth class was a fourth class after all. Ryuu didn't have the freedom to hold on to such petty thoughts. Burst, Ryuu appeared back in front of the blood moon as if she teleported, but her spear remained in the air where she was once standing. A familiar lunar white glow emanated from its body as it hovered. May, can you help me out? Ryuu spoke inwardly, Finally, I can show Big Sister how powerful I am. An enthusiastic response greeted her, making her smile despite her current situation. Good, then. Let's show them the power we have when we fight together. A frightening black mana suddenly encompassed Ryuu's body and spear. Mixing with the lunar white mana of her moon affinity, she looked like a being who represented yin and yang yin death goddess descent. It was a variation of her original moon goddess descent that she created after bonding with Lily and May. Ryuu's shining white hair turned black, her irises and sclera followed the same pattern. Deathly mana surrounded her body and turned into a rain of spears, joining Ryuu's main weapon on the front lines. Moon Goddess Spear Art Third Form, Drifting Moon. The hundreds of spears in the air began vibrating rapidly. A horrific screeching noise was emitted from their movements. The 12th Elder frowned. Even she could feel a slight tinge of nausea formed by the sound impacting her eardrums. But before she could complain about it, the spears suddenly shot out like shooting stars. They streaked through the sky, creating countless complex patterns as they did so. Without suspense, the 12th Elder was surrounded by Ryuu's barrage of spears. Ziu! 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 The spears slashed through the air as if they had minds of their own. In response, hundreds of small hexagonal ice shards appeared around the 12th Elder to counter, but the spear rain was nothing more than a diversion. Strike, oh Ryuu's command, her main spear shot out of the crowd unnoticed. A beam of red moonlight shot from the blood moon behind her, covering its movements as it did so. Bang, the spear rapidly penetrated the 12th Elder's shoulder, finally drawing blood. But Ryuu wasn't content because of this. I aimed for the head. In that split second, she managed to dodge. Is overcoming the class barrier really something I can't do? Ryuu furrowed her brows. Although she was confident in winning this fight, she didn't think she could do so in a short amount of time. But as if the heavens were answering her worries, yo! You look like you could use some help. A cheerful voice resounded from behind her. Hearing it, Ryuu's body subconsciously relaxed. Your speaking tone mirrors his so much that I almost mistook you for him. If you don't work on that, I might accidentally pounce on you one day. She joked. Rose smirked at her words. If you think you can take this big sister of yours, then feel free to try. But I think you'll be the one that's defeated. Ryuu shook her head wryly. In the week she spent with Rose, the thing she noticed that stood out the most was the latter's shamelessness. It almost trumped the most shameless person she knew, which was saying something. Forget about that for now. Let's take this bitch down together so we don't waste too much time. There's plenty left to do after this. Rose raised her brow. Aren't the others dealing with the more powerful ones? I don't think we have more work to do once she dies. Ryuu shook her head in response. No, that bastard of a clan head, Shueyabai, still hasn't appeared yet. Even if I can't deal with him personally, I want to be there to see him fall. Understandable. Well then, we just have to kill this bitch quick, right? Rose cracked her knuckles and grinned. Good. I'll take support while you attack. Now that your big sister is here, you don't need to worry about dodging anymore. Ryuu rolled her eyes. Rose's obsession with being the big sister really shone through in moments like this, but that didn't matter. After all, Rose was indeed as reliable and understanding as a big sister should be. Knowing this, Ryua clenched her fists and roused her mana. Let's get to it then. Drifting Moon second phase, rotate. Ryua's spear pulled back and began rotating in the air. It soon turned into a blinding white disk that seemed like it could cut through anything. The 12th Elder scoffed. Her fingers spread and tapped in the air. The icy mana around her coagulated into a small lotus flower that stood on her palm. Ice Lotus. The Ice Lotus drifted through the air unhurried as if it wasn't an attack at all, but the effects it had on the surroundings told a different story. The winds were frozen into a tunnel of ice. Ambient mana turned into a raging blizzard that surrounded the lotus. The movements of Ryua's spear were becoming slower and slower, forced to come to a halt by the raging ice laws contained in the lotus, but at that time, Rose finally made her move. She waved her arm casually, but that casual movement carried a frightening amount of mana. Shoo, with a single word, Rose released her mana. It dispersed into the atmosphere, creating a relatively anticlimactic effect. But before anyone could question her actions, the Ice Lotus became hazy. What did you do? The 12th Elder stammered, finally acknowledging the existence of her second opponent. The Ice Lotus soon turned ethereal. The effects it had on the environment faded, and Ryua's spear was able to move freely once more. Seeing this, Rose grinned lightly. He, don't worry about me. My second sister is the one who wants to play with you, and confirming her words, Ryua's spear made a blazing trail straight toward the 12th Elder's flabbergasted face.